Chapter 1201. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. It's not just about me. It's a bad feeling on a larger scale. The advancement of his spirit body only made Yi Chen happy for a while. He frowned and pondered. Forget it. Yi Chen wouldn't think too much about things he couldn't figure out. He just wanted to improve himself as much as he could. The 6th level of the sword domain, the 2 supreme sword intents of the 7th rank, and the 4th rank martial art, momentary brilliance, were what he relied on. Without these 3, Yi Chen could only be regarded as a slightly better genius. Now that his spirit body had been upgraded to the 7th rank, he had more to rely on. The Fire Sparrow Emperor and the others should be here soon. After returning from the Purple Flower Secret Realm, Yi Chen had been staying on the Gold Armor Planet, while the Fire Sparrow Emperor had gone back to the Phoenix Planet to get the Purple Soul Refining Pill. Gold Armor Planet, Marshal's residence. The Marshal with the Golden Spear was one of the 10 marshals of the human race. He was a top emperor. These days he was a little uneasy. A heavy feeling of wind and rain filled the entire Gold Armor Planet. No, not just the Gold Armor Planet, but the entire Black Tortoise Star region. This subtle atmosphere couldn't be felt by ordinary people. Only those who had reached a certain level of cultivation or had a strong sixth sense could feel it. Could it be that the foreign races are going to attack the Black Tortoise ruins? That's impossible. It's only been a few years. Attacking the Black Tortoise Star region won't do them any good, unless it's a war that involves the entire race. The Marshal with the Golden Spear immediately rejected his own guess. He didn't think that the foreign race alliance led by the demons would attack the human race. The troops of the human race stationed in the Black Tortoise Star region weren't just for show. Most of the supreme martial artists were also somewhere in the Black Tortoise Star region. When the war came, the foreign races wouldn't have too much of an advantage. The fact that the human race could fight against the demons until now and only be at a slight disadvantage showed how strong the human race was. It was true that the southern part of the Black Tortoise ruins was occupied by the demons and other foreign races, but it was impossible for them to occupy the entire Black Tortoise Star region, and the human race wouldn't allow it. Marshal. A man with an amazing aura and sharp eyes walked over. Beast Fist, you've come? The person who came was Beast Fist Emperor, one of the 4-star marshals of the human race. Marshals were the same as generals, they were also divided into 5 stars. To be able to become a 4-star marshal, one had to at least be a high-class monarch. It was even possible to be a peak monarch. After all, among peak monarchs there were strong and weak ones. Beast Fist Emperor was a human, but his fist art walked the path of a beast. It was very fierce. Great Marshal, you seem to have something on your mind? Beast Fist Emperor asked. The Golden Spear Marshal nodded. Are you worried that a war will break out? Beast Fist Emperor suddenly asked. The Golden Spear Marshal's eyes flashed with surprise. What? You also have the same premonition? Yes, no matter what, we can't just sit there and do nothing. It's better to be safe than sorry. Indeed. The Golden Spear Marshal nodded. Since we can sense it, the higher-ups must have sensed it before us. However, according to the rules, we still have to report it to the higher-ups. The so-called upper echelons were the human race's patriarch society. Everyone in the patriarch society was a supremacy. Quasi-supremacies were qualified to listen in, but the Golden Spear Marshal wasn't. On this day, Golden Armor Nebula Army Camp, Sun Moon Restaurant, Yi Chen, Scarlet Wind Emperor, and the others were all present. Here, these are your Purple Soul Refining Pellets. Fire Sparrow Emperor fished out 5 storage rings and gave them to Yi Chen and the others. Finally done. Scarlet Wind Emperor chuckled and opened the storage ring. Yi Chen also checked the storage ring. His soul power entered and found 100 jade bottles inside. The materials of the bottles were not ordinary, and they were emitting a bluish-white halo. Clearly they were worth a lot of yuan stones. Fire Sparrow Emperor said, 10% of the pellets were taken. Yi Chen got around 5,000, and the 4 of you got 5,500. Each bottle contains 50 pellets. After testing, 1 Purple Soul Refining Pellet can restore 45% of a titled monarch's soul power, and 2 can restore 90%. Of course, there are also Supreme-grade pellets among them. Supreme-grade Purple Soul Refining Pellets can increase the efficacy by 30%, and a single pellet can restore 60% of a titled monarch's soul power. Unfortunately, it's too little. Each of you has 1 bottle. Increase the soul power of a titled monarch by 45%? Yi Chen was quite satisfied with this medicinal effect. Advancing from 6th layer to 7th layer would increase one's soul power by dozens of times, and Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of an ordinary 6th layer heavenly kings, and 3 times that of a genius 6th layer monarchs. Clearly, those who could become titled monarchs were all geniuses, and it was impossible for Yi Qin to surpass them by too much. The soul power of titled monarchs was roughly 10 times that of Yi Qin. If they could restore 45% of their soul power, Yi Qin could restore 4 times that of his soul power. One pellet could be broken into 4 or 5 pieces. Of course, the medicinal effect of the broken pellet would dissipate very quickly. It had to be consumed in a short time or it would be wasted. To Yi Qin, these 5,000 pellets were worth at least several tens of billions. With them, Yi Qin would be able to use soul attacks without any misgivings. Against enemies with similar strength, soul attacks were undoubtedly the most effective. Unless they cultivated a peak emperor-grade soul defense secret art, they wouldn't be able to defend against Yi Qin's soul-chasing sword. If one couldn't kill them, 2 would be more or less enough. More than I expected. Seems like your clan's alchemist is quite skilled. Putting away the storage ring, Stone Emperor said. Fire Sparrow Emperor said proudly, of course. If you knew who refined these pellets, you wouldn't be so shocked. Oh, could it be Silver Soul Pill Emperor? Snow Air Emperor guessed. The majority of Phoenix clan members excelled in controlling fire. Their fire was not ordinary, but had intense life force, which was something that Fire Profound couldn't achieve. It was equivalent to the fusion of Fire Profound, Wood Profound, and Life Profound. Therefore, half of the famous alchemists in the 4 great life star fields were from Phoenix clan. This Silver Soul Pill Emperor was one of the top 10 alchemists of Phoenix clan. To be able to be called one of the top 10 alchemists was not simple. Each of them was famous, and even in the whole universe they would be ranked in the top 30. Apart from this, Silver Soul Pill Emperor specialized in refining pellets related to the soul, and his level in this aspect was even higher. You guessed it. It's Grandpa Silver Soul. Fire Sparrow Emperor nodded. If it's Silver Soul Pill Emperor, it wouldn't be surprising. His level is very high. Stone Emperor knew about Silver Soul Pill Emperor. In terms of strength, he was just an ordinary low-level emperor. Of course, this also depended on the opponent, because Silver Soul Pill Emperor's soul attack was very powerful. If one didn't cultivate a powerful soul defense secret art, they might be defeated in one blow. Ooh, as they were chatting, suddenly, a low and deep horn sound rang out, causing their hearts to tremble. The horn sounded again and again, and the 5 of them looked at each other in dismay. What happened? This is a war horn. Normally it wouldn't be used. Snow Air Emperor had never heard of a war horn before. Stone Emperor suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "The war is here." Chapter 1202. Spatial vortexes appeared one after another, and the battleships entered them. It's finally going to be a big battle. There will definitely be a lot of source stones. The war will last for a long time, and without source stones the battleships will run out of energy sooner or later. In short, war was an opportunity, but it was also a trial. If one could survive, they would rise to the next level. If they died, then so be it. Yi Qin smiled. It seemed like most people were risking their lives. In war, the most serious losses were the people in battleships. For a long time, it would be hard to find a single battleship in the market. This war is the time to test the soul-chasing sword. Hundreds of millions of miles away, a large number of battleships appeared. There were batches and batches of battleships, and there seemed to be an endless number of them. Yi Qin continued to search for his next opponent. His targets were all generals. As a purple gold commander, Yi Qin could command a team of 5,000 people. He had 50 battleships under his command, and the captains of each battleship were either major commanders, minor commanders, or centurions. As for the Phantom, there was only Yi Qin. At this moment, the Scarlet Wind Emperor's voice sounded. Countless puppet cannons lit up with flames and shot towards them. The war horn sounded again. The demons had appeared. 2 hours passed. Yi Qin's small group of battleships was under the command of the Snow Air Emperor. The Snow Air Emperor was a general and could command 50,000 people. Of course, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was worried about the Snow Air Emperor's safety, so he was also with the Snow Air Emperor. The 2 of them were on the Emperor-class battleship, the Scarlet Wind. The demons, evil spirits, and yakshas all shouted. Their soul power surged and spread out in a circle. Woo 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 woo, 6 hours passed. At this moment, countless troops were gathered on the Heaven Eye planet. War fortresses covered almost the entire planet, and there were also countless battleships gathered around the planet. The atmosphere of war caused the entire starry sky to become deathly silent. It was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Buzz, 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 Yi Qin reminded everyone under his command. The battleships were divided into large groups, and each group had many smaller groups. In one of the smaller groups there was a streamlined black battleship. It was Yi Chen's Phantom. The commander was a little excited. Of course he was also a little apprehensive. As for the Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Stone Man Emperor, they each led 50,000 people and were adjacent to the Snow Air Emperor's army. Yi Chen's Phantom was also attacking. The main cannon kept accumulating energy as it fired one powerful cannon after another. Of course, the battleship's attacks were only superficial. The more deadly attacks were silent. Kill. Commander, why do you think the demons suddenly attacked our human race out of nowhere? Do they think they can conquer the entire Black Tortoise Galaxy in one go? Even so, there were still some who did not dare to participate in the battle and temporarily escaped. 2 days was a long time for ordinary people, but for life and death kings, it was merely an instant. Cultivating casually, 2 days would pass. Crackle. In an enemy battleship, a demon general stood in the control room. In front of him was a transparent crystal that allowed him to see the scene outside. Of course this was meaningless. The two sides were separated by millions of li, and the naked eye could no longer see anything. He could only use his soul power to scan and sense. Everyone prepare yourselves. Remember, don't be alone. Try to stick together. In order to encourage everyone to participate in the battle, the contribution points would increase by 10 times each time. In other words, 100 contribution points in normal times would increase by 1,000 in battle, 100,000 in normal times, and 1 million in battle. With contribution points, one could go to military planets and exchange for things they wanted, such as powerful artifacts, pellets, and secret arts. This way, one's strength would increase, and there would be less danger when exploring secret realms in the future. Killing enemies is a must. 10 times the contribution points. These dozens of people were not ordinary soldiers, but rather powerful commanders. As for the generals, they were all titled monarchs. Soul attacks generally had no effect on them. After all, they did not know whose soul defense was stronger and whose was weaker. They could only attack the commanders and occasionally attack the generals. Human race's outpost, Heavenly Eye Star. Yi Chen, the enemies are coming. If you can't hold on, come to my Scarlet Wind ship. Of course, the majority of people stayed behind. Those who were afraid of death were few and far between. Exploring secret realms and exploring ruins was dangerous. If one was afraid of death, one might as well stay at home and not do anything. Moreover, those who were afraid of death found it hard to cultivate to life and death realm. Before reaching life and death realm, who did not go through layers upon layers of trials and tribulations. This time, as long as I kill a dozen enemies, I'll make a profit. 10 times the contribution points and the yuan stones on the enemies' bodies. On the third day, everybody's soul power shuttled back and forth, forming a soul network. The starry sky was pitch black and there was no movement. This demon's general unceasingly used soul attacks. Every once in a while he would take a pellet. Clearly this pellet could replenish his soul power. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, the arrival of war was the best time to display soul-chasing sword's might. 5,000 purple soul refining pellets allowed Yi Chen to use soul-chasing sword without any worries. However, war also brought death. It was unknown how many life and death kings of the human race, demonic race, and their allies would die. When the war horn had been blown for a quarter of an hour, everybody finally sensed the enemy's presence. A black mass of battleships filled the starry sky, confronting them only a few million li away. Yi Chen replied, "Demons are not fools. Since they chose to attack the human race at this time, they must have some purpose. We are not the upper echelons. As long as we kill more enemies, we won't think about anything else." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Yi Chen replied. The first marshal of the 10 great marshals also issued an order to launch an all-out attack. Beams of cannon fire shot out as well, interweaving into a frightening death net. Like dazzling fireworks, a large number of battleships were destroyed. Some perished while others escaped, taking out another battleship and entering it. Let's see who can block my soul attack. 1 day, 40. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In a short period of time he had already killed dozens of people. In the Black Tortoise ruins, battleships gathered one after another, covering the sky. These battleships were divided into several camps. In the middle were the demons' battleships, the Wuxia race's battleships, the evil spirit race's battleships, and the Greenman race's battleships. At a glance, there were hundreds of thousands of battleships. There were small battleships, medium battleships, and large battleships. Suddenly his eyes widened and he collapsed. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen opened his soul eye and gazed into the depths of the starry sky. A commander communicated with Yi Chen via soul transmission. Hearing the sound of the horn, Yi Chen hurried to open his soul eye. As soon as these battleships appeared, they flew toward the Heaven Eye planet at full speed. Chapter 1203. After all, very few chose soul spirit attacks. Everyone did not have that much soul spirit energy to expend. Only those generals who had large amounts of soul spirit energy replenishing elixirs would choose soul spirit attacks. Most of the 8 heavenly sovereigns chose soul spirit attacks. Their soul spirit energy was more vigorous than the 7 heavenly sovereigns, but they could not use it too much. One after another, the foreign race generals died under Yi Chen's soul-chasing sword. The soul-chasing sword had truly become the soul-chasing sword. It could slash at the soul spirit and kill with a single strike. Most importantly, the soul-chasing sword could be controlled from a distance. If one strike missed, a second and third strike would follow. There was no wastage at all. With his soul eye, Yi Chen could barely see the enemy's position in the foreign race's battleships. Battleships basically had the ability to isolate the soul spirit. The higher the grade of the battleship, the stronger the soul spirit isolation. Battleships exploded one after another, and new battleships appeared one after another. At the beginning of the battle, not many people died. However, half of the battleships had already been scrapped. Not long later, it would be the Battle of Blades. Haha, Yi Chen, how many have you killed? The one who asked was the Scarlet Wind the Arch. The Scarlet Wind the Arch and the other 3 were the same as Yi Chen, using soul spirit attacks. In any case, they had so many purple soul refining pills. It would be a waste not to use them. Furthermore, the soul spirit attack mystic arts they cultivated were of a higher grade than Yi Chen. All of them were low-grade Emperor-class soul spirit attack mystic arts. In terms of soul spirit energy purity, they were not inferior to Yi Chen. Therefore, in terms of soul spirit attacks, Yi Chen could not catch up to them. 59. What about you guys? Yi Chen replied. Damn, what did you eat? I only killed 33, the Scarlet Wind the Arch said gloomily. I killed 28. 30. 31. The Snow Air Emperor, Stone Man the Arch and Fire Sparrow the Arch were about the same as the Scarlet Wind the Arch. Compared to Yi Chen, they were almost half the difference. This shocked the 4. Yi Chen said, Did you forget that I have the soul eyes? I can barely see through the battleship and see the enemy's position. Only those with the most outstanding soul aptitude had a chance of possessing the Eye of the Soul. Although the soul force of the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others was more vigorous than Yi Chen's, that was because their realms were higher. At the same level, they were inferior to Yi Chen, so they naturally wouldn't have such a terrifying ability like the Eye of the Soul. So that's how it is. The Eye of the Soul is a good thing. As one's cultivation level increases, it will even evolve. The evil spirit race has a paragon who has an evolved form of the Eye of the Soul, the Soul Destruction Heavenly Eyes. Anyone below the paragon level can't stand being looked at by him, and their souls will be directly destroyed. Even a paragon has to first use a soul defense secret technique to defend against it. If you can evolve the Soul Destruction Heavenly Eyes, you will basically be invincible in terms of soul attacks within a certain range. The Stone Emperor said. The evolution direction of the Eye of the Soul is not only the Soul Destruction Heavenly Eyes but also the Bewitching Divine Eyes. This kind of soul talent can't directly attack, but it can be a powerful support. To a certain extent, it's even harder to deal with than the Soul Destruction Heavenly Eyes. When fighting with it, it's very easy to fall into an illusion or be distracted. The Snow Air Emperor added. Yi Chen had seen these 2 kinds of soul talents in books. As for how many divine eyes the Eye of the Soul could evolve, no one knew. Sometimes, there might be a divine eye that had never been seen before, and it varied from person to person. 78. 89. 99. After all, not everyone was at his mercy. It didn't take long for Yi Chen's soul to kill 100 foreign race generals. As for the foreign race generals that he attacked, there were more than 120 of them. Some of their soul defenses were too strong, and Yi Chen couldn't do anything to them. After all, not everyone was a fish on the chopping block. There were a few foreign race generals that had cultivated peak emperor-level soul defense secret arts. If some of the foreign race marshals knew that Yi Chen had killed 100 foreign race generals in a short period of time, they would be incomparably furious. They would stop at nothing to kill Yi Chen. Although a race had many generals which were titled monarchs, one dead was one less, not to mention 100. Of course, besides the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others, no one knew that Yi Chen's soul attack was so strong. After several hours, both sides couldn't bear it any longer. A large number of battleships had been destroyed, and a large amount of source stones had been consumed. This made it impossible for both sides to engage in a long artillery battle. When the losses were greater than the gains, there was no meaning to the war. After all, to the ordinary soldiers they just wanted to make some money from the war. It was unknown which side started to withdraw their battleships first, but in short, the vast space suddenly became empty. All the battleships had disappeared, replaced by a dense crowd of people. The soldiers of both sides added together numbered in the hundreds of millions. The demons had more people, around 200 million, while the human and demon races had close to 200 million, including the reinforcements from the giant and barbarian races. The destruction of the human race was not a good thing for the barbarian and giant races. Whether they were willing or not, they would do everything they could to help the human and demon races. After all, in the entire universe only the human race could slightly resist the demons. Yi Chen's 5,000 people were included in the Snow Air Emperor's 50,000 army. The Scarlet Wind Emperor stood shoulder to shoulder with her. In the nearby area, the Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Stone Man Emperor each led a 50,000 army. Whether they were marshals, generals, commanders, or ordinary soldiers, everyone had a solemn expression and a cold light flickered in their eyes. In front of the demon's army, a young-looking marshal said to a green-robed young man, "Green-robed Emperor, this is the time for you to lose your life." Although the green-robed Emperor wasn't one of the 10 great marshals of the human race, he was still a 5-star marshal, and his battle strength was stronger than the 10 great marshals. He was a quasi-sovereign, and could be said to be invincible below the supreme being level. This marshal was also a quasi-sovereign. The grudge between the two could be said to have a long history, and they had fought for hundreds of years. Every time the green-robed emperor would win. Of course, it was difficult for the green-robed emperor to kill the other. "I'll be waiting for you," the green-robed emperor said coldly. "Humph, come up and die." This young marshal's silhouette flickered, and he instantly appeared in the air, several hundred million li away from the battlefield. There was no limit to the space in the universe, and battles could be fought in all directions. In order to prevent the battle from affecting too many people, this place definitely couldn't be chosen. Swish. The green-robed emperor's silhouette flickered, and he similarly teleported. To a supreme being, it was too easy to teleport a few hundred million li. It was countless times faster than light. Rumble. The light waves caused by the battle between the two shook a large area of the starry sky. The crowd couldn't see the scene of the battle. It wasn't only because they couldn't sense it with their soul power, but also because the space there was distorted. Even if they could see it, it might not be the real scene. Yi Chen closed his soul eyes and couldn't help but sigh. A battle between quasi-sovereigns wasn't something ordinary people could guess. Just now he had used his soul eyes to observe the battle, but it was like he had entered a kaleidoscope and he saw countless scenes. Some scenes showed the green-robed emperor being killed, and some scenes showed the green-robed emperor killing his opponent. He didn't know the details of the battle, and even his soul was affected. Chapter 1204. The demon's young marshal faced Cyan-Robe Emperor, while the demon's 10 marshals focused their gazes on the human's 10 marshals. As marshals, not only were they powerful, they were at least peak emperors. More importantly, they were able to see the big picture and lead troops into battle. Otherwise, no matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to become marshals. Basically, regardless of whether they were marshals or star-level marshals, their opponents were all at the same level. As far as they were concerned, killing a marshal was more useful than killing 100 generals. As the saying goes, generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. Fighting on the battlefield was not as dangerous as one might imagine. Being slaughtered by powerful experts at every turn, as long as one's luck was not bad, the chances of survival were more than 50%. Kill? On Golden Spear Marshal's side, he waved his hand and a large number of soldiers charged forward, including Yi Chen's group of 5. At this moment, Scarlet Wind Emperor was no longer as relaxed as before. All that remained was a heavy and murderous intent. One of his good friends had died in the war. He was fine, but Stone Emperor was the oldest. Many of his friends had fallen. For some life and death kings who hadn't participated in the war before, participating in the war was either to gain wealth or to temper themselves. For them, participating in the war was for revenge, nothing else. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of soldiers crashed into each other like a tidal wave. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of people fell like rain. Die. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's eyes emitted an astonishing killing intent. With a wave of his iron fan, a tricolored light swept out. Immediately, all the foreign race soldiers in a straight line were annihilated. The killing power was so strong that it could be said to be terrifying. Although Snow Air Emperor was much weaker than Scarlet Wind Emperor, he was still a 3-star general. As soon as he used his ice-cold palm arts, the soldiers turned into ice sculptures one after another. As for Stone Emperor's killing speed, it was not any slower than Scarlet Wind Emperor's. In fact, it was a bit faster. He didn't even bother defending and was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. A large number of attacks landed on his body, but it was like a drizzle. It should be known that Stone Emperor's strongest point was his defense. Otherwise he wouldn't have the title of monarch. Fire Sparrow Emperor had inherited the Phoenix clan's fiery tyrant body. It was the same as Vermilion Bird King's fiery tyrant body. However, Fire Sparrow Emperor's cultivation was 100 times more profound than Vermilion Bird King's. Her entire body was red like a red diamond. An intense red halo stuck to the surface of her skin, and a large number of attacks were bounced off. They couldn't hurt her at all. Her flaming spear was like a fire dragon, wreaking havoc everywhere it went. However, no matter how many enemies they killed, no matter how fierce they were, they couldn't compare to Yi Qin. If the four of them were fierce tigers, then Yi Qin was a poisonous dragon. That's right, it was a poisonous dragon. Poison wasn't sinister or vicious, but it was too sharp. When he did attack, it was a disaster. He didn't use Moment of Glory, which was Yi Qin's trump card. Moreover, it wasn't particularly strong in terms of area of effect. Yi Qin used True Inferno Sword and Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. True Inferno Sword's strength lay in the aftermath. The first wave only killed a small group, but the second wave killed a large group. It was simply a disaster. Sun Essence Extreme Transformation was the strongest of all. It was like the world's fiercest sword art. Naturally, its killing power was also the fiercest. Facing Yi Qin's soldiers, they felt as if there was a giant black sun in front of them. They were like moths flying into a flame, burned into nothingness. Not even their bones remained. Fuck, Commander is too fierce. This is simply a clean sweep. When Yi Qin's team saw how fierce their commander was, all of them were dumbfounded. They thought that Yi Qin was just an ordinary violet gold commander, and at most he would be equivalent to a general. Stop talking nonsense, kill. The more you kill, the more contribution points you will get. Old Thief Golden Spear, this is the time for you to die. A demon's marshal charged at Marshal Golden Spear. Behind him there was a devil god phantom. It was pitch black, as though it could devour the starry skies. I've been waiting for you. Marshal Golden Spear waved his hand, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. With a flash, Marshal Golden Spear instantly appeared in front of his opponent, stabbing out with his spear. Boom. It was like a super planet had exploded. There was no one within a 10 million mile radius around the two of them, but there were still some who died from the shockwaves. Their battle covered a radius of a few thousand miles. Let's go up and fight. Marshal Golden Spear raised his golden spear and flew higher. Where are you running to? That demon chased after him. The battlefield was like a chessboard, killing was everywhere. And in the distant starry skies, there were tens of figures watching the battlefield. They weren't real people but were gigantic planet-sized phantoms. They were like gods, like giant gods, like managers of the world. Their faces were expressionless and they didn't seem human at all. To them, the battlefield was a chessboard and they were the chess players. The death of 1, 2, or even tens of thousands of chess pieces didn't matter to them. This was because the deciding factor of victory or defeat wasn't the chess pieces, but the chess players. Sometimes, for the sake of some benefits, they would even sacrifice chess pieces as long as it was worth it. They were paragons, the strongest experts in the universe. Paragons were the most important characters to any race. Whether a race was strong or not, it could be seen from how many paragons they had. If a race's average combat strength wasn't that high, but they had more paragons than other races, then no matter how weak that race was, it would still be a super race. No one would dare to look down on them, nor would they dare to. The human race was rather complicated. In terms of average combat strength, the human race wasn't even in the top 5. However, in terms of the number of paragons, only the demons could compare. The evil spirit race and the Yuxia race couldn't. These two races seemed to have extremely high average combat strength, but if they were to face the human race alone, they would definitely be defeated. There was no hope of victory. As the saying went, two tigers couldn't share a mountain. The demons had many paragons and the average combat strength of their members was high. How could they allow the human race to occupy the 4 best star domains? This entire universe should belong to the demons. The existence of the human race was undoubtedly hindering their development. Therefore, they wanted to destroy the human race or enslave the entire human race. If they had to blame something, they could only blame the human race for being too powerful. They could reproduce quickly, and from time to time, shocking geniuses would appear and threaten the demons. In the void behind the demons, phantoms gradually solidified and finally turned into extremely terrifying figures. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand their aura, and crackling sounds rang out. Ripples spread out like water. "It's our turn to fight," a female demon said coldly. She had huge black wings on her back, similar to Murong Qingqing's, but more gorgeous and more dangerous than Murong Qingqing's. In addition, she did not have one pair of wings on her back, but three. The 3 pairs of wings flapped up and down, and a terrifying storm spread out. At this moment, her pair of golden eyes saw through time and space, landing on the human paragons. Chapter 1205. The Dark, which was one of the peak bloodlines of the demons. Only the Dark Goddess and a few other bloodlines could compare to it. The only bloodline above them was the legendary Great Demon King bloodline. The Supreme Six-Winged was one of the supreme demons. Her bloodline was the Dark Witch bloodline. In terms of strength, she was definitely one of the top among the supreme martial artists. Ordinary supreme martial artists were no match for her. She was one of the supreme martial artists in the war against the humans. Don't worry. The human clan's supreme golden Buddha hasn't appeared yet. The supreme martial artist in the lead had 2 curved horns on his head. They were like crescent moons, but they were filled with an aura that could pierce through the sky. It was as if they weren't 2 curved horns but 2 peerless divine blades. His eyes were red with a hint of gold, and the edges were covered with green. They were very strange, like the eyes of a devil, but more detached and rational than a devil. He was one of the super supreme martial artists of the demons, the Earth Demon Lord. The Earth Demon Lord was famous in the universe. He was definitely an influential figure. Several supreme martial artists had died in his hands. His bloodline was the same as the Troll Emperor who had caused chaos in Elysium. He also had the Giant Demon bloodline. However, he was the supreme martial artist among the giant demons. He had stimulated the Giant Demon bloodline to the limit. Although he didn't have a peak bloodline, he could do many things that peak bloodlines couldn't and become one of the super supreme martial artists. As for the Supreme Golden Buddha he mentioned, he was one of the super supreme martial artists of the human clan. He cultivated the Buddhist way, which was different from ordinary martial arts. The most powerful thing was that he also cultivated a super body-refining martial art, the 9 transformations golden body. His golden body was indestructible and he was unharmed. His power was endless. No one dared to underestimate the Supreme Golden Buddha. The Earth Demon Lord was the same. After all, he hadn't found a way to break the 9 transformations golden body. Although he wasn't afraid of the Supreme Golden Buddha. Earth Demon Lord, why do you think the Sky Demon Lord called everyone to attack the humans? Is he sure that he can win? A supreme martial artist of the Wuxia tribe asked. Hearing this, everyone looked at the Earth Demon Lord. The Sky Demon Lord was the #1 supreme martial artist of the demons. Only a few supreme martial artists like the Earth Demon Lord could communicate with him. If he didn't know, no one else would. The Earth Demon Venerable said, "Since the Heavenly Demon Venerable is calling for everyone to attack the human race, he must have a certain degree of confidence. Everyone doesn't have to worry about this." Huang Xiaolong did know why the Heavenly Archdevil Ancestor attacked the human race, but it was better to keep this secret a secret for the time being. In any case, this time victory was assured. At the very least, they could occupy more than half of the Black Tortoise Galaxy, breaking the human race's rule over this area. It's good that Heavenly Demon Sovereign is confident. A Supreme from the Evil Spirit race nodded. They had no objections to attacking the human race. In any case, the Evil Spirit race would get a lot of benefits. On the other hand, the Green Men race and a few other weaker races would get less benefits. At most, they would get a few life planets for them to reproduce. Of course, this was also something they needed. After all, the 4 major life star domains were the most suitable for reproduction. Even the demon domain of the demons was not as good. On the battlefield, Yi Qin was invincible. Without the protection and cover of the battleship, these alien race generals were nothing more than human targets in his eyes. He could hit them however he wanted. If they were far away, he would use the soul-chasing sword. If they were close, he would use the momentary brilliance. If he encountered a group of alien race soldiers attacking him together, he would use the true Inferno sword and Sun Essence Extreme Conversion. Wherever he went, it would be paved with blood. Join hands and kill him. It was impossible for Yi Chen's actions not to attract attention. A group of alien race generals gathered together. There were demons, evil spirits, Yakshas and Green Men race. The weakest among them was a 4-star general, and the strongest was a peak 5-star general. They all believed that they were not a match for Yi Chen alone. However, if they joined hands, killing Yi Chen would not be a problem. A group of people coming to kill me? Yi Chen's soul power spread out all the time. The actions of these generals could not be hidden from him. To him, although 4- and 5-star generals were not human targets, they were not terrifying existences either. Of course, with the soul-chasing sword he could not injure or even kill these people. After all, 4- and 5-star generals had basically cultivated low-grade emperor-level soul defense secret arts. However, if Yi Qin targeted one of them, he was still confident that his soul attack could kill him. The purple soul refining pellet had made it so that Yi Qin would not have to worry about his soul being exhausted. Kill? Dozens of alien race generals rushed over like a group of killing gods. Boom, boom, boom. When they were less than 1,000,000 miles away from Yi Qin, these alien race generals all used their ultimate killing moves. Some used sword arts, some used spear arts, some used evil arts, some used sealing formations, and some used soul attacks. They were all ready to silently kill Yi Qin. The first attack was the soul attack. Puff, puff, the sound of a stone being thrown into water rang out. His soul ring merely swayed a little, but he was completely unharmed. Yi Qin would not stand still and wait for the attack to arrive. His figure flashed and Yi Qin dodged all the attacks as though he was teleporting. His entire body seemed to have fused with the void. How is this possible? One of the Green Man race's 4-star generals widened his eyes in disbelief. Die. Yi Qin moved at high speed and instantly appeared in front of him. The Eternal Night Emperor's sword pierced over. The black sword light flickered like the tongue of a peerless venomous snake. BFFF. This sword pierced through the enemy's glabella and the destructive sword chi penetrated in. Pitter-patter. This Green Man race's 4-star general exploded into a blood mist. When the sword chi exploded, the blood mist disappeared and turned into nothingness. Stop. The other Green Man race's 5-star general was too late and hated Yi Qin to the bones. A massive green fist smashed toward Yi Qin. The fist had a grayish-black halo, and everywhere it passed by, the space would tighten. After that, a suction force was produced from the green fist. No, it should be that grayish-black halo. Have a taste of my black hole profound fist. He roared. This is also a black hole? Yi Qin coldly snorted. He didn't retreat or evade. Instead, his figure moved forward and his speed exploded to the limit. At the next instant, a ball of void fluctuation spread out. A black sword shadow directly pierced through the grayish-black halo and fiercely struck the Green Man race's 5-star general's fist. Bang 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 bang. This sword strike of Yi Qin's was instant brilliance. How ferocious was the sword force. Although the Green Man race's top-notch Emperor tier glove didn't shatter, his fist and arm were blasted apart. The intense pain caused him to be in a daze for an instant. It was precisely this daze that gave Yi Qin a chance. After swallowing the magnificent violet soul refining pill in his mouth, Yi Qin shot out 3 soul-chasing swords in a row, one after the other, forming a straight line. Ah! A miserable scream resounded. The Green Man race's 7 apertures bled and his eyes were glazed over. Clearly the soul-chasing swords were effective. The Green Man race's soul was definitely on the verge of collapse. Without any hesitation, Yi Qin swallowed a second magnificent violet soul refining pill and shot out another 3 soul-chasing swords. Without a sound, the Green Man race collapsed on his back. Even in death, he didn't know why Yi Qin's soul attack was so strong. However, his miserable scream attracted the attention of an 8th heavenly emperor of the Green Man race. Chapter 1206. A Genius of the Human Race? This 8th layer heavenly emperor's title was Green Boring Emperor. Even from afar he could tell that Yi Qin was at the 6th layer of life and death realm. A mere 6th layer life and death realm could easily kill a 4- and 5-star general. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that Yi Qin wasn't a genius. Immediately, a killing intent arose in his heart. If such a human genius matured, it would not be a good thing for his race. The sooner he dealt with him, the better. Unfortunately, his opponent was an 8th layer heavenly monarch. It was impossible for him to deal with the opponent quickly. He could only think of a way to escape. Blackstone Emperor, we can't decide the victor even if we keep fighting like this. I won't keep you company. Green Boring Emperor's figure flickered, reappearing hundreds of millions of li away. He turned his head, wanting to see if Blackstone Emperor had chased after him. As he expected, Blackstone Emperor didn't chase after him. It seemed like the latter also knew that he couldn't decide the victor in a one-on-one battle. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time, so he might as well look for another opponent. Alright, I'll go kill this kid now. Green Boring Emperor's soul power locked onto Yi Qin, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yi Qin still didn't know that an 8th layer heavenly monarch of the green race wanted to kill him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't cower in the face of danger. He would fight first. After killing a 4-star general and a 5-star general, Yi Chen's target was the weakest 4-star general. From the weak to the strong, this was the fastest way to kill the enemy. Swish. Although Yi Chen couldn't teleport, under the 8th level of Sky Emperor, his speed and agility were almost the most frightening. He could easily change directions while moving at high speed, and he was thousands of times more agile than a bird. One could only see him moving in 2 arcs in the sky, instantly arriving in front of the 4-star general. With a single sword strike, Yi Chen pierced through the general's defense. His sword energy erupted, burning the general's flesh into nothingness, leaving only the Emperor-grade artifact behind. Third one. Yi Chen continued looking for the next opponent. Too frightening. Is this still a 6th-layer life and death realm? He's practically an 8th firmament sovereign. In the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, 12 of the 15 generals were killed, leaving only 3, and these 3 generals had completely lost their will to fight. No matter how they attacked, Yi Chen was always able to dodge, and no matter how they tried to dodge, Yi Chen would always catch up to them. This was simply a nightmare that they couldn't wake up from. Brat, die. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura enveloped Yi Chen. In the next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air above Yi Chen and a palm pressed down. This palm was like a screen that covered the sky, covering even Yi Chen's soul. The palm was emerald green, as if it was made from a huge emerald. It was emitting a green halo that caused the space to solidify, ensuring that Yi Chen would not be able to dodge this palm. This palm was a fatal blow. 8th-layer heavenly sovereign. Yi Chen quivered. He had never fought against an 8th-layer heavenly sovereign before, and this was the first time. He didn't expect that he would attract the attention of an 8th-layer heavenly sovereign. It seemed like he had been too eye-catching before. Great. It's the green boring emperor of the green men race. This brat is dead for sure. The 3 survivors were overjoyed. Although their souls were almost covered and their will to fight was suppressed, Yi Chen didn't give up. His body spun, and Yi Chen shot into the sky like a spinning top, welcoming the incoming palm. Facing an 8th-layer heavenly sovereign, escaping would not solve the problem. No matter how fast one was, could it be faster than teleportation? It was clearly impossible. The Eternal Night Emperor's sword spun at high speed, and with a puff, Yi Chen's sword pierced through the emerald green palm. Of course, it was only an afterimage. Piercing through this afterimage, Yi Chen saw the incoming figure. It was a green-robed man with a hooked nose and a long tail. Every time he swung it, strong winds would howl. Human brat, state your name. I, the Green Boring Emperor, don't kill nameless people. The Green Boring Emperor was a little surprised that Yi Chen could break through his palm energy, but he didn't lose his composure. He had only used 70 to 80% of his strength. He believed that if he used his full strength, he would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. No comment. The Eternal Night Emperor's sword waved, and a pitch-black sword wind blew into the void, merging with it. In the next moment, a faint black wave of the void spread towards the Green Boring Emperor. It contained the momentary brilliance of the Destruction Sword Will. Courting death. The Green Boring Emperor was enraged and once again slapped towards Yi Chen. This palm directly turned into an emerald green sky screen, as though the sky was collapsing, and surged towards Yi Chen. Rumble. The shockwave radiated in all directions, and the space within a radius of millions of miles started to wrinkle. Wave after wave, the soldiers who were close to this area directly exploded, turning into blood mist. So strong. Yi Chen flew out hundreds of thousands of miles. This Green Boring Emperor was obviously not a low-level Emperor warrior, but a middle-level Emperor warrior. He could fight against a low-level Emperor warrior, but against a middle-level Emperor warrior, he was much weaker. After all, no matter in which aspect, the Green Boring Emperor warrior could suppress him, and even his attack was much stronger than Yi Chen's. If it wasn't for his rank 7 spirit body and protective sword will, this palm would have seriously injured Yi Chen, and he would have lost the ability to fight in an instant. What's wrong with this brat? His attack power is actually equivalent to the upper level of a low-level Emperor warrior. However, the Green Boring Emperor was even more shocked. After all, the gap between him and Yi Chen was like heaven and earth. No matter what, you have to die. His figure flashed, and the Green Boring Emperor instantly appeared behind Yi Chen, pressing his palm forward. Don't even think about it. With 90% of the profound meaning of space, Yi Chen was very sensitive to the fluctuation of space. Before the Green Boring Emperor appeared, he had already felt the fluctuation. With a swoosh, Yi Chen flew up and avoided the fatal attack of the Green Boring Emperor. Where are you going? The more amazing Yi Chen's performance was, the more intense the Green Boring Emperor's desire to kill Yi Chen became. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One used his speed and agility to continuously dodge, while the other used his teleportation ability to continuously chase. Every time Yi Qin could narrowly avoid the green boring emperor. Of course, the situation was very critical. After all, teleportation was teleportation. If one's reaction was slightly slower, one would be hit. A head-on hit was no joke. Even Yi Qin's defense could not withstand a blow from a low-level Emperor warrior, let alone a middle-level Emperor warrior. With the full power of the 6th level of the Sword Realm, Yi Qin had almost surpassed his own limits. The 6th level of the Sword Realm? The green boring Emperor frowned. He felt that his teleportation ability had been greatly weakened. The closer he was to Yi Qin, the more severe the weakening would be. Yi Qin's Sword Realm also contained the ability to freeze space. Break. Without teleportation, the green boring Emperor roared. A strong emerald light illuminated the starry sky, as if a star had exploded. The next moment he performed his most violent palm art. The great heavenly star palm art. Boom, boom, boom. Every palm was equivalent to the explosion of a huge star, and it was compressed within a certain range. The power of the green boring Emperor's palm was not something that could be experienced personally. With a mouthful of blood, Yi Qin was sent flying. Chapter 1207. 1/20th of the immortal power has been consumed? While flying backward, Yi Qin's internal injuries healed instantly. Although life and death realm warriors had immortal bodies and were not afraid of being smashed into pieces, this was only a superficial understanding. Battles between powerful warriors contained martial will. Once the martial will invaded one's body, the immortal body alone would be useless. One would need Jin Yuan and one's own will to suppress or even expel it. However, the immortal power was a mysterious power that was not as simple as pure energy. The martial will that green boring Emperor sent into Yi Qin's body was instantly destroyed. However, the immortal power had also been consumed by 1/10. I have underestimated you. It turns out that your spirit body has reached rank 7. Green boring Emperor could tell that Yi Qin's injuries had been healed. A rank 6 spirit body could not have such an effect. Only a rank 7 spirit body would be suitable. The higher the spirit body, the harder it was to improve. Under normal circumstances, the 8th layer Emperor warriors would have rank 7 spirit bodies. The powerful ones such as the top Emperor warriors or demi-venerables could reach rank 8. However, not all 9th layer life and death realm supremes had rank 9 spirit bodies. Most of them had rank 8 spirit bodies. Of course, they would have reached late rank 8 or even peak rank 8. Only the top supremes or super supremes would have rank 9 spirit bodies. The premise was that body refining kings were excluded. Many body refining kings had rank 9 spirit bodies at the 8th layer. As for the 9th layer, not only did their spirit bodies reach late rank 9, but they also trained powerful body refining martial arts. For example, the human race's Golden Buddha Supreme had a rank 9 spirit body, and he had trained the 9th transformation golden body. His defense was extremely powerful. Supremes of the same level could not break his defense at all. He was born to be invincible. Green boring Emperor's spirit body was not that powerful, but it was not weak either. It was already at mid-rank 7. The immortal power of a rank 7 spirit body is limited. I will exhaust your immortal power. Green boring Emperor chased after him. His great star palm art was repeatedly thrown out, causing bright lights and explosions along the way. At this moment, Yi Qin was in an absolute crisis. However, Yi Qin did not think so. Activating his soul power, streams of soul-chasing swords shot towards the Green Drum King. At the same time, Yi Qin stuffed a handful of purple soul-refining pellets into his mouth. Every time he consumed a portion of his soul power, he would swallow another pellet. Your soul power is not weak. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. Green boring Emperor had cultivated a middle-level Emperor soul defense secret technique. The power of the soul-chasing sword was equivalent to a low-level soul attack secret technique. Could not shake his soul at all. Once, twice, 30 times. 50 times. What? He has so much soul power? It must be a medicinal pill to replenish the soul. Damn. After all, Green boring Emperor was just a middle-grade Emperor realm warrior. Under the continuous soul attacks of Yi Qin, he began to be overwhelmed. His soul defense began to collapse, and wisps of soul sword chi seeped into his sea of soul, killing his soul from within. Die for me. Green boring Emperor instantly destroyed the soul power. Then he took out a golden pellet and swallowed it with great regret. This was a golden soul pellet, which could continuously replenish soul power. It was very precious to him and he would not exchange it for 10 billion yuan stones. However, he had to use it now. Yi Chen's soul power was endless, and sooner or later, his soul would be destroyed. With the golden soul pellet to replenish soul power, Green Boring Emperor looked at Yi Chen fiercely. You made me lose a golden soul pellet. You have to make sure that you have enough soul pellets. If not, I will pull out your tendons and bones and burn your soul. I will make you wish you were dead. Do you have a pellet to replenish soul power? After performing 70 to 80 soul attacks in one breath, Yi Chen could not take it anymore. The frequency was too fast and his soul could not bear the burden. The soul defense of an Emperor Realm warrior was indeed extraordinary. If it was a 5-star general, he would have died more than 10 times. Seems like I can only try my best to escape. With a flip of his palm, a black bead appeared in Yi Chen's hand. It was the 10,000-layer silk. Back in the Black Tortoise ruins, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor had used the 1,000-layer silk against Yi Chen, putting Yi Chen in danger and almost killing him. At the critical moment, his destruction sword intent had broken through to rank 7, and that was how he managed to escape. Yi Chen's 10,000-layer silk was even more amazing. Its price was more than 100 times that of the 1,000-layer silk, and it had cost Yi Chen billions of yuan stones to buy. It was used to deal with enemies much stronger than him. After all, compared to life, yuan stones were worthless. The 10,000-layer silk was the same as the 1,000-layer silk, made from the spider silk of Emperor spiders. However, the 1,000-layer silk was made from the 7th Sky Emperor spider silk, while the 10,000-layer silk was made from the 8th Sky Emperor spider silk. Pouring his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen waved his hand and shot out the 10,000-layer silk. What is this? Green Boring Emperor subconsciously slapped at the black bead, thinking that it was some kind of destructive weapon. Boom. Upon contact with the Green Boring Emperor's palm force, the tens of thousands of strands suddenly burst open. Countless fine strands were thrown in all directions. The fine strands were as dense as a heavenly net, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were as fast as lightning, even leaving traces in the void. When the Green Boring Emperor's palm force came into contact with the fine strands, the strands immediately absorbed a lot of energy, causing the strands to thicken. Each strand of hair became as thick as a finger, and then as thick as a wrist, like a long snake of unknown length dancing in the air. Bastard, it's the Emperor Spider's silk. Green Boring Emperor was both shocked and angry. The 8th Sky Emperor Spider was also called the Emperor Spider. It was one of the most invincible mutated life forms in the 8th Sky realm. Even top Emperor warriors would be in danger if they encountered it. Only demi-venerables were not afraid of it, but they might not be able to do anything to it. The Emperor Spider's silk was a very scary thing. It could absorb all kinds of energy to strengthen itself. Once caught, one would not be able to get away even with teleportation because it could even absorb space energy. Although it was not much, it would at least add space attribute. The speed of the 10,000-layer silk was too fast. Green Boring Emperor's reaction was not slow, and he teleported away. But when he reappeared, he found that his body was still stuck by dozens of wrist-thick spider silk. The spider silk was almost transparent, and one would not be able to see it without looking carefully. It stuck on Green Boring Emperor's body and began to absorb his energy, gradually strengthening itself. Damn it! Damn it! Green Boring Emperor crazily released his energy, trying to break free from the spider silk. With a few snaps, more than 20 thinner spider silk were broken, but the thickest dozen were still stuck on his body. Brat, you're dead meat. Green Boring Emperor hated Yi Chen to the core. In fact, if there was enough time, the 10,000-layer silk might not be able to hurt him. But if he was entangled by the 10,000-layer silk, he would not be able to kill Yi Chen quickly. Ignoring the spider silk on his body, Green Boring Emperor madly chased after Yi Chen. Yi Chen suddenly turned around, holding another 10,000-layer silk in his hand. What? Green Boring Emperor's eyes bulged and he subconsciously flew backward. Chapter 1208. Yi Chen had bought a total of 2 myriad layered silk. He didn't have many primordial stones left. After all, 10 billion was simply not enough. There were still billions of primordial stones buried in his plant ring. The higher one's realm, the greater the need for primordial stones. This was because ordinary items were no longer attractive, and those that were attractive were too expensive. Yi Chen's 10 billion primordial stones were nothing in the eyes of a Tier 8 celestial sovereign. Some powerful Tier 8 celestial sovereigns could take out billions or even hundreds of billions. Holding a myriad layered silk, Yi Chen had no intention of using it unless the Green Boring Emperor forced him to. Where did this brat get so many primordial stones? The Green Boring Emperor was enraged. The myriad layered silk was a priceless treasure that could not be bought with primordial stones. It depended on one's luck. After all, it was extremely difficult to find an emperor spider, not to mention using its spider silk to refine the myriad layered silk. There were only a few quasi-venerables who could do this, and only supreme venerables could do it. But supreme venerables would not be so bored as to refine something like the myriad layered silk, which was useless to them. At most, they would refine some for their disciples or descendants. I can't let him go like this. I, the green boring emperor, never leave anyone alive. How can I break the precedent here? I have to kill him. In fact, although the green boring emperor was wary of the myriad layered silk, he could still kill Yi Qin if he wanted to. He was afraid of being ambushed by other Tier 8 celestial sovereigns. After all, Yi Qin and he weren't the only ones here. Who knew if there were other enemies eyeing them? You have treasures, but so do I. The green boring emperor flipped his palm and a silver needle appeared in his palm. This silver needle was much larger than ordinary needles. It was 1/2 foot long and as thick as a chopstick. Its surface sparkled with silver light and was engraved with countless vein patterns. As soon as the silver needle appeared, a sharp pressure was released. It was as if this silver needle could pierce through anything, even the sky. What kind of treasure is this? Yi Qin had a bad feeling. This silver needle gave him a very dangerous feeling, and his hair stood on end. Just by pointing it at him he felt a stinging pain. Whoosh! Without any hesitation Yi Qin turned around and flew away. His flight path was bold and unconstrained, not giving the green boring emperor a chance to use the needle. Humph! Green boring emperor sneered. The energy in his body flowed along his arm and into the silver needle. Buzz! 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 The sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The silver needle bounced in green boring emperor's hand as if it was alive and ready to shoot out at any moment. It's your honor to die in the hands of the soul-extinguishing needles. Go. The green boring emperor flicked his hand and shot out a silver needle. It was completely silent. The silver needle seemed to have fused into space, and when it appeared again, it was already behind Yi Qin. With a pu sound, the silver needle pierced through Yi Qin's back, and then flew out from his chest, bringing with it a spray of fresh blood. However, this wasn't the end. The silver needle had already turned around at an extremely fast speed, and once again pierced into Yi Qin's body. Pu. In an instant Yi Qin was pierced through countless times. Every time his body would feel a stabbing pain. Then, his flesh started to stiffen and his soul power started to dissipate. Energy and soul attack at the same time? Yi Qin was shocked. Normally, an energy attack with a soul attack would not be very strong. It would only have a soul attribute, and a soul attack would not have an energy attack. This silver needle was very strange. It actually contained both energy and soul attacks and neither was weak. Yi Qin was not afraid of the first attack, but after being pierced countless times, an unhealable wound suddenly appeared in his body. Even the immortal force couldn't heal in an instant, and could only compete with the energy of the silver needle. Yi Qin didn't think that the immortal force wasn't strong enough. The main thing was that his spirit body was still at a low rank 7. If it was at the early rank 7 or even the late rank 7, the situation would be much better. Die. The green boring emperor's face was ferocious. He manipulated the silver needle to pierce Yi Qin again and again. This silver needle was called Soul Extinguishing Needle, a consumable artifact. Every time it was used, its power would be consumed. Including this time, he had already used it 3 times and its power was less than 10%. If not for this, he wouldn't have waited until now to take it out. After all, who would be willing to spend a quarter of an hour to kill the opponent? With the crisis of death looming over his heart, Yi Qin didn't care about the silver needle piercing his body and continued to flee. This created a strange scene. A person was fleeing, but there were silver needles dancing on his body, causing blood to spurt out one after another. How is he not dead yet? Little did he know that the green boring emperor was even more astonished. This soul-extinguishing needle had even killed an 8th layer emperor. Although its power wasn't as strong as before, it was still not something a 6th layer life and death king could resist. Yi Qin's situation shocked him, and at the same time, his killing intent soared. Yi Qin's vision had already started to turn blurry. The sharp qi of the soul-extinguishing needle was madly grinding away at his soul ring. Not only that, the soul ring was originally watertight, but the power of the soul-extinguishing needle was seeping into the soul ring and wreaking havoc in Yi Qin's sea of soul. It could be said that this life and death crisis was not inferior to any of the previous ones. In fact, it was even more dangerous. Taking out a magnificent purple soul refining pellet, Yi Qin swallowed it, and his mind became slightly clearer. Not good. If this goes on, I'll die for sure. Yi Qin's last bit of reason gradually disappeared. Bus. A loud voice resounded. No one knew where it came from, but it was everywhere. It was as if a huge bell was ringing in the entire universe, shaking everything. Being shaken by this sound, Yichen suddenly woke up. He realized that his speed had slowed down a lot. The green boring emperor was following closely behind him, neither too close nor too far away. Clearly, the green boring emperor was guarding against his myriad layers silk. This sound? Yichen couldn't care less about the green boring emperor. The sound just now seemed to be targeting him. A golden power surged into his body, instantly dissolving the energy of the silver needles. He didn't think it was a coincidence. It was clearly done on purpose. What Yichen didn't know was that in the void, a golden figure was hurrying at a frightening speed. Wherever he passed, everything was dyed in gold. Even the power of space was starting to show itself. Beneath his feet were numerous golden lotuses, blooming with each step. This person had a square face and big ears, looking exceptionally peaceful. However, if one looked closely at his eyes, they would find an imposing aura without being angry. He was like a high and mighty Buddha, delivering all living beings from suffering, or a glaring Vajra subduing demons and devils. His entire body was shrouded in a golden halo. This halo didn't originate from the energy within his body, but from his body. It seemed as if his body was forged from the fusion of gold and glass, looking extremely pure and clear. His height was also higher than ordinary people's, reaching 20 meters. This was not a deliberate enlargement. Life and death kings could become several li tall, and titled monarchs could become several hundred li or even 1,000 li. Not to mention an 8th-layer sky sovereign. However, enlargement did not increase one's battle prowess. Therefore, everyone's physique matched their strongest battle prowess. And this man's golden body was clearly the most natural. It would not decrease his battle prowess, but instead increase his battle prowess. Chapter 1209. The Golden Buddha Supreme is here. In the direction of the Demon's Alliance, the Earth Demon Venerable narrowed his eyes. He won't be able to return this time. The Six-Winged Supremacy sneered. Won't return? The supremacies of the Evil Spirit, Yaksha and Green Man races did not think that the demons could do it. As a super supremacy, it was very difficult to kill them. Even if they faced 2 super supremacies, they could at least escape. Moreover, no one could break the Golden Buddha Supreme's golden body 9th refinement stage. How could they make him not return? Of course they kept these words to themselves. Perhaps the demons already had a countermeasure. The number 1 supremacy of the demons, the Sky Demon Venerable, was not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Now is the time to decide the outcome. Everyone must give it your all. The Earth Demon Venerable said. Don't worry, Earth Demon Venerable. Since we are here, we naturally won't return empty-handed. Yes, we have long coveted the human race's territory. Today we must take a piece of it no matter what. The supremacies hurriedly nodded. Let's go and meet them. The Earth Demon Venerable flew toward the human race's supremacies. Golden Buddha Supreme, you are here. A female supremacy in the human race's camp looked at the void and said, I was delayed by something. The void shattered and a golden figure descended. It was the person who had been rushing through the void. The Golden Buddha Supreme. One of the human race's super supremacies was equivalent to the backbone of the human race. If he did not come, the human race would definitely lose. After all, the status and role of every super supremacy was irreplaceable. 1 less meant 2 to 3 less chances of winning. Your golden body 9th refinement stage seems to have improved. A handsome supremacy with green hair said in surprise. Although this handsome supremacy was not a super supremacy, he was a peerless genius of the human race. His title was Langyus Supremacy. He was only over 2,000 years old this year, and his strength was second only to the super supremacy. He was in existence at the peak of the high-class supremacy. The Golden Buddha Sovereign smiled and nodded. That's right. My golden body 9 transformations has already reached the limit of the 8th transformation. I'm only 1 step away from breaking through to the 9th transformation. The golden body 9 transformations had a total of 9 transformations. Every single transformation would increase the difficulty by 10 times. Correspondingly, every bit of improvement could be converted into powerful combat strength. If he could reach the 9th transformation and become the true golden body 9 transformations, there would probably be no one in the world who could break through his golden body 9 transformations. Good. In this way we have a higher chance of repelling them. The person who spoke was even taller than Paragon Golden Buddha, reaching a height of 40 meters. His voice rumbled like thunder. He was the paragon of the Titan tribe, paragon of the mountains and seas. It's a pity that he's only one step away from reaching the 9th transformation. Otherwise, the Demon's Alliance would have suffered a loss this time, Golden Buddha Supreme said with slight regret. Supreme Langya laughed, there's no such thing as pity. We'll deal with it when it comes. I'd like to see what the demons have up their sleeves. They're here. Let's fight. The wild supreme of the barbarian race licked his lips, his eyes bursting with fighting intent that transcended time and space. Paragon Golden Buddha, I thought you weren't coming. Earth Demon Venerable's voice came from afar. How could I not come to such a grand event? Paragon Golden Buddha replied. Actually, it's a good thing that you're not coming. Because this time there's a high chance that you'll fall. Earth Demon Venerable had no intention of hiding anything. Oh, it seems like you're prepared. Paragon Golden Buddha narrowed his eyes, his forehead glowing with golden light. Why would we start a war if we're not prepared? Although Paragon Six-Winged was talking to Paragon Golden Buddha, his eyes were fixed on the female paragon of the human race, Paragon Zitherheart. Paragon Zitherheart was also a peerless genius of the human race. She had reached a very high level in the Tao of the Zither. She could transform her martial arts into music and use it to perform martial arts. It was said that her music could even reverse the flow of time and space. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. After all, no one could explain the world of a paragon. Furthermore, reversing the flow of time and space was something that even super paragons could not achieve. It would already be amazing if they could only create a space-time vortex. Since that's the case, bring it on. I want to see what you demons have prepared. Supreme Langya said coldly. Langya, your opponent is me. What's the rush? A young paragon from the evil spirit race said mockingly. This person was called Paragon Blood Eye. He possessed the evolved form of the Soul Eye, the soul-destroying heavenly eye. Anyone below the paragon level would be scared out of their wits with just a glance. Even a paragon would have to use a soul defense mystic art before they dared to fight him. Otherwise, even if their soul wouldn't be seriously injured, they would still feel dizzy. He was a peerless genius like Supreme Langya and Supreme Zitherheart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have evolved the soul-destroying heavenly eye. Paragon Blood Eye, do you think that your soul-destroying heavenly eye will work on me? Supreme Langya also expressed a strong battle intent. What's the point of saying so much? Let's fight. Paragon Blood Eye looked at Earth Demon Venerable. Let's fight. Earth Demon Venerable waved his hand and said indifferently. Boom. A battle between paragons could be described as a holy war. Both sides hadn't even started fighting, but just the collision of their auras was enough to tear space apart and shake the world. Anyone below the paragon level, even a quasi-paragon, would die from the collision of the auras of a paragon. Only those heaven-defying quasi-paragons could survive. After all, the collision of auras of paragons was destructive. The first to fight was the Earth Demon Venerable and the Golden Buddha Supreme. As the super-paragons of both sides, only the other side was worth fighting. Moreover, they wouldn't let the paragons on their side be in danger. Bus. Hong Zhong's loud voice rang out. The golden light on the Golden Buddha Supreme's body became even more dazzling. It was as if he was made of glazed gold without a single flaw. Golden Buddha Supreme, let me see how much your golden body 9th refinement stage has improved. The Earth Demon Sovereign was like an indomitable demon god. With a slap of his palm, a pitch-black giant palm rushed towards the Golden Buddha Supreme. This pitch-black giant palm was indescribable. The entire world seemed to have fallen into absolute darkness and loneliness. As the palm slammed down, the demon god roared in rage. The Golden Buddha Supreme didn't retreat, and his golden palm met the attack. This palm shone with golden light. It was the palm of the Golden Buddha Supreme. Boom. The space was destroyed. When the two palms came into contact, it was comparable to the might of the heavens. Earth Demon Venerable, you haven't grasped the essence of the Sky Demon Palm. It's far from being comparable to the Sky Demon Venerable. The Golden Buddha Supreme laughed. The Sky Demon Venerable is here. You won't be able to live. Watch me. Earth Demon Venerable threw palm after palm at the Golden Buddha Supreme. Each palm was stronger and more ferocious than the previous. The Sky Demon Palm was the ultimate technique of the Sky Demon Venerable. It contained the essence of the Sky Demon Venerable. Although Earth Demon Venerable had learned it, he couldn't reach the level of the Sky Demon Venerable. Of course, he also added his own techniques. After all, he was also a super paragon. Chapter 12:10. While the Golden Buddha Supreme and the Earth Demon Sovereign were fighting, the other Supremes had also found their own opponents. Supreme Langya's opponent was the Blood Eye Supreme. Supreme Zitherheart's opponent was the Six-Winged Supreme. Supreme Shanhai's opponent was the Yiksha Race's Sky Splitter Supreme. and Supreme Wild's opponent was the Green Man race's Mammoth Supreme. In short, none of them were idle. Some were fighting one-on-one, while others were fighting one-on-two. Supreme Langya's opponent, the Blood-Eye Supreme, was extremely terrifying. A blood-colored vertical eye opened on his forehead and waves of blood-colored light shot towards Supreme Langya like raging waves. Blood-Eye Supreme, if this is all you've got, then you'll lose for sure. Supreme Langya used a secret soul defense technique and wasn't afraid of the soul destruction Heavenly Eye. He was an expert in rod techniques. Before the rod was even swung out, a monstrous aura had already spread out and contained a soul attack. Of course, this soul attack was useless against Supremes. Only those below the Supremes would be afraid of it. After all, the rod's main function was to attack energy, not soul. Supreme Langya roared and soared into the sky, swinging his rod towards the Blood-Eye Supreme. The first strike of the sky crushing 3 rods, Mountain Splitter. With a clang, the Mountain Splitter was blocked. A blood-colored sword appeared in the Blood-Eye Supreme's hand. He raised it and blocked Supreme Langya's rod. He mocked, "You really haven't improved at all. I haven't even used my full strength yet." "Is that so?" Supreme Langya sneered. "Shit." The Blood-Eye Sovereign's expression changed all of a sudden. At first there was no wind or ripple and it was extremely calm. But as soon as the Blood-Eye Sovereign blocked it, a terrifying force erupted. It was as if the force could split the heavens and earth apart, and it was transmitted to the Blood-Eye Sovereign through the blood-colored sword. Rumble. The space shattered and the time and space became chaotic. The Blood-Eye Supreme was sent flying, his long hair disheveled. "Taste my second strike, Sea Splitter." Supreme Langya chased after the Blood-Eye Supreme and struck out with his second strike. This strike was even more ferocious than Mountain Splitter. It had the aura of splitting open the sea. A pitch-black crack instantly appeared in the vast space. This was a spatial crack. This crack wasn't in a fragmented state. Instead, it was in a state where water was being split apart. Moreover, it was constantly collapsing inward. The Blood-Eye Sovereign was at the very center of the crack. "Supreme Langya, don't underestimate me." The Blood-Eye Sovereign let out a long roar as his long black hair rose into the sky. He swung the blood-red sword in his hand, unleashing countless blood-red sword rays that weaved together to form a blood-red net of death. The black crack was instantly sliced open. The third strike, sky-shattering. Supreme Langya was expressionless as he swung his staff for the third time. This strike was soundless and terrifying. It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill, as if everything had been frozen solid. Only the strike continued forward. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a huge black hole appeared. The Blood-Eye Sovereign was smashed into the black hole, and no one knew where he went. A few breaths later, a part of the space shattered, and the Blood-Eyed Sovereign came out in a sorry state. "Damn it, how dare you make me look like this? Where am I?" The Blood-Eye Sovereign let out a furious roar and scanned his surroundings. Even though Supreme Langya's strike did not hurt him, and only consumed some of his energy, he was sent to an unfamiliar place by his opponent. That strike contained the power of space and time. Most of the stronger sovereigns had already mastered the space ultimacy, and only the time ultimacy was slightly different. Some had comprehended it to 30%, while others had only comprehended it to 10%. Supreme Langya's attainment in the time ultimacy was extremely high, and he was no weaker than a Supreme. Found it. The void was like a transparent glass in the Supreme Blood-Eye's eyes. Very quickly he saw the battlefield from afar. Supreme Langya sent him to an unfamiliar place and joined forces with another Supreme Sovereign to attack the opponent. The opponent could only defend with all their might and was on the verge of losing. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Blood-Eye Sovereign dashed towards the battlefield like a flickering light dot, teleporting at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! 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 Black rays of light refracted back and forth. It was as if the void had turned into a prism, unable to stop her at all. A black crack flashed and it was about to injure Supreme Cheen Heart. Ding! Supreme Cheen Heart didn't even look at it. She lightly plucked the strings in her hand and instantly, a red ray of light burst forth, suppressing the black crack. "Supreme Cheen Heart, your speed is useless against me," Supreme Cheen Heart said indifferently. "Oh, it seems so." The light solidified and the six-winged sovereign appeared. As a descendant of the Dark Witch, the six-winged sovereign was extremely powerful, and her greatest strength was her speed. She had 3 pairs of wings on her back and each pair had a different function. However, they all had the same function, and that was acceleration. This acceleration wasn't just simply acceleration, but it also contained the attributes of space and time. As long as one was strong enough, they could even travel against the current in the river of time and space and arrive in the future. Unfortunately, Supreme Chin Heart's zither music was extremely mysterious, and she was completely unaffected. Since that's the case, let me see what's so mysterious about your zither music. The six-winged sovereign no longer used speed to confuse her opponent, and she chose to attack head-on. Supreme Chin Heart's eyelids drooped, and her slender jade-like palms pressed on the zither strings. She muttered to herself, "Please listen to the first song, 100 Flowers Lose Their Color." Ding ding dong dong. It was like a small bridge, like a flowing stream, like a quietly blooming flower. The entire world changed in an instant. It became colorful and then lost its color. The six-winged sovereign could no longer see anything else. Her eyes had lost their function, and even her soul power couldn't sense anything. She could only hear the beautiful zither music. It's actually so beautiful. A dazed look flashed in the six-winged sovereign's eyes. No, that was close. In that instant, the six-winged sovereign's soul power dissipated, and the zither music seeped into her soul sea. It's indeed powerful. The 3 pairs of wings on the six-winged sovereign's back flapped slowly at first, and after a few breaths, the flapping speed became faster and faster. Waves of spacetime waves spread out. Boom. The colorless world collapsed, and the six-winged sovereign looked at Supreme Chin Heart. It's already been 2 hours. Supreme Chin Heart said indifferently. Don't be too complacent. The six-winged sovereign's expression turned solemn, and she no longer dared to underestimate the other party. The second song, Goddess Hand. Supreme Chin Heart ignored the other party and continued to play the zither. The six-winged sovereign only felt that the distance between her and the other party was getting farther and farther, and she couldn't catch up no matter what. At this moment, an illusory image of a goddess appeared. Judging from the aura of this goddess, she had already surpassed the Supremes and reached the true God realm. A slender hand stretched out, covering the sky and earth, and there was nowhere to escape. Do you think I'll still be confused? The six-winged sovereign sneered. She straightened her palm and it turned into a palm blade. This palm blade was incomparably huge, and even if there was a life planet in front of it, it would be split apart. However, the goddess only needed to press her palm lightly to dissolve this palm blade. Impossible. How can you be so strong? This goddess image can't be real either. The six-winged sovereign couldn't accept it. In the distance, Supreme Chin Heart's face turned slightly pale. The goddess image naturally wasn't the real goddess image, or else she would have long been invincible. The six-winged sovereign's palm blade seemed to have been dissolved by the goddess hand, but in fact, it had already affected her. This was because she was one with the goddess image. The zither music became more urgent, and the goddess hand easily grabbed the six-winged sovereign. Open for me. The six-winged sovereign bled from her 7 orifices, and the 3 pairs of wings on her back cut open the goddess hand. A brief moment of chaos appeared in spacetime. Chapter 12:11. As expected of the Dark Witch. Supremacy Zither Heart had long known that her opponent wouldn't be so easy to deal with. It was already difficult to make him suffer a little. After all, at their level, unless the difference in strength was too great, it was impossible to kill her opponent. Of course, her intention wasn't to kill her opponent, but to trap her. A supremacy with the advantage of speed was extremely dangerous to ordinary human supremacies. No one knew if she would find the time to launch a sneak attack on a human supremacy. Please listen to my Zither Dao's supreme song, Spacetime Repentance. Supremacy Zither Heart took a deep breath, her eyes incomparably focused. Ding dong. The zither music rang out and the world changed. The flow of time in the surroundings was reversed. It was no longer moving forward but moving backward. At first, the speed of the reversal wasn't fast and it cancelled out the original flow of time. But as the zither music reached its climax, the speed of the reversal increased several times. It wasn't frightening to see it happen a few times, but it was frightening to see it happen a few dozen times or 100 times. Stacking up, it was unknown how many months or years it would take. Spacetime repentance, as the name implied, was the repentance of time and space, hoping to return to the past and start anew. This song was infused with Supremacy Zither Heart's understanding of the Zither Dao, as well as the profound of spacetime. As long as the zither music was present, the changes in spacetime were all under her control. Of course, there was a limit to this control. With her realm, it was impossible for her to return to a few hundred years ago or even a few thousand years ago. There was no need to fight. The six-winged supremacy was a young supremacy, and it was unknown what he was doing a few thousand years ago. You can reverse spacetime, but I can also go against the flow. The six-winged paragon's beautiful eyes shone with a shocking cold light. The wings on her back flapped rapidly as she advanced at high speeds. As she advanced, she actually closed in on the present bit by bit. She was moving against the flow of the river of time and space. It was as though in a surging river, a weak fish could only go with the flow, while a strong fish could swim against the current. Without a doubt, the six-winged paragon was a strong fish. Space-time repentance's ultimate profound, space-time shift. Sovereign Zither Heart placed all 10 of her fingers on the zither strings. With a twang, the strings began to play, and the space-time around the six-winged autarch seemed to break away from the universe, becoming a separate piece of space-time. Then, Sovereign Zither Heart teleported this space-time to an even more distant past. Of course, after doing all this, Zither Heart also spat out a mouthful of blood, her entire body weakened significantly. Space-time repentance's control over space-time was simply too strong, which led to a huge backlash. If it was an ordinary space-time repentance, it would at most weaken Prime Zither Heart for a short period of time. However, after using space-time shift, she lost at least 2,000 years of her lifespan. Even autarchs had limited lifespans. Under normal circumstances, autarchs could only live for 100,000 years. 2,000 years was no small number. Fortunately, I can trap her for a while. Supreme Zither Heart heaved a sigh of relief. Although she had sent the six-winged sovereign over with his strength, he would definitely be able to rush back. It was just a matter of time. After losing her opponent, Zither Heart began to help the human autarchs fight against the alien autarchs. In the battle between autarchs, the giant tribe's Mountain Sea Autarch and the Wuxia tribe's Sky Splitter were the most powerful. The Mountain Sea Autarch was 400 feet tall, which was equivalent to 132 meters. Although Sky Splitter wasn't as tall, the Wuxia wings on his back were large enough. When they were spread out, they were dozens of meters long. Compared to the Wuxia wings, his body was much smaller, only 10 meters tall. The battle between the two was different from the other autarchs. They fought head-on without any tricks or tricks. They just fought head-on. Whoever fell first would be the loser. The Mountain Sea Autarch's defense was stronger. After all, the giant tribe relied on defense to survive. Sky Splitter's attack was stronger. Every move he made tore through the void. Wherever the two of them went, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth shattering could be heard. Sometimes it was like a tsunami, sometimes it was like a volcano erupting, sometimes it was like the earth was collapsing, and sometimes it was like heaven and earth were being destroyed. The number of autarchs on both sides added up to more than 50. Countless planets were destroyed by the shockwaves. Even planets with life weren't spared. The Xuanwu ruins was expanding. With every battle, the Xuanwu ruins would expand a little. Of course, the battle between the Golden Buddha supremacy and the Earth Demon supremacy was the most terrifying. The autarchs participating in this battle were only a portion of the various races. After all, this wasn't a decisive battle, and it wasn't a matter of life and death. There wasn't a need to call all the autarchs over. They had to leave some behind to protect the important areas of their races. Therefore, the Earth Demon supremacy and the Golden Buddha supremacy had the highest status and were the strongest. The Earth Demon supremacy and the Golden Buddha supremacy were already fighting fiercely. The Earth Demon supremacy let out a long roar. His long black hair soared into the sky, covering the sun and moon. His hands were pitch black. When he struck out with his palm, the pitch-black palm wind transformed into countless evil spirits that pounced at the Golden Buddha supremacy. Among the evil spirits, there was the Evil Spirit King and the Evil Spirit Ancestor. They surrounded the Golden Buddha supremacy, wanting to bite his flesh. This was the Earth Demon supremacy's unique skill, Thousand Ghost Pilgrimage. The Sky Demon Palm was strong in terms of attack power, while the Thousand Ghost Pilgrimage was strong in terms of endurance. As long as the Earth Demon supremacy's energy wasn't exhausted, there would be an endless number of evil spirits that would never disappear. Although the Golden Buddha supremacy wasn't afraid of being bitten by thousands of evil spirits, he couldn't escape in a short time. After all, there were too many evil spirits in all directions. There were even evil spirits surging over from the void. The Earth Demon supremacy's palm wind wasn't that easy to avoid. Since he couldn't escape, the Golden Buddha supremacy didn't move. His six-yang golden body sat cross-legged in the void, and below him was a huge golden lotus platform. The moment the lotus platform appeared, the evil spirits died one after another. They couldn't get close to the Golden Buddha supremacy at all. Boundless Buddha light. The Golden Buddha supremacy's eyes seemed to be closed. He struck out with his palm and there was a swastika on his palm. The swastika shone with golden light as if it was branded on his palm. As the palm struck out, A golden wave soared into the sky, attacking the earth demon supremacy on the other side of the evil spirit tide. Ah! Golden Buddha supremacy, didn't you want to know what we are prepared for? The earth demon supremacy soared into the sky and collided with the golden palm head-on. With a pew sound, the golden palm shattered. The earth demon supremacy wielded a blood-red spear and attacked the golden Buddha supremacy. The spear was too fast, so fast that the golden Buddha supremacy couldn't react in time. This wasn't the power of the earth demon supremacy, but the power of the blood-red spear. Saint Tool. The golden Buddha supremacy's expression changed. With a pew sound, the 9 transformations golden body that was said to be unbreakable was broken. The blood-red spear pierced into the golden Buddha supremacy's shoulder. The tip of the spear came out from his back, bringing along a large amount of golden blood. With a painful expression, the golden Buddha supremacy used all his strength to counterattack the earth demon supremacy. The earth demon supremacy also countered with his left palm. Bang! The earth demon supremacy was sent flying. The golden Buddha supremacy was also thrown off the lotus platform. Chapter 12:12. The demons actually have another saint artifact? What should we do now? The golden Buddha supreme won't be able to withstand a saint artifact. Even if the true martial supreme came, he wouldn't be able to withstand the sharpness of a saint artifact. At most, he would barely be able to hold his ground. No wonder the demons dared to invade the Black Tortoise Galaxy again. They've prepared a saint artifact. The supremes of both sides were paying close attention to this battle. When the supremes of the demon race saw the earth demon venerable injuring the golden Buddha supreme with a single strike, they were overjoyed. On the other hand, the faces of the human race supremes were gloomy and anxious. What a good killing move. The golden Buddha supreme's face was ashen. The golden light around him dimmed significantly, showing signs of flaws. His 9 revolutions golden body wasn't afraid of any kind of attack. Even if the sky archdevil came, it could only exhaust his energy, unable to injure him. However, a saint artifact was different. It contained an unimaginable power. As long as one was hit, one's origin would be drained, requiring one's full strength to suppress it. As for recovering, it would take years of hard work. However, there was no time for him to suppress his injuries. He didn't expect the demons to have another saint artifact. Most likely, not even the ordinary supremes among the demons were aware of this. Only the core members knew some inside information. The so-called saint artifact was a powerful weapon above supreme artifacts. In fact, a saint artifact was a transformation from a supreme artifact, and the key to the transformation was divine stones. Speaking of divine stones, one had to mention the miracles. Miracles were treasures left behind by a true God. Not only were there all kinds of treasures inside, but there were also divine stones that contained a trace of a true God's power. Every time a supreme artifact fused with a divine stone, it would grow stronger, and after a certain amount, it would transform into a saint artifact. If an ordinary supremes had a saint artifact, they would immediately become a super supremes. A super supremes with a saint artifact would be invincible under the heavens. Only a supremes with a saint artifact could contend against them. At present, the number of known saint artifacts could be counted on one's fingers. The demon's heavenly demon's sacred armor, the human race's true martial divine Jian, the Yaksha tribe's blood-dripping spear, the giant tribe's giant god's pillar, there were less than 10 of them. Every additional one was a major event. This was countless times more terrifying than having an additional supreme being. The demon's sacred heavenly demonic armor was a defensive saint artifact. Although after refining it, its offensive power had increased, it was still limited. It was only a few times stronger than a supreme artifact, far from a pure offensive saint artifact. But now, the demons actually had an offensive saint artifact. No wonder they dared to invade the Black Tortoise Galaxy again. Supreme Golden Buddha, this spear is called the Bloodthirst Spear. It's your honor to die in its hands. Earth Demon Venerable had a triumphant smile on his face. The predecessor of the bloodthirsty spear was not the weapon of one of the supremes of the demons. To be more specific, it was an ancient sacred weapon. The celestial demon Venerable obtained it by chance and then began to formulate the invasion plan. The Earth Demon Venerable only had the temporary right to use the bloodthirsty spear. After the war, the celestial demon Venerable would take it back. With the Sky Demon's sacred armor and bloodthirsty spear, Sky Demon Sovereign had a faint aura of invincibility. Bring it on. The Golden Buddha Supreme circulated the 9 revolutions golden body with all his might. The golden radiance on his body intensified once again, like a golden flame. Although the muzzle on his shoulder couldn't be closed, it was no longer bleeding. Clearly, the Golden Buddha Supreme had temporarily suppressed the injury, preventing it from spreading and spreading. Reckless fool. The bloodthirsty spear in Earth Demon Venerable's hand danced several times as he attacked Supreme Golden Buddha again. This time, Supreme Golden Buddha focused all his attention on the spear. If he could predict the spear's trajectory, he could at least slightly resist it. Otherwise, if there was another injury, the situation would be dire. I see it. The Golden Buddha Sovereign was glaring angrily as he slapped the side of the bloodthirst spear with his palm in an attempt to block it. Dream on. The bloodthirsty spear was like a snake in Earth Demon Venerable's hand. The spear bent, and the tip pierced through Supreme Golden Buddha's right arm, cutting off a piece of golden flesh. Supreme Golden Buddha, I'm here to help you. Supreme Zither Heart hurried over when she saw that the situation was bad. Die. Earth Demon Venerable casually stabbed his spear at Supreme Zither Heart. Goddess Hand. Paragon Zither Heart started playing the tune of Goddess Hand. Instantly, an image of a goddess appeared. A gigantic goddess hand pressed against the blood-colored spear light, and with a crackling sound, the goddess hand shattered. Paragon Zither Heart coughed out a mouthful of blood. Earth Demon Venerable was much stronger than her, and with the bloodthirsty spear, it was already not bad that she could block it once. It was all thanks to the mystical goddess hand. Qingxin Leaf. This demon isn't someone you can handle. The wound on Supreme Golden Buddha's right arm stopped bleeding, but there was a piece of flesh missing, which looked very disharmonious. Amicham. Supreme Zither Heart nodded. She thought that she could stop the Earth Demon Venerable for a while, but she didn't expect that he could injure her with a saint artifact. If he attacked again, she would be heavily injured even if she didn't die. There was no third possibility. However, she shuddered when she thought of the consequences of Supreme Golden Buddha's death. The human race would lose a Supreme, and this was a catastrophic result. Even 10 ordinary Supremes couldn't make up for it. Moreover, there hadn't been many Supremes appearing in the human race in recent years. After her was Supreme Langya, and after that there were very few heaven-defying quasi-Supremes. Of course, Green-Robed Emperor was one of them. As for those peerless geniuses who had just shown their brilliance, they were still too immature and needed time to develop. However, the demons wouldn't give them that time. They had invaded the Black Tortoise Starfield this time, and next would be the White Tiger Starfield, then the Vermilion Bird Starfield and the Azure Dragon Starfield. The demons' plan to devour the human race step by step was being carried out. Supreme Golden Buddha, I've said it before. This time you will die without a doubt. Earth Demon Venerable stared coldly at Supreme Golden Buddha. Death isn't scary. I'm already prepared. However, if you want to kill me, you have to pay a price. Supreme Golden Buddha didn't panic. As a Supreme Venerable, he had long seen through life and death. To him, death was also life. The only thing he couldn't let go of was the human race. It seems that you're prepared to die. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Demon Venerable didn't say anything else. With a roar, he displayed his strongest technique and charged at Supreme Golden Buddha. This spear surpassed time and space. Wherever the spear passed, there was no longer space or time. There was only slaughter and bloodthirst. Anyone below the level of a Supreme would immediately fall into depravity upon sensing this aura. Supreme Golden Buddha's eyes drooped. He put his palms together and golden light burst out from his body. He looked like a Buddha who had sacrificed himself for a righteous cause. Suddenly he struck out with his palm. This was also his strongest palm strike, a palm that had sacrificed life and death. Unfortunately, the gap was still a gap. Without a divine artifact, even if Supreme Golden Buddha cultivated the 9 revolutions golden body to the 9th revolution, there was no way he could win. At most, he could hold on for a long time. Poof! The golden palm was pierced. Earth Demon Venerable was unstoppable. He pointed his spear at Supreme Golden Buddha's forehead. If the spear hit, Supreme Golden Buddha would definitely die. Clang! At the critical moment, a bronze mace blocked the bloodthirsty spear. The tip of the mace shook and the bloodthirsty spear immediately bent. Earth Demon Venerable flew backward with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Supreme True Martial. Earth Demon Venerable stared at the tall middle-aged man with the bronze mace. This person was the mainstay of the human race, the number 1 Supreme True Martial. The bronze mace in his hand was none other than the divine artifact, the True Martial Divine Mace. Chapter 12:13. The True Martial Divine Truncheon was the strongest divine weapon. The True Martial Supreme was one of the top Supremes in the universe. Only the Celestial Demon Master of the Demons and a few other Supremes could contend with him. The human race had been able to stand for so many years without him. He was like a mountain shielding the human race from the wind and the rain. Without the Golden Buddha Supreme, the human race would suffer a great loss. Without the true Martial Supreme, the human race would perish. It could be said that his life was tied to the survival of the entire race. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't show himself. He had to protect himself first, then the human race. But now he had no choice. The Golden Buddha Supreme couldn't be missing either. Without his right-hand man, he couldn't do anything alone. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was filled with bitterness. "Come out, Celestial Demon Master." The true Martial Supreme looked into the void. "Haha, I can't hide it from you." Suddenly, a tall demonic figure walked out of the void. He had 3 horns on his head and a demonic eye between his eyebrows. His body was almost 7 zhang tall, 1 zhang taller than the Golden Buddha Supreme and almost the same height as the true Martial Supreme. He wore a black and golden sacred armor that seemed to be one with his body without any gaps. The terrifying aura he exuded was more than 2 times stronger than that of the Earth Demon Venerable. This was the strongest supremes of the demons, the Celestial Demon Master. "It would be strange if you didn't come." The true Martial Supreme looked calm. "True Martial Supreme, I'll give the human race a chance. If you can retreat from the Black Tortoise Galaxy, this war will be over. I'll give you some time to consider." The Celestial Demon Master was shocked. "Oh, you'll give us a chance?" The true Martial Supreme asked. "Of course, it's not that we want to exterminate the human race, it's just that the territories occupied by the human race are a little too much. The heavens are unfair, the Black Tortoise Galaxy is only one of the 4 major galaxies. Losing one doesn't mean much to the human race, right? 3 vital galaxies are enough for you to thrive." The true Martial Supreme sneered. "This time it's the Black Tortoise Galaxy. The next time it'll be the White Tiger Galaxy. You're dreaming if you think you can take the Black Tortoise Galaxy without losing a single soldier. As expected, you are still so stubborn. Then let's fight. Actually, I hope that you refuse. After so many years, let me see how much your strength has improved. Give me the gun." The Heavenly Demon Sovereign stretched out his right hand. Whoosh. Earth Demon Venerable threw the Bloodthirst Spear to Celestial Demon Venerable. "If you want to fight, let's fight." Supreme True Martial was not afraid at all. Clad in the Sky Demon Sacred Armor and wielding the Bloodthirsty Spear, Sky Demon Sovereign's aura reached a new peak, as if it would never end. In comparison, True Martial Sovereign was starting to pale in comparison. "Kill?" The Celestial Demon Sovereign raised the Bloodthirst Spear high up, and his voice echoed throughout the boundless space. Hearing the Heavenly Archdevil Ancestor's voice, the soldiers and generals of the Demons Alliance went into a frenzy. The Heavenly Archdevil Ancestor's strength gave them hope of defeating the human race. As long as they could defeat the human race and occupy the Black Tortoise Starfield, every one of them would reap a great harvest. The stronger ones might even be given a city. True Martial Domain, Boundless 7 stars. Supreme True Martial's expression was cold and solemn. An incomparably terrifying aura suddenly filled the air, covering the vast starry sky. This was Supreme True Martial's realm of True Martial. In an instant, all the human soldiers who participated in the battle saw the 7 shining stars. As long as the 7 stars existed, Supreme True Martial would also exist. In terms of domain, Supreme True Martial was stronger than Sky Demon Sovereign. Of course, the Sky Demon Sovereign's Sky Demon realm was not bad either. It was like the capital of a demon kingdom. With the Sky Demon realm, the Sky Demon Sovereign's power could be unleashed to 120% or even more. This meant that ordinary Supremes were no match for him. The True Martial Sovereign's True Martial realm was the same. Boom boom boom. Before the two of them made a move, the Sky Demon Domain and True Martial Domain collided. In an instant, time and space shattered, turning into chaos. The stronger the domain, the more exclusive it was. It was impossible for them to coexist. "Supreme True Martial, take my spear." Sky Demon Sovereign shot into the sky and dived down, thrusting his spear at Supreme True Martial. In Sky Demon Sovereign's hands, the Bloodthirst Spear was more than twice as powerful as Earth Demon Sovereign's. The sky was filled with crimson spear radiance. The radiance cut through time and space, as well as Supreme True Martial's True Martial Domain. Bring it on. The True Martial Supreme swung the True Martial Divine Mace. Clang. All the Supremes' hearts skipped a beat. The sound of the Bloodthirst Spear and the True Martial Divine Mace clashing was too terrifying. It was like an explosion in their hearts, making their blood boil. At the point of contact between the two of them, sparks that seemed to split the heavens and earth sprayed out. Although each of these sparks was only the size of a longan, Their power could probably annihilate countless ordinary planets. Even planets with life would suffer damage because they not only contain the energy of both sides, but also their wills. The first exchange ended in a draw. Both were pushed back a few million miles. Whoosh! The two clashed again without needing any time. Clang! This time the sparks were like fire snakes or fire dragons. They were so hot that they could melt everything in the world. Supreme True Marshal, is your True Marshal 7 trials just SOSO? Said the Sky Demon Sovereign. There are 5 more trials. Let's see. Supreme True Marshal had 7 ultimate arts. When combined, they were the True Marshal 7 trials. The weakest of the 7 trials was a Supreme Martial Art. Of course, there was a difference in strength between Supreme Martial Arts. It all depended on the degree of integration of ultimacy. The 5th trial, Human Disaster. Supreme True Marshal split into 4 and surrounded Heavenly Demon Venerable. Each of them had 100% of their strength, and there was not a trace of falsehood. The 4 of them had quadrupled combat strength, which was many times more exquisite than Peerless King Agio's Martial Path Phantom. After all, Agio's Martial Path Phantom could only display one unique skill, while Supreme True Marshal's was obviously different. If I can't even block the Human Disaster, then I don't need to live anymore. The Sky Demon Sovereign sneered. His entire body suddenly spun. A sound like an egg breaking was heard. A giant black hole formed and time and space collapsed. Crackle. Supreme True Marshal's attack landed on the black hole and was instantly absorbed, making the black hole grow. The 6th trial, Heaven and Earth Disaster. Supreme True Marshal's expression did not change. The 4 figures merged into one. The next moment, Supreme True Marshal swung his mace at the black hole. This attack contained the 4 ultimacies of earth, water, fire, and wind. The 4 ultimacies formed a perfect combination, glowing with chaotic light. The black hole could absorb any kind of energy, but it could not absorb the chaotic energy. Bang! The black hole was split open. Take my Sky Demon Spear. The Sky Demon Palm of the Sky Demon Lord was no longer restricted by form. It could be transformed into any other martial art. With the bloodthirsty spear, the power of the Sky Demon Palm increased by several times. A giant demon god shadow glowed with a bloody light. Crack! Something was broken. The 2 flew out at the same time. This time, Supreme True Marshal was at a disadvantage. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After all, he did not have a divine weapon like the Sky Demon Sacred Armor, so he could not block all the impact. On the other hand, the Sky Demon Lord could ignore defense and only attack. Chapter 12:14. Looks like Supreme True Marshal is no match for Celestial Demon Sovereign. We'll definitely win this battle. Earth Demon Sovereign calmed down and looked at Supreme Golden Buddha. Supreme Golden Buddha was about the same level as him at his peak. Now that he was injured by the Bloodlust Spear, he must have lost some of his origin energy. In addition, he had to use a portion of his cultivation to suppress his injuries. It would be amazing if he had 60 to 70% of his peak strength. Earth Demon Sovereign, on the other hand, was still at his peak. The 2 started fighting again without saying a word. Supreme Langya and another Supreme from the Demon race injured a Supreme from the Yiksha race. But at this moment, the blood-eyed Supreme rushed over and charged at Supreme Langya furiously. Supreme Zither Heart fought against Supreme Six-Winged, who had just returned from the river of time and space. It was a tragic scene. Supreme True Marshal, you're no match for me. From now on, I'm the rightful number 1 sovereign. I'm invincible. Celestial Demon Sovereign fought fiercely with the Bloodlust Spear in hand. I may not be your match, but it's still too early for you to become the number 1 sovereign. Supreme True Marshal wasn't a match for the Heavenly Demon Venerable. Even though he had only suffered a little, the Heavenly Demon Venerable could maintain his peak battle power with the Heavenly Demon Sacred Armor, while he couldn't. However, the universe was so vast that even a Supreme could only see half an iceberg. Who knew if there were any powerful beings or races? Humph, I'll see who's stronger than me after I take over this universe. Celestial Demon Sovereign didn't hide his ambition. Bring it on. It won't be that easy to take over the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Supreme True Marshal was wearing a 7-star Taoist robe. The True Marshal divine mace in his hand shone like lightning. That injury didn't affect him at all. This was how battles between Supreme Sovereigns were. As long as the gap wasn't too big, the battle wouldn't end quickly. On the other side, the battle between Supreme Golden Buddha and Earth Demon Sovereign had reached its climax. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Golden Buddha Sovereign was on the verge of collapse. This wasn't because of the pressure from the Earth Demon Sovereign, but the injuries left behind by the bloodthirsty spear. Every time he exchanged blows with the Earth Demon Sovereign, his injuries would worsen. Unless he could stop the battle immediately, it would only be a vicious cycle. Supreme Golden Buddha, what's wrong? Can't hold on any longer? I still want to fight with you a little longer. Earth Devil Venerable had a relaxed expression. He also didn't want to force the Golden Buddha Supreme into a corner. Otherwise, if the other party disregarded his injuries and attacked himself, he wouldn't be able to handle it. What he wanted was exactly this kind of effect, boiling a frog in warm water. It's all right. It's not as bad as you think. The Golden Buddha Supreme formed a seal with his left hand, and his right hand turned into a Golden Buddha seal that blasted out. Brat, damn it. Once your immortal energy is exhausted, I will definitely make you suffer. After the soul-extinguishing needle's power was completely exhausted, Green Boring Emperor had no way to deal with Yi Qin. In terms of offense, the latter was only slightly weaker than him, but in terms of agility, the latter was much stronger. He couldn't even teleport near the latter, as the latter would always dodge at the last moment. Moreover, his sixth-layer sword domain made him gnash his teeth in hatred. This kind of sword domain, which contained the power of space freezing, was simply the natural enemy of teleportation. If the latter's cultivation base were a bit higher, reaching the seventh layer of life and death realm, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to teleport accurately. Green Boring Emperor felt that Yi Qin was hard to deal with, but how could Yi Qin not feel that every second was torture? His battle strength was at most equivalent to a low-level emperor, far inferior to a mid-level emperor like Green Boring Emperor. Although he could drag it out until now, as time went on, Green Boring Emperor would still be able to take advantage of the situation. After all, a gap was a gap. It could be made up for a while, but not for a long time. I'm afraid the human race is going to lose. Although Yi Qin couldn't see the situation in the supreme battlefield, the appearance of the Sky Demon Venerable gave him a huge shock. The other party's kill was full of confidence. Moreover, since the Demon's Alliance dared to attack Black Tortoise Starfield, they must have at least a 50% chance of success. Otherwise, there would be no need to muster such a large force. With the defeat of the human race, the demons will become even more powerful. Yi Qin couldn't help but think of Elysium. The power of the demons covered almost the boundless starry sky, and they could be found everywhere. Yi Qin fought for Elysium, and now it was the turn of the entire human race. Unfortunately, his current strength was too weak, not even at the seventh layer of life and death realm. Even if he wanted to help, he didn't have the strength. In Elysium he was a leading figure, but in the four great starfields he was just an ordinary member. To grow to a certain height he needed sufficient time. The situation of the human race is pressing. Whether it's for myself or for the human race, I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Yi Qin inwardly said. The longer time passed, the weaker Gold Buddha Supreme's battle strength became. At this moment, the golden radiance on his body was gradually extinguishing, like a candle reaching its end. This won't do. I have to hold on for a while longer. Gold Buddha Supreme was clear that once he fell, Earth Demon Venerable would be able to deal with the other Supremes, and the situation would be dire. Die Gold Buddha Supreme. Earth Demon Venerable wouldn't give Gold Buddha Supreme a chance. He didn't hesitate to waste demonic power and bombarded Gold Buddha Supreme. The frightening shockwaves caused the space within thousands of li to become chaotic. Anyone below the Supreme's realm would either be killed by the shockwaves or turned into nothingness by the spacetime turbulence. A mouthful of golden blood spurted out as Gold Buddha Supreme was blasted away. What was frightening was not the injuries inflicted by Earth Demon Venerable, but the injuries on his right arm and shoulder. These two injuries were caused by the Bloodthirst Spear. Now that Gold Buddha Supreme was no longer suppressing them, they immediately went berserk. Since the Bloodthirst Spear had the name of Bloodthirst, it naturally wasn't just for show. Gold Buddha. True Martial Supreme's brows twitched as he looked at Gold Buddha Supreme. I can still hold on. Gold Buddha Supreme barely managed to open his mouth. True Martial Supreme didn't speak. His face was filled with contemplation. After a long time he took a deep breath, gathered his true essence and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command. Retreat from the Black Tortoise Star Field. We will counterattack another day." Originally, True Martial Supreme didn't plan to give up the Black Tortoise Star Field so easily. But now the situation wasn't on their side. Gold Buddha Supreme obviously couldn't hold on any longer. Compared to the Black Tortoise Star Field, the future of the human race was more important. He couldn't put all his strength here. Otherwise, the human race would be destroyed, and the Demon's Alliance would at most suffer a great loss. We've lost. That's True Martial Supreme's voice. We've really lost. Countless human race alliance soldiers were bewildered. Everyone retreat. The marshals and generals were the first to react. They couldn't care less about the shock in their hearts. It was more important to retreat. Unless it was a critical moment, true Marshal Supreme wouldn't give the order to retreat. Ah, don't let them escape. Kill. On the other side, the Demons Alliance's morale soared, and they chased after Yi Qin in a frenzy. The number of sovereigns chasing after Yi Qin increased from 1 green drum sovereign to 3. Of the other 2, one was a mid-level sovereign, and the other was a low-level sovereign. Kill. The defeat was too tragic. In an instant, countless experts died on the human race's side, almost half of their original number. There were many transmission arrays on Heaven Eye Star. Yi Qin rushed to Heaven Eye Star with all his might. As for the Snow Air Emperor, the Stone Statue Emperor, and the others, they were completely separated. Boom boom. Being chased by 3 sovereigns, no matter how good Yi Qin's movement technique was, it was useless. He was hit twice in a row. The time immemorial singular energy armor on his body was damaged, and the immortal energy in his body was completely exhausted. On Heaven Eye Star, countless human race alliance soldiers were teleporting. It was actually better for them to be organized. After all, if they were scattered, they would only lose more lives. Unfortunately, they weren't real soldiers, and obeying orders was their number 1 rule. Secondly, the battlefield was too vast, and there was no way to gather everyone together. If they had the time to gather, they might as well run. As for which option was better, no one knew. In any case, no matter which option was chosen, the human race's casualties were inevitable. This was the cruelty of war. Entering Heaven Eye Star's atmosphere, Yi Qin's speed decreased sharply. Fortunately, he had the space profound, so his agility didn't decrease much. At this time, he had no choice but to use others as his cover. There were countless sovereigns of the Human Race Alliance rushing to Heaven Eye Star. Yi Qin was not eye-catching at all. If the 3 sovereigns wanted to use their soul power to scan him, they would need to spend 1 or 2 breaths' time. Taking advantage of this short time, Yi Qin rushed to the nearest transmission array. Swish. A light flashed, and Yi Qin appeared on the transmission array. There were many people beside him, and they were all anxious, waiting to be teleported. These few breaths' time felt like years to them. Here. The Green Boring Emperor found Yi Qin. Instantly, the 3 sovereigns rushed over. 2 breaths' time. 3 breaths' time. Bus. The transmission array was activated. But then, the light of the transmission array was shattered. Chapter 12:15. Get lost. In the teleportation formation, there was not only Yi Qin but also a human sovereign. He was Wolf Fist King, the second disciple of Beast Fist King, a 4-star general of the human race. He had inherited Beast Fist King's Tao of Beast Fist, but it was more of his own. He had been raised by a giant wolf, so he had a deep understanding of wolves. His fist art was Wolf Fist, the ultimate wolf fist. How? The roar of a giant wolf rang out as the Wolf Boxing Emperor threw a punch at the Green Boring Emperor and the other 2. This punch transformed into countless vicious wolves that wanted to devour their target, blotting out the sky and covering the earth with a vigorous and ruthless momentum. Bang bang bang. Green Boring Emperor and the other 2 were not prepared for the sudden appearance of a sovereign. Caught off guard, they were all sent flying, their hair disheveled. It's a mid-level sovereign. And a little stronger than Green Boring Emperor. Yi Qin judged the strength of Wolf Fist King based on the comparison. Among the mid-level sovereigns there were strong and weak ones. The weak ones were only a little stronger than the low-level sovereigns, while the strong ones were close to high-level sovereigns. Beast Fist King, the master of Wolf Fist King, was a high-level sovereign, so Wolf Fist King should not be too weak. Continue to activate the teleportation formation. Wolf Fist King did not dare to be careless. At this moment, the entire Tianmu star was in a mess. Earlier, a supreme of the foreign races had sent out a palm energy to attack the Tianmu star, causing damage to the star. The energy inside was constantly fluctuating, and no one knew if it would explode. Therefore, if they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave later. A defeated army could only abandon their armor. If they could leave in an orderly manner, then they would not be defeated. At most, they would be at a disadvantage. Bus. The teleportation formation was activated again, flashing brightly. Whoosh. The next moment, the teleportation light swept into the void, and Green Boring Emperor and the other 2 failed to stop it. He escaped. Green Boring Emperor stomped his foot in anger, gritting his teeth. When this kid grows up, he will definitely be a disaster for us. What a pity. Another low-level sovereign shook his head. It is a pity, but it is nothing. Even if he can become a supreme in the future, it will be a few thousand years later. Within a few thousand years, perhaps the entire human race will be wiped out by us. Why should we be afraid of an immature genius? Green boring emperor, you are too serious. If this kid were a sovereign, then we would have to worry. The low-level sovereign realm cultivator with a beard didn't care much. He's good. Let's go. Although the green boring emperor was unwilling, he had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. The image of Yi Chen was deeply engraved in his mind. This man was too terrifying. His ability to survive was simply unparalleled. If he could not be killed today, he did not know if he would really leave a scourge behind. After all, no one knew what would happen in the future. It took an entire week for all the humans in the Human Alliance to retreat from the Black Tortoise Galaxy. As for those who did not retreat, they were all dead. The top 10 military planets were completely emptied. It was impossible for the upper echelons of the human race to leave behind the treasures for the foreign races like the demons and the other races. All of them had been moved away. The only painful thing was that there were still countless humans on the Black Tortoise Galaxy's life planets who did not manage to move away in time. Most of them were ordinary humans, and their numbers were overwhelming. The upper echelons of the human race did not expect to be defeated so quickly, so ruthlessly. They were not prepared at all, otherwise they would have started the relocation plan long ago. Fortunately, the Black Tortoise Galaxy had experienced many wars, thus the number of humans living here was not too high, probably less than 1,000th of the number in the other 3 major galaxies. Moreover, when the news of the human race's retreat reached them, they also used transmission arrays to move to other galaxies. Some forces, families, and temporary organizations used puppet warships to migrate. Fleets of fleets flew across the void. In short, this week was known as the Black Tortoise Galaxy's Day of Darkness, and this month was the Moon of Darkness. All of humanity would remember this crushing defeat. After a series of teleportations, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the White Tiger starfield. "Little brother, what's your name?" Wolf Fist Emperor was quite interested in Yi Chen. He was merely at the 6th layer of life and death realm, yet he was being chased by 3 emperors. More importantly, he was still alive. This was simply inconceivable. "Yi Chen, many thanks for your help earlier." Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. They also blocked my way." Wolf Fist Emperor shook his head. "I'm the 2nd disciple of Beast Fist Emperor. If you need any help in the future, you can come find me." Wolf Fist Emperor was not a person who would pursue the matter to the bottom. After leaving behind these words, he teleported away. Beast Fist Emperor? Yi Chen had heard Scarlet Wind Emperor mention him before. He was a 4-star marshal by Golden Spear Marshal's side. He was quite powerful, a peak existence among high-level emperors. To be able to become the 2nd disciple of Beast Fist Emperor, he was clearly not an ordinary person. No wonder he was so powerful, able to repel 3 emperors with a single punch. It's time to return to God Paradise. Next, I'll try my best to break through to the 7th layer. There was a huge gap between the 6th layer and the 7th layer. After crossing it, one's battle strength would increase by 100-fold. After all, one would have enough Zhenyuan to operate an emperor-grade weapon. Of course, the most important thing was that one's soul power would increase sharply upon reaching the 7th layer. For Yi Chen, this was like adding wings to a tiger. White Tiger Starfield, on a 9th grade life planet, human supremes were gathered in a palace. "Gold Buddha Supreme, you must be careful," True Marshal Supreme asked. Gold Buddha Supreme smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid my battle strength won't recover to its peak within several thousand years. The power of the bloodthirsty spear can't be expelled at once. It can only be slowly worn away." "Don't speak for now." True Marshal Supreme walked behind Gold Buddha Supreme and pressed his palm on him. After a long while, True Marshal Supreme slowly let out a breath of turbid chi. "What a powerful bloodthirsty spear. It's on the same level as the immortal power and even more spiritual." "True Marshal Supreme, we've suffered a crushing defeat this time, and Black Tortoise Starfield has changed owners. Will the demons continue to attack White Tiger Starfield in the coming years?" Black Tortoise Starfield and White Tiger Starfield were adjacent to each other. The Supreme asked. True Marshal Supreme pondered for a moment before replying, "What will come will come. It's said that our human race has an endless stream of geniuses. But compared to the demons, there's still a gap. This time we've finally seen the root of the problem." Although the bloodthirsty spear was the biggest factor, the human race didn't have the advantage in terms of the number of supremes. Even without the bloodthirsty spear, the human race wouldn't be able to win if they continued fighting. Just Supreme Langya and Supreme Zitherheart alone wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Now that Supreme Golden Buddha was heavily injured and his origin was damaged, the human race's peak combat strength was in danger. Black Tortoise Starfield will get it back sooner or later. Langya Supreme said solemnly. Nodding lightly, True Marshal Supreme said, I've decided. In 100 years, we'll open the Supreme Holy Land. Chapter 12:16. The news of the human race's retreat from the Black Tortoise Starfield spread to the other 3 major life starfields. For a time, everyone was worried for their lives. The Demons' Alliance was too domineering. This time it was the Black Tortoise Starfield, next time, would it be the White Tiger Starfield, Vermilion Bird Starfield, and Azure Dragon Starfield? Once all 4 major life starfields fell, the human race could only return to the inhabited worlds. That was akin to catching a turtle in a jar, never to see the light of day again. The barbarian race, the giant race, and the other races were also on alert. They were bound together with the human race for good or ill. Without the human race, they would not be able to compete with the Demons' Alliance. This was also the main reason why they spared no effort to help the human race. This time, the failure of the human race would not bring them any benefits. They did not have a competitive relationship with the human race, nor did they want to replace the human race as the leader of the Demon Alliance. The Barbarians. Doka Star Region, Barbaric Planet. The barbarian tribe's number 1 Venerable Barbarian, slowly said, It is not a good thing for the human race to lose the Black Tortoise Galaxy. From now on, the entire race will be on the 3rd level of alert. If necessary, we will raise it to the 2nd or even the 1st level. In normal times, no race would go on a level 3 alert, as it would consume too much resources. However, the current situation was different. The human race had suffered a setback while the Demons' Alliance had won a landslide victory. Who knew if the Demons' followers would also be interested in the barbarian territories? Taking the human race as an example, if the Black Tortoise Starfield had not been invaded by the barbarian tribes, it would not be where it was today. Appetites were born bit by bit. Once there was one, there would be 2. They must not make a bad start. At the same time, in the Giant Spirit Star area, the giant race's number 1 Paragon, the Giant Spirit Venerable, had given the order for the entire race to be on a level 3 alert. They refused to interact with the evil spirit race, the Yiksha race, and the other races. If there was any movement, the entire army would suppress them. In short, the loss of the human race caused the entire universe to be in a state of panic. Back at the Paradise of Gods, none of them knew that the human race had been forced to retreat to the Black Tortoise Galaxy. When Yichen told them about it, they found it hard to believe. The mighty Black Tortoise Galaxy had a new master in such a short time. No matter how they looked at it, it sounded like a fantasy story, but they had to believe it. How could such a big matter be fake? The future of the human race is going to be tough. After a long silence, the Myriad Arrows monarch finally spoke. It's a pity that we're still too weak. Otherwise, we'd be able to contribute to the human race, Lu Di said hatefully. There's no hurry. War isn't something that can happen in a day or 2. If the Demons' Alliance wants to devour the entire human race, it will take them countless years and energy. There will be a time when we go into battle. Lu Wenjie had always been very calm and had a good mentality. Su Jing, Murong Qingqing, Duguju, and others from Elysium also learned about this from Yichen. Duguju clenched his fists tightly. In the past, he only wanted to compete with geniuses on the same level as him. But now he felt that he was still too naive. Competition was fine, but one must have a lofty goal. Now, he had confirmed his goal, and that was to become one of the most dazzling people in the entire universe. It wasn't vanity, but only absolute strength could protect the human race and protect the place where he lived. He glanced at Yichen. In the future, they would be fighting side by side. At the same time, there would be countless geniuses fighting side by side. Just thinking about it made him excited. On the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda. A few years ago, Yichen already had the strength to pass the God of War Pagoda. However, he had never put it into action, mainly because he didn't want to attract too much attention and attract the attention of the alien races. Now, it didn't matter whether they paid attention or not. Although the war in the Black Tortoise Galaxy had ended, the bigger war was just beginning. Both sides would definitely think of ways to cause trouble, and assassinating the other side's geniuses was undoubtedly the most important thing. Passing the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda would reward a large amount of Shinbi. As for the exact amount, Yichen had never heard of the exact number. After all, it had been countless years since someone had passed the 10th level. At present, Yichen had 15 million Shinbi. If the reward for passing the 10th level was also 15 million Shinbi, he would be able to exchange for a Peak Heavenly King set. In terms of defense, Peak Heavenly King set was equivalent to a low-level Emperor-grade armor. However, in terms of value, Peak Heavenly King set was comparable to a mid-level Emperor-grade armor. This was because of the energy amplification effect. Under the 7th layer of life and death realm, wearing a peak Heavenly King set would increase one's energy by 10 times. 10 times didn't seem like much, but the key was that the higher the energy, the easier it would be to use Emperor-grade offensive artifacts in the future. After all, who would complain about having too much energy? The 10th level's opponent was a Sword King of Demons. The Sword King of Demons had a heaven-defying battle strength. Its cultivation base was the same as Yi Chen's 6th layer life and death realm. However, the majority of titled monarchs were not its opponent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the 10th floor's gatekeeper. The first time Yi Chen entered the 10th floor, he was instantly killed. The second time he withstood 8 moves and was cut into 2 on the 9th move. This time Yi Chen's strength had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. A black light flickered, and the Sword King of Demons slashed at Yi Chen with its huge black sword. For ordinary battle emperors, the Sword King of Demons' sword speed was exceptionally frightening. Not to mention resisting, even parrying would be an extremely difficult task. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, the opponent's sword speed was simply too slow. Clang. With a casual wave of the Eternal Night Emperor sword, the opponent's huge black sword was immediately repelled. In the next moment, a sword light flickered and a huge head flew into the air. 10th floor. Bus. For no reason at all, the God of War Pagoda's resounding voice resounded, as if foretelling something. Not only the God of Paradise's God of War Pagoda, but the demonic God Paradise, evil God Paradise, and every other Paradise's God of War Pagoda reverberated with the resounding voice again and again. What? Someone passed the God of War Pagoda? Who could it be? Could it be our demon's God-blessed queen? Let's go and see. Everyone walked towards the God of War Pagoda. On the left side of the God of War Pagoda's first floor, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was extremely tall, and it was densely packed with names. At a rough glance there were at least 10,000 names. These were all the geniuses who had passed the God of War Pagoda's 10th floor since ancient times. No one knew how long it had been since ancient times. Perhaps it had been hundreds of millions of years, or perhaps it had been billions of years or even trillions of years. Anyway, no one knew when the Paradise of Gods had first existed, and no one knew when life had developed into civilization. Therefore, these tens of thousands of names were actually very rare. As they looked down, some people saw an additional name. Yi Chen. It's the Paradise of Gods genius Sword King Yi Chen. It's actually him. Only he can do it. In an instant, the news of Yi Chen passing the God of War Pagoda's 10th floor was known by everyone. Very quickly, the news spread from the Paradise to the various races. Chapter 12:17. The reward for passing the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda was very high, beyond Yi Chen's expectations. There was a total of 10 million Shinbi. With Yi Chen's 15 million Shinbi, he had 25 million Shinbi. He was only 5 million away from exchanging for a top-tier Heavenly King set. One had to know that not only did the God of War Pagoda reward Shinbi, but the Survival Tower gave even more. Next, Yi Chen went to the Survival Tower. The 10th level of the Survival Tower was much more difficult than the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda, but that was only relatively speaking. Yi Chen didn't find it difficult at all. As expected, the reward for the 10th level of the Survival Tower was double that of the God of War Pagoda, 20 million. A total of 45 million Shinbi. The Paradise of Gods had a total of 3 levels. The first level was for low-tier Heavenly King sets, the second level was for mid-tier Heavenly King sets, and the third level was for high-tier Heavenly King sets. No one knew that there was a secret chamber on the third level, and there were very few top-tier Heavenly King sets. Purple, green, silver, gold, and red. A total of 5 sets. Purple was noble and mysterious. Green was natural. Silver was cold and murderous. Gold was domineering and cold. Red was merciless and bloodthirsty. What surprised Yi Chen was that these 5 sets had many parts. Helmet, inner armor, outer armor, shoulder guards, arm guards, wrist guards, gloves, leg guards, battle skirt, battle boots, and weapons. There were more than a dozen parts in total, more than double the number of high-tier Heavenly King sets. It was a dazzling sight. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen chose the silver set. It was a swordsman set. It had one more part than the other 4 sets. It was a pair of wings, a pair of sword wings. This pair of sword wings was completely made of sword blades and looked very sharp. When spread out, it was about 2 to 3 meters wide. Its name was Flying Sword Armor. The Flying Sky Sword Armor was 30 million divine coins without the Great Sword. Adding the Great Sword, it was 40 million divine coins. Of course, 10 million more was nothing to Yi Chen. With his current amount of divine coins and the speed at which he was earning divine coins, he simply couldn't spend them all. Leaving them here would be a waste. Swoosh, 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 one by one the parts flew onto Yi Chen's body. Very soon Yi Chen had become a swordsman wearing silver sword armor. He held a silver sword in his hand that flickered with light. This pair of sword wings is very powerful. Although Yi Chen had not refined the flying heaven sword armor into his body, he still had 90% control over it. With a thought, the sword wings on Yi Chen's back spread out and flapped rapidly. Chi 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 chi. Streaks of sword aura slashed across, hitting the walls of the secret pavilion, producing clanging sounds and sending sparks everywhere. In fact, whether he had the sword wings or not, it didn't affect Yi Chen much. The sword wings could make a warrior more agile, like a bird. However, Yi Chen had mastered space ultimacy, so he was more agile than a bird. Of course, it was more or less a bonus. Besides, the sword wings weren't just used to make a warrior more agile, they were also a means of attack. The treasured sword was the Flying Heaven Sword. Although it was just a part of a top Heavenly King set, and was only equivalent to a low-level Emperor Stage artifact sword, once it was used together with the Flying Heaven Sword armor, its power would increase by thousands of times, comparable to a low-level Emperor Stage artifact sword. Flying Heaven Sword and Flying Heaven Sword armor. With these, Yi Chen's battle power had increased by more than hundreds of times. If before he could only contend with low-level Emperor warriors, and his defense was a bit weaker than them, then now his battle power was already comparable to mid-level Emperor warriors. Of course, defense was still his weakness, and was still a bit weaker than low-level Emperor warriors. After all, he had a top Heavenly King set, and others also had Emperor Stage artifact sword. Moreover, their cultivation was 2 heavenly layers higher than his, and their energy was much purer. I'll go into seclusion to refine the Flying Heaven Sword armor first. After exchanging for the Flying Heaven Sword armor, Yi Chen couldn't exert its full power at the moment. He needed to refine it into his body in order to completely control it. The second floor of the Tower of Time. Yi Chen ran his Zhen Yuan to refine the Flying Heaven Sword armor. The higher the grade of the treasure, the more powerful it would be, and the more difficult it would be to refine it. The difficulty of refining a set would increase by thousands of times. After a period of time, Yi Chen had only refined 1/10 of the Flying Heaven Sword armor. Fortunately, there was no lack of time in the Tower of Time. 1 day in the outside world was 100 days in the Tower of Time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years in the Tower of Time was 1 month and 7 days in the outside world. Bus. The Flying Heaven Sword armor was gradually refined into Yi Chen's body and integrated with the surface of Yi Chen's skin. Even the Flying Heaven Sword was refined into Yi Chen's right arm, becoming a sword symbol. Come out. With a flash of sword light, the Flying Heaven Sword appeared. The Flying Heaven Sword was very light and didn't feel much when held in the hand. After refining it into the body, it felt connected with the flesh and blood just like a part of the body. Yi Chen performed the sword art at will, which was a bit stronger than the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Swish. With a thought, a pair of sword wings appeared on Yi Chen's back. The sword wings flapped like thousands of swords were waving. Originally, the sword wings were not real wings, but Yi Chen didn't feel that way. He felt that the sword wings were his own wings, just like how birds had their own wings. The sword wings flapped, and Yi Chen suddenly accelerated. With a dash, he was already far away. There was no difference between short-distance movement and teleportation. Good, with these two, I won't be at a disadvantage even if I have to face a middle-level emperor. Yi Chen believed that his defense was not as good as a beginner emperor, let alone a middle-level emperor. However, as long as the opponent couldn't hit him, he would have room to maneuver. If the opponent was a bit weaker, he might be injured instead. I wonder how Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others are doing. After refining the flying sword armor, Yi Chen decided to go out and ask around. At that time, the human race had been defeated, and the situation was too chaotic. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone know the safety of Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others. Leaving the Paradise of Gods, Yi Chen asked around and found out that the White Tiger Starfield had 10 military planets, which became the front line of the human race, just like the 10 military planets of the Black Tortoise Starfield. One of the 10 military planets, the White Blade Planet. On the White Blade Planet, the Grand Marshal was Marshal Golden Spear. 3 of the 10 marshals had died, but Marshal Golden Spear was still alive. Here he might be able to find news of the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others. You mean the Scarlet Wind Emperor? They are currently at the Boulder Barracks. After asking many people, Yi Chen finally got news of the 4. Fortunately, none of them died. This was undoubtedly a great fortune amidst the misfortune. After several years together, Yi Chen already considered them as true friends. The martial path was long and it was too lonely to have a few good friends. Arriving at the Boulder Barracks, Yi Qin instantly found the Scarlet Wind Emperor. Yi Qin. The four were overjoyed to see Yi Qin. Like Yi Qin, they were worried about each other's safety. Seeing you again, it feels like a lifetime has passed. Luckily we are all alive. The Scarlet Wind Emperor patted Yi Qin's shoulder, sighing. Haha, what are you worried about him for? He'll probably survive even if we die. The Fire Sparrow Emperor said carelessly. That's true, we can't even catch up to your survival ability. The four knew Yi Qin's strength very well. Chapter 12-18. After chatting for a few days, Yi Qin returned to the God Paradise. This time he wanted to attack the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. Although the Tower of Time could give him 100 times more time, he was very clear that once he reached the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm, one's comprehensive ability would increase drastically. Things that would take 100 years to comprehend before might only take 1 or 2 years at the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. Of course, this was only for people with high comprehensive ability. Those with average comprehensive ability could stay in the Paradise of God for dozens or even hundreds of years. At present, Yi Qin already had 99% certainty of attacking the 7th layer. His foundation could be considered stable. If he didn't attack now, when would he? I heard you want to attack the 7th layer. Peerless King Ajio, who had somehow obtained this information, asked upon seeing Yi Qin. Right, it's time. Yi Qin faintly nodded. Alright, you go first. I'll be right behind you. Ajio didn't find Yi Qin's choice strange. Who didn't know the benefits of the Time Tower? Since Yi Qin had chosen to attack the 7th layer, he must have made a thorough plan. As for Ajio, he still needed to stay for a while. At present, he was also a battle emperor and had reached the 10th floor of the War God Tower. However, compared to Yi Qin, he was far inferior. In the first stage, Yi Qin had won and he was sincerely convinced. The second stage was the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. Life and Death Realm was the starting point of the universe's experts. If one couldn't step over it, so what if one was a peerless genius? One's foundation would be far inferior to others. The only thing Yi Qin lacked was cultivation base. Breaking through to the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm would require tens of millions of yuan stones or even more. Previously, when Yi Qin broke through to the 6th layer of Life and Death Realm, he had spent 7 to 8 million yuan stones. The 7th layer of Life and Death Realm would cost at least 10 times that amount. If it were Su Jing with her golden dragon physique, it would be several times or even 10 times more than Yi Qin's. In the Tower of Time, Yi Qin was sitting there with crossed legs quietly. He was not in a hurry to break through to the next realm. Instead, he slowly revolved his Zhen Yuan over and over again. This method was called the inertia method of breaking through to the next realm. It was just like a river. Once you blocked it and then suddenly let it go, the river would flow 1,000 miles in an unstoppable manner. However, that would be too overbearing. If he succeeded, it would be fine, but if he failed, it would be very easy for his body to explode. Therefore, before that, Yi Qin had to gradually accelerate his Zhen Yuan. After 1,080 cycles, Yi Qin began to accelerate greatly. A green light suddenly shone from his body, making Yi Qin look like a human-shaped jade. Dong, dong, dong. Breaking through to the next realm was a huge burden on the body, especially on the heart. At this moment, the blood circulation would be thousands of times faster than normal. Without an undying body, it would be impossible to break through to the next realm. Of course, which Life and Death King didn't have an undying body. The only difference was the strength. According to the strength, the realm one could break through to was different. The reason why breaking through to the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm was even more difficult. It was also because he wanted to break through to the Enatar realm and condense the Emperor's imprint. Without the Emperor's imprint, there was no way to break through. However, this was not a problem for Yi Qin. He could have condensed the Emperor's imprint a year ago, but it was still not the right time to break through. Therefore he suppressed it. Now there was no need to suppress it. Bus, 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 bus. The Enatar realm was only a state where one could display their potential to the limit. It was an existence of nothingness. What Yi Qin wanted to do was to turn this nothingness into reality, which was the Emperor's imprint. Condensing the Emperor's imprint consumed a lot of mental and soul power. Fortunately, Yi Qin didn't lack either. Gradually, a transparent imprint took shape in Yi Qin's Sea of Soul. This imprint looked like characters but also like a human. As it took shape, the Sea of Soul became even more stable. Of course, it was not only the Sea of Soul that was stable but also the potential. In the past, one needed to enter the Enatar realm to burst out with the strongest potential. However, after condensing the Emperor's imprint, one could burst out with the strongest potential with every movement. This was the benefit of the Emperor's imprint. After an unknown amount of time, the Emperor's imprint was completely formed. Following this, Yi Chen's body was like a surging ocean. Even if he didn't purposely break through to the next realm, he would naturally enter the seventh layer of life and death realm. At this time, Yi Chen's foundation had already been formed. Breaking through to the next realm was no longer a surprise. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed in the outside world. Yi Chen had yet to come out of the time tower. Another month passed. On this day, in a certain space on the second floor of the time tower, a boundless aura soared into the sky. This aura was too frightening, like countless sharp swords. Ordinary life and death kings would immediately collapse upon contact with this aura. Even powerful 6th-layer life and death kings couldn't withstand the impact of this aura. Only 7th-layer life and death titled monarchs could contend against it. However, this was merely the aura. If one were to directly face the source of the aura, Zhen Yuan, they would also suffer. If a powerful Sword Emperor or Sword Emperor were here, they would definitely recognize that this was not ordinary Zhen Yuan, but Sword Yuan, the strongest sword energy of a sword artist. With Sword Yuan, one's destructive power would increase by 10-fold. Ordinary objects that couldn't be sliced apart could be sliced apart with a single slash. Even the astral Yuan of an evil spirit body king was somewhat inferior to Sword Yuan. The one releasing this aura was precisely Yi Chen. At this moment he had already broken through to the 7th layer of life and death realm. What made him pleasantly surprised was that his Zhen Yuan had finally transformed into Sword Yuan. He didn't know why it would transform into Sword Yuan, although there were signs of it before. Perhaps, it had something to do with Yi Chen's cultivation technique breaking through to the peak heaven grade. Perhaps it was because of the sword intent, or perhaps it was because of sword domain. Regardless, this was indeed Sword Yuan without a trace of falsehood. Apart from Sword Yuan, the ones with the greatest increase were Soul Power and Zhen Yuan. His Soul Power suddenly increased by 10-fold, and his Zhen Yuan by nearly 50 times. Correspondingly, Yi Chen's consumption of Yuan stones was also an astronomical figure, no less than 300 million Yuan stones. This was Yi Chen. If it were any other 6th-layer life and death king without any background, they probably wouldn't have enough Yuan stones to break through. Is this Sword Yuan? Yi Chen opened his palm and a strand of Zhen Yuan shot out. This strand of Zhen Yuan was extremely sharp, like a soft sword. It swam in Yi Chen's palm, issuing chi-chi sounds. With a casual wave of his hand, this strand of Sword Yuan instantly shot out. Its speed was countless times faster than Zhen Yuan, and it was simply like a flying sword. It should be known that this was merely Sword Yuan, and not a sword art that was executed with Sword Yuan. From now on, I can be considered to have the capital to protect my life. Yi Chen didn't know what realm his battle strength had reached, but he knew that middle-level Emperor warriors were no longer his opponents. In terms of defense, he was stronger than low-level Emperor warriors. Of course, he was still a bit weaker than middle-level Emperor warriors, but the gap wasn't that big. Sword Yuan made up for the gap of 1 layer, but in terms of offense, middle-level Emperor warriors wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Chapter 12:19. Bus. Right at this moment, a powerful force suddenly appeared, and Yi Chen was forcibly sent into the void. When he reappeared, he was already on the God Star. Sure enough, after reaching the 7th sky of life and death realm, one will immediately be expelled from the God Paradise. Yi Chen was not surprised, as he had long since prepared for this. Swish. Although the gravity on the God Star was extremely powerful, around 1/10 of that of an ordinary white dwarf star, Yi Chen's Sword Yuan was even more powerful. With a burst of Sword Yuan, Yi Chen flew out of the atmosphere. In Vermilion Bird Starfield there was an unknown stronghold. This stronghold was located on a desolate planet. There was no heat, no plants, no water, only strong winds and sandstorms as well as frightening violent lightning. This planet was called Desolate Star, and it was an uninhabited place. There was not a single planet in its vicinity. As far as the eye could see, the universe was pitch black, with 1 or 2 stars flickering occasionally. At the center of the Desolate Star was a huge palace shrouded in a dark halo. If someone came here and saw this palace, they would certainly be astonished. Scanning with soul power from the outside wouldn't be able to discover this palace. This palace was clearly shrouded in a concealing array that could isolate soul power. Inside the palace there was a huge conference room. At this moment, both sides of the conference table were filled with people. At a glance there were at least 30 people. These people were not from the human race or the beast race. They were all powerful warriors from the demon race, the evil spirit race, and the Yuxia race. Their cultivation bases were all at the 8th sky of the life and death realm. Judging from their auras, The weaker ones were much weaker than Green Boring Emperor, but the stronger ones were much stronger. Devil Hand Emperor, why have you gathered us? The third person on the left was a Green Spirit Emperor. His finger knocked on the table as he asked. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the Devil Hand Sovereign. They were the spies planted by the upper echelons of their race in the 4 major life star domains. They wouldn't gather together easily in case they were wiped out. After all, the 4 major life star domains were now the 3 major life star domains. They were like rats. Once they were exposed, they would only face death. Naturally, death was already a very good ending for them. They were only afraid that they would be soul-searched by some emperors or quasi-venerables with powerful soul force. The Devil Hand Emperor cleared his throat. I have gathered all of you here for an important matter. I believe all of you have heard about it from your own sources. The human race has an amazing genius. This genius has only been in the paradise of gods for a few decades, but he has already passed the 10th level of the God of War pagoda. You're talking about that Yi Qin of the human race, right? I've heard from the higher-ups that this child is indeed a scourge. If we don't get rid of him, we'll have another opponent in the future. An emperor of the Wuxia clan said. Opponent? The Devil Hand Emperor sneered. It seems like your higher-ups haven't paid enough attention to this child. I can say that if we let him grow, the human race will have another paragon in the near future. Moreover, he has a high chance of becoming a super paragon. Paragon? Super paragon? Aren't you exaggerating a little too much? It's not like we haven't seen geniuses before. Some of them aren't that much weaker than him, but less than 1 in 100 can become a paragon. All of them are at the peak emperors or quasi-venerables. It's not that easy to become a paragon, let alone a super paragon. The evil vulture emperor of the evil spirit race retorted. The Devil Hand Emperor didn't even look at him. He continued, of course I'm not that observant. The one who thinks that this child has a chance of becoming a super paragon is the Shaman Demon Emperor of the demons. Shaman Demon Emperor. Hearing these 3 words, the whole scene quieted down. The Shaman Demon bloodline was the most special bloodline of the demons. It was so powerful that it could be said to be heaven-defying. However, the heavens seemed to be apprehensive of this bloodline, and had placed shackles on it. The Shaman Demon bloodline would never be able to enter the ranks of paragons, and could only reach the 8th layer of life and death realm. However, it would be a grave mistake to look down on the Shaman Demon bloodline. Liches were innately sensitive to time. After entering the life and death realm, their time profound would reach at least 30% completion. This made the Shaman Demon bloodline invincible in the same realm. Even among the demons, Dark Witch and Dark Goddess were not the opponents of the Shaman Demon bloodline within the same realm. Only the legendary Great Demon King bloodline seemed to be able to suppress the Shaman Demon bloodline. After reaching the 8th layer of life and death realm, only one person could be conferred the title of Shaman Demon Emperor, and this person was undoubtedly the strongest of the Shaman Demon bloodline. At present, the Shaman Demon Emperor of the demons was already close to 100,000 years old. He was an old antique who would face the end of his lifespan at any time. His prophecies were like gold and jade in the eyes of the demons. This was because the Shaman Demon Emperor's attainments in time profound had already reached the pinnacle. As long as he had some information about a certain person, he could immediately deduce some fragments of that person's future. Of course, due to his cultivation base, the Shaman Demon Emperor couldn't deduce the future of a paragon. Once, the Shaman Demon Emperor forcibly tried to deduce the future of a human paragon and immediately suffered a backlash. It took several thousand years for him to gradually recover. Since it's the Shaman Demon Emperor's deduction, it shouldn't be far from the truth. The crowd could choose not to believe the Devil Hand Emperor, but they couldn't not believe the Shaman Demon Emperor. Although the Shaman Demon Emperor of the demons wasn't a paragon, he had the strength of a paragon. He could be said to be one of the strongest paragons in history. Even the Shaman Demon Emperor believes that this kid has a high chance of becoming a paragon. Then this kid must die. The Greenman Emperor revealed a killing intent. Right, this kid deserves to die. If we don't kill him, our hearts won't be at ease. The crowd was in a heated discussion. The Devil Hand Emperor signaled for the crowd to quieten down. This kid must die, but we must have a meticulous plan. This plan can only succeed and not fail. Otherwise, the difficulty of assassinating him next time will increase by 10 or even 100 times. We might even be annihilated. Devil Hand Emperor, what plan do you have? Just say it. Let's listen. The Wuxia Emperor said impatiently. All right. The Devil Hand Emperor explained his plan in an orderly manner. Devil Domain. Lich Planet. This was a level 9 life planet, the headquarters of the Lich race. On top of the heaven-reaching tower, a gray-haired old man stood with his hands behind his back. This old man was very old. Although his hair wasn't completely white, his face was full of wrinkles. His flesh was about to fall off, and his face was full of age spots. His turbid eyes weren't focused, and there were no teeth in his mouth. This was an old man with one foot in the grave. However, no one would look down on him. As he stood there, the time around him seemed to have stopped. That moment was like an eternity. He was the strongest expert of the Lich race, the Shaman Demon Emperor. He was also the leader of the Shaman Demon race. Not only does he have a high chance of becoming a paragon, but he will definitely become a paragon. He might even surpass a paragon. However, I can't say it. If I say it, it will bring a greater disaster to the demons. The demons roam the universe. Their biggest opponent is here. Chapter 12:20. Nobody knew what Shaman Demon King had seen. In fact, even he himself didn't know what he had seen. He only knew that his whole body was trembling at that moment. It was the kind of trembling one would feel when facing a superior. That kind of power was simply undefiable. Then the whole world started to warn him as if he had predicted some kind of fate. The so-called fate of the heavens must not be divulged. This was not an empty saying. It wasn't that revealing the secrets of the heavens would result in immediate punishment. One must know that the future wasn't unchanging. Revealing the secrets of the heavens was equivalent to changing the future to a certain extent. In other words, revealing the secrets of the heavens would result in a different outcome, and that outcome would be even more disadvantageous to you. This was the rule of fate, the supreme rule of fate. Shaman Demon King couldn't directly state his prediction. He could only warn the upper echelons of the demons that this kid was very dangerous and had a great chance of becoming a supreme. He believed that saying this would attract enough attention. This is fate, this is fate. Whether or not this kid can be killed will be the turning point of the demon's fate. Shaman Demon King was very clear that changing fate would be very difficult. Killing this kid wouldn't be a matter of a day but a long time. At the same time, in the palace meeting on Wild Star, the plan had already been decided. The plan was quite simple. Each clan would send out 3 Emperor-level experts to kill Yi Qin together, not giving him any chance to escape. They were quite confident that not to mention a mere 6th-layer life and death realm genius, even if it was a wily high-level Emperor-level expert, he would still die without a doubt. Yi Qin didn't know that a huge net was quietly covering him. After leaving the God Paradise, he headed straight for Vermilion Bird Star Region's Flame Star planet. With the Star Transfer Array and Dijianghao, Yi Qin arrived at Flame Star Flower City in a mere week. Master, the target has arrived at Flame City. On a desolate planet near Flame City, a human king bowed and reported. Very good. Continue monitoring. Remember, don't alert him. As soon as he leaves Flame City, immediately report. The grim middle-aged man with a horn on each shoulder was the Emperor of the Demons, the Iron Horn Emperor. In terms of strength, even Demonic Hand Emperor was not his opponent. However, strength didn't represent status. In human territory, he had to listen to Demonic Hand Emperor. This subordinate understands. After speaking, the human king's figure suddenly disappeared. Clearly it was only a projection. Not only on this planet but on the planets near and far around Flame Star, there were also alien race emperors hiding there. Every once in a while, someone would send a message through a projection. This way, none of Yi Qin's movements could escape their eyes and ears. All they had to do was wait patiently. The current Sparrow Flower City was extremely prosperous. Although the Yi family and the Dustfall Sword sect were the absolute overlords of Sparrow Flower City, they didn't deliberately suppress the other powers. Instead, they often cooperated with other powers. Of course, not every power could cooperate with the Yi family and the Dustfall Sword sect. It was already good enough that those notorious powers hadn't been eradicated. Prosperity and fairness made Sparkle City's reputation spread far and wide. Many small families were willing to move to Sparkle City. In other main cities they were like pieces of meat, but in Sparkle City they were protected. After reaching the 7th sky of life and death realm, his comprehensive ability had increased by 100-fold. Some of the things that were hard to understand in the past could now be comprehended with just a bit of time and a bit of thought. So it's more natural to use Space Upanishad this way. Yi Qin started with momentary glory. The same material but different people made it, so the effect would be different. The space profound was like a material. Before the 7th sky of life and death realm, Yi Qin had been able to raise his momentary glory to the 4th rank, which was already quite good. But now Yi Qin was no longer satisfied with the momentary glory. Of course, this was mainly due to the fact that his space ultimacy had improved a lot once again. He had successfully broken through to the Great Accomplishment Realm and was only a step away from the Great Accomplishment Realm. Standing beside the lake in the City Lord's mansion, Yi Chen faced the wind and swung his sword again and again, comprehending the connection between the sword and space. If someone were to come here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Within a radius of 1,000 feet around Yi Chen, there were sword lights everywhere. These sword lights seemed to have come out of the void, interweaving into a web of death without any loopholes. 3 days later, the net of death shrank from 1,000 zhang to 100 zhang. A week later, it had shrunk to 100 feet. 1 month. 10 feet. Done. Lightning flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he slashed out with his sword. The frightening web of death condensed into a single point and shot out in a straight line. Hundreds of millions of li away from the flame star, an ordinary planet was suddenly dismembered like a butcher dismembering an ox. However, the speed of the process was 1,000,000 times faster. The current momentary glory has almost reached its limit. Everything had its limit. For example, a piece of tofu, no matter how it was cooked, could not be cooked to the point of being a delicacy. No matter how powerful the space ultimacy was, it was only a profound. It could not be infinitely powerful. 4th rank was its limit. Even if the space ultimacy reached the Great Accomplishment Realm, it would at most be a high-rank 4th rank martial skill. 4th rank martial skills were also divided into beginner, ordinary, mid, high, and then extreme. However, after the space ultimacy reached the Great Accomplishment Realm, the time ultimacy was another matter. Next, Yi Chen put all his effort into the second 4th rank martial art. Sun Essence Extreme Manifestation and True Inferno Sword were both extreme 3rd rank martial skills. It seemed to be a step away from 4th rank martial skills, but the difference in power was more than 1,000 times. A 3rd rank martial skill was a 3rd rank martial skill, it could not become a 4th rank martial skill. Yi Chen did not plan to spend time on the Sun Essence Extreme Manifestation and True Inferno Sword. Now he had to prepare to create a supreme martial skill. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Yi Chen planned to use these 5 profound to create a martial skill. Of course, he had to do it step by step. If he really integrated these 5 profound into a martial skill, it would be a supreme martial skill. Let's start with metal, water, fire, and earth. Yi Chen did not have much experience with 4th rank martial skills. Fortunately, the 5 profound of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the foundation he often used to create martial skills. It should be easier. This time it took a lot of time. Half a year later. Go! Above the lake, Yi Chen casually slashed out with his sword. Boom! Like a superstar exploding, a burning lava sword light slashed out, and the whole Spark City flickered. So hot. Yi Chen's expression was a little strange. Just now he did not use sword intent or sword essence, but when he slashed out, all the water in the lake dried up. Shin'er, what happened? After a while, Yi Tianhao and the others came. Just now, the movement of that sword was too big, it was hard not to know. Nothing, I am practicing the sword. Yi Chen smiled and put away his sword. Oh my, the lake has dried up. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. He knew that his brother never used any sword intent or energy when practicing the sword, it was purely sword skills. Maybe it caused a chain reaction. Although this lake was just an ordinary lake, there were countless spirit formations covering it. Yet, a single sword strike had easily dried up the lake. It must have inadvertently made great progress. Chapter 12:21. Although this sword had not reached the phenomenal stage yet, Yi Chen had already given it a name, the Doomsday Meteor Sword. This sword was like a burning meteor streaking across the sky, looking like the end of the world. Of course, when the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all present, this sword would become the real Doomsday Sword. Currently, it only contained the 4 profound meanings of metal, water, fire, and earth. The Doomsday Meteor Sword had a much better future than the Momentary Brilliance. Even if it only had 4 profound meanings, it could reach the peak of the 4th revolution, while the limit of the Momentary Brilliance was the advanced stage of the 4th revolution. But for now, the Momentary Brilliance was more useful. The Doomsday Meteor Sword had just reached the initial stage. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. It had been more than a year since Yi Chen left the Paradise of Gods. In this 1 year, the members of the Paradise of Gods had improved a lot. However, the ones who improved the most were Ajiu, Duguju, and Su Jing. Ajiu's strength was already unstoppable in the Paradise of Gods. Of course, the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan was not far behind. He was the only one who could compete with Ajiu. As for Duguju and Su Jing, they were the latecomers. It would take them a long time to catch up to the two of them. If the era when Yi Qin was in the paradise of gods was the golden era, then after Yi Qin left, the paradise of gods was the platinum era. It was even better than the golden era. After all, although the monster Yi Qin was gone, there were a few more top experts, and the number of experts had increased. It was worth mentioning that the goddess of gods from the demonic paradise had also passed the 10th level of the god of war pagoda. It seemed that Yi Qin's existence had stimulated her improvement. The potential of the goddess of darkness was not something an ordinary person could compare to. In the past there was no one stronger than her, so the pressure was not great. Now that there was a Yi Qin, she knew that there was always someone stronger than her. It would be strange if she did not improve greatly. In an era with many geniuses, there would be even stronger geniuses. This was an unchanging law of the universe. Yi Qin was not very concerned about the paradise of gods. With Ajiu and Leng Fifan around, Duguju, Sujing, Murong Qingqing, and the others were all growing rapidly, there was no need for him to worry about them. He should worry about the other paradises. Of course, the other paradises could not be underestimated. Although the paradise of God was at its peak, the other paradises would also produce new geniuses. At most, the paradise of God would have a slight advantage. In this half a year, Yi Qin finally comprehended the Doomsday Meteor Sword to great perfection. Even if he did not draw his sword, the sword intent of the Doomsday Meteor Sword was not something that ordinary sovereign personages could withstand. On this day, Yi Qin left planet Flaming Flame and rushed to the rock barracks on planet White Tiger Star Zone's White Blade. He had arranged to meet with the Scarlet Wind the Arch and the others next week. Master, the target has left planet Flaming Flame. On the dozen or so planets around planet Flaming Flame, a dozen or so projections appeared and reported the latest news to the foreign sovereign personages. You're finally willing to come out. This time you won't be able to return. The most outstanding genius of the human race is about to fall. Just thinking about it makes me excited. We, a dozen sovereign personages, assassinated Junior. There's no chance of failure. In the starry sky, Yi Qin had just taken out Di Jianghao when he sensed danger. Buzz buzz buzz. Dozens of sovereign personages appeared out of thin air in all directions. There were demons, yakshas, evil spirits, and green men. There were a total of 13 of them. Among these 13, the weakest was a low-level peak sovereign personage, and the strongest was a mid-level peak sovereign personage. It was not hard for Yi Qin to imagine that his whereabouts were definitely being monitored. Otherwise, he would not have been surrounded the moment he left planet Flaming Flame. Those who came did not have good intentions, and those who had good intentions did not come. A sovereign personage had appeared in the human race's territory, and with great fanfare at that. It seemed like the higher echelons of the foreign races had already included him in their must-kill list. Sneering, Yi Qin said, "Everyone, you've waited for a long time." He was not afraid. On the contrary, he was somewhat looking forward to it. Instant of Glory and Doomsday Meteor Sword had never been used before. This was the perfect opportunity to see how powerful they were. Yi Qin's calmness made Devil Hand Emperor faintly crease his brows. The situation seemed to have changed. No matter who it was, encountering dozens of sovereign personages at once would certainly produce a trace of alarm. However, he couldn't see any negative emotions on Yi Qin's body. It was as if he didn't care about his situation at all. Or perhaps, he had a certain degree of certainty in escaping. As for whether or not Yi Qin had the strength to contend against them, Devil Hand Emperor didn't even think about it. What a joke. A 7th-layer life and death brat, no matter how much of a genius he was, couldn't contend against 13 sovereign personages at once, unless he had the strength of a high-grade sovereign personage. Moreover, even if he had the strength of a high-grade sovereign personage, they would still dare to clash head-on. Kid, to die by our hands is your honor. Last time, we only sent 7 sovereign personages to assassinate human geniuses. This time we sent twice as many. The Green Man race's sovereign personage calmly looked at Yi Qin. Is that so? But this time you're likely to return empty-handed. If there was a high-grade sovereign personage among them, Yi Qin might have thought of a way to escape. Unfortunately, they didn't. Oh, quite confident. The Yiksha race's sovereign personage sneered. As far as he was concerned, all geniuses were confident. Even in the face of despair, they wouldn't despair. However, this kind of confidence excited him instead. Turning confidence into despair was a wonderful process. Killing the opponent in one go was not that interesting. Devil Hand Sovereign, what's wrong? The Iron Horn Emperor, who was familiar with Devil Hand Sovereign's character, felt a little strange. Devil Hand Sovereign had always done things swiftly and decisively, but now, he saw a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Nothing. Devil Hand Sovereign smiled, dispelling the doubt in his heart. No matter how he speculated, he didn't think that Yi Chen could escape alive. The possibility was absolutely zero. Kill. With a wave of his hand, Devil Hand Sovereign launched an attack. The encirclement of 13 sovereign personages was no small matter. Yi Chen didn't dare to ignore it. After all, although his attack was powerful, his defense was much weaker. He was only a little stronger than a low-level sovereign personage. Momentary brilliance, let me see your real power. Yi Chen's figure flickered. Compared to before, Yi Chen's movement was even more erratic. The void didn't seem to be a hindrance to him at all. Other than the fact that he couldn't teleport, his agility had already surpassed a medium-level sovereign personage. Go. The flying heaven sword waved. Countless sword lights fused together and condensed into a single point, flying towards the peak Green Man race's low-level sovereign personage. This sword was unbelievably fast. However, its profoundness wasn't limited to speed. Just as the peak Green Man race's low-level sovereign personage was about to teleport, the sword light suddenly exploded, turning into a death net that enveloped the opponent. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The peak Green Man race's low-level sovereign personage was instantly cut into thousands of pieces. Even a low-level sovereign personage's armor couldn't block it. Chapter 12:22. What? Demonic Hand Emperor, Iron Horn Emperor, and the rest were incomparably shocked. Killing a peak novice emperor with one sword strike was something even high-level emperors couldn't accomplish. After all, a low-level emperor-grade armor was not that easy to break. At the very least, 80 to 90% of the damage would be blocked, and the remaining 10 to 20% wouldn't be enough to kill a peak novice emperor. Demonic Hand Emperor finally understood what he had been worrying about. Yi Chen was 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than he had imagined. He was no longer an ordinary peerless genius, but an unprecedented genius. Only those famous geniuses in history could compare to him. It should be known that his cultivation base was only at the 7th layer of life and death realm, and he seemed to have advanced in the past 2 years. If he reached the peak of the 7th layer, wouldn't even high-level emperors be his opponent? If he reached the 8th layer, who under the Supremes would be able to contend against him? Once one entered the 8th layer of life and death realm, one would be invincible under Supremes. It was not that there were none, but it was simply too rare. Demon Race's Shaman Demon Emperor was one, and the strongest genius of Shaman Demon Race was also counted. In the entire universe, the number of known such characters did not exceed 10. And this was not counting all of them. If one were to count all of them, there would be only 5. However, compared to Yi Chen, Shaman Demon lineage would never be able to reach the Supreme's realm, while Yi Chen didn't have any restrictions. In fact, Yi Chen's attack wasn't powerful enough to destroy a low-level Emperor-grade armor. This was mainly because when the Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent were both at the 7th step, they could resonate with each other, greatly increasing one's cultivation speed. Currently, the Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent had both reached the late 7th step, which was much more powerful than the early 7th step. In terms of defense, the Immortal Sword Intent could be said to be impervious to 10,000 evils. It could be said to be the bane of evil spirit race's evil arts. On the other hand, the Destruction Sword Intent's attack was extremely frightening. It could forcibly destroy things that were originally indestructible, and could even transmit sword chi into the opponent's body through the armor. The current Destruction Sword Intent truly had the aura of destroying all living things. Aside from that, the Moment of Glory itself had a strange ability. Although Yi Chen knew that the nature of the Moment of Glory would change after mastering space lore, he did not expect it to have such a change. It was similar to the Spacetime Cutter, or at least it had the initial state of the Spacetime Cutter. Kill him. Devil Hand Sovereign's eyes erupted with a powerful killing intent. This time, even if he had to sacrifice half of his emperors, he still wanted Yi Chen to fall. Kill. The Iron Horn Emperor was the strongest among them. He punched out, and the wind from his fist transformed into a huge horn, blasting towards Yi Chen. This was the ultimate art he was famous for, breaking hardness fist. Just as Yi Chen was about to dodge, his body suddenly froze. It turned out that the 2 sovereigns closest to him had each released their own domains. Their domains overlapped, but not only did they not cancel each other out, they instead strengthened each other, making it impossible for Yi Chen to dodge in an instant. Our overlapping waves domain isn't something to be trifled with. On Yi Chen's left and right were the 2 sovereigns of the Wuxia clan. They were called Yi Jianghuang and Yi Hai Emperor respectively. Their domains were exactly the same, called overlapping waves domain. As the name suggested, this domain could be overlapped, amplifying the power by 4 times. When these 2 brothers joined hands, Even a high-level sovereigns would find it hard to advance or retreat, let alone Yi Qin. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Horn Emperor's breaking hardness fist had already arrived in front of Yi Qin. If this fist were to hit its target, it would be enough to pierce through Yi Qin. Clang. Although he couldn't dodge, it didn't mean that Yi Qin would give up without a fight. Raising his flying heaven sword, Yi Qin slashed at the horn-like fist wind. The black sword light was cold and mournful. Boom. An extremely violent shock wave radiated out in all directions, and Yi Qin was blown away. The breaking hardness fist was the Iron Horn Emperor's unique skill after all, so it wasn't that easy to resist. Moreover, under the suppression of the overlapping wave's domain, Yi Qin couldn't perform his unique skill in a short time. However, the current him wasn't the same as before. With the flying heaven sword armor, the protective sword intent, and the immortal power, he had the confidence to face high-level sovereigns, not to mention the Iron Horn Emperor who was a peak mid-level sovereigns. After flying back for tens of thousands of miles, Yi Qin stopped his retreat. He actually blocked it. The Iron Horn Emperor looked at his fist and then at Yi Qin. His opponent's attack was powerful, but his defense wasn't bad either. The scattered fist wind had clearly hit Yi Qin. Kill. As soon as the Iron Horn Emperor's attack ended, the other sovereigns of the pagan clan attacked. They were like bombers attacking Yi Qin repeatedly. Dazzling energy waves exploded crazily, as if planets were exploding. Retreating again and again, blood leaked out of the corner of Yi Qin's mouth. It would be a lie to say that the combined attack of 12 sovereigns of the pagan clan was not powerful. It was already not easy for Yi Qin to defend until now. Of course, this was also thanks to the immortal power. Impossible. He is only at the 7th layer of life and death realm. How could he defend until now? Defending for a long time is bound to fail. I don't believe he has much immortal power left. Right, he can't defend. Let's exhaust him to death. While Devil Hand Emperor and the rest were shocked, their killing intent toward Yi Qin also intensified. Raising his head, Yi Qin looked at the 12 and said indifferently, "Courtesy demands reciprocation. Now it's my turn to attack." Holding the flying heaven sword with both hands, Yi Qin sucked in a deep breath and raised the sword high. "This sword is something I've prepared for you guys." As he exhaled, Yi Qin's sword heavily chopped down. Nobody could describe the power and splendor of this sword. Several 100 million li of the pitch-black cosmos suddenly erupted with a frightening flame. Unlike in Inferno City, he didn't need to use his sword yuan and sword intent. But here, he didn't need any restrictions, and could only wave his sword to his heart's content. Puchi. Flames flickered, and a several million li long sword light burst out like a fire dragon traversing the cosmos. Crackle. The meteor sword light was millions of miles long, and with a flash, it could travel hundreds of millions of miles. Then it flew even further away. Everywhere it went, stars exploded. Some ordinary stars were tens of millions of miles away from the sword light, but they couldn't withstand the pull of the Doomsday Meteor Sword. After a slight tremble, they suddenly exploded. Doomsday Meteor Sword was like a true Doomsday Sword. It triggered a chain reaction in the cosmos. Of course, this sword's consumption was also enormous, 100 times more than Instant of Glory. 1/3 of Yi Qin's Zhenyuan was used up. This was also the reason why he didn't use this sword art rashly. It consumed too much Zhenyuan. Puchi. 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 Devil Hand Emperor and the rest froze in place. In the next moment, 7 peak low-level Emperor Realm experts exploded into bloody mists, turning into flying ashes. Devil Hand Emperor and the other 4 mid-level Emperor Realm experts spurted out blood, looking dispirited. This sword strike had also destroyed their fighting spirit. Chapter 12:23. The power of the Doomsday Meteor Sword after reaching great accomplishment was very close to a 4th Revolution peak sword technique, while momentary brilliance was only a 4th Revolution middle-tier sword technique. The difference between the two was huge. Of course, Yi Qin didn't expect the Doomsday Meteor Sword to be so terrifying. Before he used it, he thought it would be good enough to kill 3 or 4 martial emperors who had just reached the peak. The plan failed. Let's go. The 5 people who survived lost all their courage. To assassinate Yi Qin, only high-level emperors could do it, and they needed 3 or more, or at least 1 peak-level emperor. If they relied on themselves, it would be suicide. The 5 of them split up and teleported in different directions. Yi Qin could not teleport, so he could not make all 5 of them stay. However, he could make 1 or 2 stay. Without hesitation, Yi Qin once again executed the Doomsday Meteor Sword. Millions of miles of sword aura flashed, and a mid-tier emperor warrior fell. After swallowing a Zhenyuan replenishing pellet, Yi Qin continued to use Doomsday Meteor Sword. This time it was aimed at Devil Hand Emperor. He could tell that Devil Hand Emperor was the leader of this group of emperors. Killing him would at least make the other emperors in the human territory stop for a while. Devil Hand Sovereign was already gravely injured. Although the inextinguishable energy could instantly heal any injuries, it was still insufficient against the sword light that contained the destruction sword intent. One had to know that Yi Chen's destruction sword intent had reached the late 7th rank, which was equivalent to an ordinary late 8th rank sword intent. This was in terms of power, and an ordinary 8th rank sword intent wouldn't have the destructive nature of the destruction sword intent. The sword light that tore apart the universe arrived. How could the Devil Hand Sovereign block it? He couldn't evade it either. The sword light was incomparably huge and had already locked onto him. A bloody mist erupted as Devil Hand Sovereign was vaporized into nothingness, leaving behind only his weapon and armor. As for the Ironhorn Emperor and the other two, they had already escaped to a faraway place. Even if Yi Chen could teleport, he would not be able to catch up with them. After collecting the spoils of war, Yi Chen acted as if nothing had happened and rushed toward the nearest star teleportation formation. In a secret realm in the Vermilion Bird star field, the Ironhorn Emperor and the other two appeared at the same time. Ironhorn Emperor, what should we do next? The Ghost Spirit Emperor of the Evil Spirit race looked at the Ironhorn Emperor. The Ironhorn Emperor muttered, "Killing this kid is beyond our ability. We can only report to the upper echelons and ask them to send high-level or even peak-level emperors." Will the higher-ups agree? Although there were many high-level and top-level beast sovereigns, they were not fools. If they ran into the territory of the human race, it was very likely that they would be discovered. Not to mention top-level beast sovereigns, even quasi-venerables or ordinary supreme beings would not be able to leave alive if they were discovered in the territory of the human race. The upper echelons of the human race were not to be trifled with. To be honest, the Ironhorn Emperor wasn't willing to stay in the human race's territory. He was sure that the human race's experts would have noticed some clues at the place where they had fought. After all, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more obvious the demonic attribute would be. It wouldn't dissipate even after several months. Some powerful quasi-sovereigns could temporarily reverse the flow of time and observe what had happened not long ago. You don't have to worry about that. The more amazing his performance is, the more the higher-ups won't tolerate him. Compared to that, sacrificing a few high-level or even peak-level emperors is nothing. It was none of his business. As long as he didn't throw his life away, it was fine, the Ironhorn Emperor thought. You're right. The other Wuxia Emperor nodded. White Blade Planet, Boulder Barracks? Yi Chen, you're the last one. Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other three welcomed him. Congratulations. Yi Chen was slightly bewildered before cupping his fists and congratulating. It turned out that Scarlet Wind Emperor had already entered the 8th layer of life and death realm. After the 6th layer, each step was like a whole new world. Countless titled monarchs were stuck at the 7th layer, unable to make any progress. Now that Scarlet Wind Emperor had entered the 8th layer, not only did his battle strength increase by many folds, his comprehension had also improved. His improvement speed was even faster than titled monarchs. Same to you. Scarlet Wind Emperor was originally planning to be proud of himself, but when he discovered that Yi Chen's cultivation base was at the 7th layer, he promptly shut his mouth. Yi Chen was already so powerful at the 6th layer, comparable to an emperor. At the 7th layer, Scarlet Wind Emperor reckoned that he wouldn't be Yi Chen's opponent. If he was a genius, then Yi Chen was a genius among geniuses. Indeed, comparisons were odious. How did you improve? So fast? Fire Sparrow Emperor was thoroughly convinced by Yi Chen. The latter had only been in the God Paradise for about 20 years at the very most, and yet, he had already entered the 7th layer of life and death realm in 20 years. This was simply unheard of. With Yi Chen's cultivation speed, it would only take him 100 or 200 years to reach the 8th layer. As for the 9th layer, it was quite possible that he would reach the 9th layer within 1,000 years. Of course, she also knew that one thing was another. Some people's improvement speed was fast in the early stages, but it would gradually slow down in the later stages. There were only a few who could become supremes within 1,000 years. However, without a doubt, Yi Chen was the one with the most hope. This is truly smooth sailing. You and Scarlet Wind Emperor's strength has greatly increased, and your chances of obtaining an Emperor Spirit Root have increased. Snow Air Emperor said with a faint smile. Emperor Spirit Root? Yi Chen had never heard of this kind of spirit grass. Snow Air Emperor explained, reaching the 8th layer from the 7th layer is 10 times harder than reaching the 7th layer from the 6th layer. Without a good foundation, it would be impossible for one's whole life. Therefore, as long as one has the foresight, he or she would rather progress a bit slower than forcefully breaking through. Yi Chen nodded. He had done the same thing. Without 99% confidence he would never make a breakthrough. Snow Air Emperor continued, Old Stone's talent is not bad, but because of revenge he forcefully broke through, damaging his foundation. These years, although he has been trying to repair his foundation, he is still lacking a bit. Emperor Spirit Root can't help one break through to the 8th layer, but it can help stabilize one's foundation. The old stone she was talking about was Stone Emperor. I see. Yi Chen said, in that case let's go find the Emperor Spirit Root. I believe you already have some clues. He had no use for the Emperor Spirit Root, but the fact that Stone Emperor could reach the 8th layer was a good thing for him. The stronger his friends were, the stronger their circle would be. Milky Way, the most mysterious river in the cosmos. No one knew where it came from and no one knew where it flowed. It was not inferior to the illusory river of fate. Within the Milky Way, there were Milky Way's water beasts that had yet to awaken their spiritual wisdom. Each and every one of them was ferocious, and the powerful ones were even comparable to supreme beings. However, supreme water beasts usually appeared in the main branches of the Milky Way. Such powerful water beasts had never been seen in the tributaries. It was said that Emperor Spirit Roots could only be found in the Milky Way. Since there was a Milky Way, there would naturally be some islands. As long as one could find plants on these islands, even weeds, they would have unimaginable power. Of course, Yi Chen's group of 5 wouldn't go to the main branches or the larger tributaries. There was only one main branch of the Milky Way and there were hundreds of tributaries. They were called the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th grade tributaries. Their destination this time was the 5th grade tributary. These tributaries were innumerable and the danger was much lower. However, compared to the Purple Flower Secret Realm, the 5th grade tributary was countless times more dangerous. Chapter 12:24. Going to the 5th grade tributary wasn't just to find Imperial Path Spirit Roots for the Stone Puppet Emperor. If it was just that, the Stone Puppet Emperor would feel bad. After all, putting everyone in danger for his own benefit wasn't something a friend would do. The greater the danger, the greater the wealth. There were many treasures on the Celestial River. The first was the Celestial River Islands. As long as they found the islands, no matter what was on them, the trip wouldn't have been in vain. If they were lucky, they might even find rare ancient spirit herbs. The second was the Celestial River Water Monster. The Celestial River Water Monster was both a danger and an opportunity. Its essence blood could be used to strengthen the body and improve the spirit body. It could also be used to refine medicines. Its Niden was a treasure. A primary Niden was worth 10 million source stones. A middle Niden was worth 1 billion source stones. This was mainly because the Niden of the Celestial River Water Monster was very pure and could continuously replenish one's energy. It was much faster and more convenient than absorbing energy from source stones. The third was the unique treasures of the Celestial River. These treasures came in all shapes and sizes. Some could be a mystical piece of metal, some could be a piece of wood, and some could even be a huge leaf. While it might sound unremarkable, the people who had obtained these treasures all greatly valued them. The Celestial River traversed the entire universe with countless tributaries. A month later, Yi Chen's group arrived at a 5th grade tributary. From far away, Yi Chen could see the boundless Sky River. This 5th grade Sky River tributary was immeasurably long, wide, and thick. It was like a prehistoric white dragon as it floated there. The white river water flowed without a sound, tranquil and without ripples. The Stone Puppet Emperor said, "Looking at the Celestial River from the outside is different from entering it. The inside of the Celestial River is a world of its own. Once you get close, you'll be sucked in. You can't see the outside world from the Celestial River, but you can see the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun. Of course, there are also the fierce beasts and water monsters that live in the Celestial River. In order to come to the Celestial River, I modified the Scarlet Wind." The Scarlet Wind Emperor waved his hand and a giant ship appeared. Looking closely, one could see that the giant ship was very similar to the Scarlet Wind ship. Only the bow was modified with a deck, and the stern was modified with a cabin in the middle. The modification wouldn't affect the performance of the ship. Otherwise, the Scarlet Wind Emperor wouldn't be willing to do it. After all, the Scarlet Wind ship was an Emperor-class warship that couldn't be bought with money. Whoosh. The 5 of them flew onto the deck of the Scarlet Wind battleship. Under the control of the Scarlet Wind Emperor, the Scarlet Wind battleship rapidly flew toward the Celestial River. Wah! The sound of waves crashing against each other could be heard as the Scarlet Wind landed steadily on the surface of the heavenly river. Raising his head again, Yi Chen couldn't see the starry sky anymore. Between heaven and earth, there was only a vast expanse of whiteness. Their luck wasn't good. The place they appeared in had a mist which could absorb soul power. Even Yi Chen's soul power could only reach a few hundred meters. Any further and it would be beyond his reach. Damn, it's the Heavenly River mist. The Scarlet Wind Emperor cursed. The mist above the Heavenly River was naturally formed by the river water. The water of the Heavenly River was originally able to absorb soul strength and block detection. Even after turning into mist, the effect was still the same. Let's get out of this fog first. The Snow Air Emperor reminded. And? The Scarlet Wind Emperor nodded and controlled the Scarlet Wind to increase its speed. Traveling on the Heavenly River was thousands of times slower than traveling in the universe. Even after half a day had passed, they were still unable to walk out of the fog. Instead, they were gradually going deeper into it. Oh no! The Stone Statue Emperor frowned. This fog covers a large area. Without 10 days to half a month, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out. Let me evaporate this fog. The Fire Sparrow Emperor stood at the front of the ship. Suddenly she puffed up her mouth. Boom! A sky-high flame wave shot out from her mouth, turning into a fire dragon that wreaked havoc. Please don't. The Stone Statue Emperor couldn't stop her in time. A large amount of fog was evaporated. However, the phoenix flame that could turn everything into nothingness couldn't do anything to the fog of the Heavenly River. Instead, it made the fog thicker and thicker. In the end, besides the deck, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. Even with Yi Chen's soul power, he could only detect a few meters away from the deck. What's going on? The Fire Sparrow Emperor hurriedly closed her mouth. The Stone Man Emperor explained with a wry smile, I forgot to remind you, as soon as the water leaves the surface of the river, it will immediately turn into mist. Although your phoenix fire evaporated a lot of the mist, it also pulled up the water below, causing the mist to become thicker and thicker. Yi Chen frowned and suddenly said, then the fog before wasn't formed naturally. There was some kind of ripple that formed it? Right. The Stone Statue Emperor nodded. Maybe there was a great battle between the water monsters. Or maybe it's the Heavenly River's turbulence that happens every once in a while. Since we're already here, let's just go in one direction. Facing this kind of situation, there was no way to solve it quickly. Inside the Heavenly River, no one knew the time. Using the chronograph, they knew that a week had passed. In this week, they didn't encounter any water monsters. In the 5th-ranked tributary, the chance of water monsters appearing was relatively low. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many people here. At least, without the power of a high-level king, no one would dare to come here. As the fog was getting thinner and thinner, and they were about to leave this area, trouble came. Boom! A huge black shadow suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the river and knocked the Scarlet Wind ship away. Waves swept across the sky and the fog thickened again. Not good. The Scarlet Wind Emperor reacted quickly and hurriedly controlled the Scarlet Wind ship to hover in the air. Standing on the ship's railing, everyone looked down. The river below was overflowing and a black head popped out. This head was only the tip of the iceberg, but it was already 1,000 times bigger than the Scarlet Wind ship. Its huge eyes were like 2 small stars, flickering with a bloodthirsty light. Its mouth was very long, a bit like a crocodile's. There were 3 rows of teeth inside, and each tooth was dozens of times bigger than the Scarlet Wind ship. With just a glance, they could feel an extremely tyrannical prehistoric beast's aura rushing over, shaking their minds. This is a mid-tier water monster, the Fear Beast. The Stone Statue Emperor was very knowledgeable, and he immediately recognized the water monster. The Heavenly River's water monsters were also divided into tiers. From weak to strong, they were low-tier water monsters, mid-tier water monsters, high-level water monsters, peak-tier water monsters, pseudo-tier water monsters, super-tier water monsters, super-tier water monsters, super-tier water monsters. Normally, low-tier water monsters were equivalent to low-tier king warriors, mid-tier king warriors were equivalent to mid-tier king warriors, and behind them were high-level king warriors, peak-tier king warriors, quasi-venerable warriors, supreme venerable warriors, and powerful supreme venerable warriors. A mid-tier water monster was already so big. It wasn't hard to imagine how big the water monsters behind it would be. Chapter 12:25. The giant head of the evil beast was completely exposed. It looked like a giant island. It opened its mouth and roared, causing waves to soar up to the sky. Such a powerful sound wave. Although the Scarlet Wind warship was an Emperor-grade warship that could withstand the attack of a beginner combat Emperor, and a middle combat Emperor wouldn't be able to break the defensive barrier of the Scarlet Wind warship in a short period of time. However, the roar of the evil beast still shook the Scarlet Wind warship. The pale red defensive barrier kept distorting and deforming, producing a creaking sound that made people's teeth ache. Get down. After the main cannon finished charging, the Scarlet Wind Emperor's thoughts moved, and two beams of red light bombarded the Terror Beast's head. An earth-shattering sound rang out, but it was unknown if the Terror Beast was injured. However, the powerful impact caused the Terror Beast to sink to the bottom of the water. The splashing waves were like flying swords that struck the Scarlet Wind ship's defensive barrier, making pa-pa sounds. Without any hesitation, the Scarlet Wind Emperor controlled the Scarlet Wind warship and flew away at a low altitude. It was an arduous and unrewarding task to fight a middle-level water monster to death. The combat strength of a middle-level water monster was similar to a middle-level emperor, but its life force was thousands of times stronger than a middle-level emperor. It was extremely difficult to kill it. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Wind Emperor had miscalculated the difficulty of dealing with the evil beast. In the white mist, a long black shadow broke through the water and flew towards the Scarlet Wind warship. With a bang, the Scarlet Wind warship was sent flying. It eventually hit the surface of the water, sliding and rolling all the way. The black shadow was the tail of the evil beast. It was a few hundred miles long and was covered with a layer of cuticle like the skin of a crocodile. Swoosh. At this moment, a silhouette flew out from the Scarlet Wind warship and slashed at the eye of the evil beast. Pucci. No matter how strong the evil beast was, it only had the strength of a middle-level emperor. It only had a strong life force. The one who attacked was Yi Qin. After casting momentary brilliance, he instantly opened up a deep bloody hole on the left eye of the evil beast. Countless sword chi formed a spiral shape and sliced at the evil beast. Brr. Feeling the pain, the terror beast unceasingly slapped the heavenly river's surface. All of a sudden, a boundless white mist rose up like thick smoke, making one unable to see their own fingers in front of them. However, the terror beast was not affected by the white mist, and its tail accurately lashed out at Yi Qin. Troublesome. Yi Qin frowned. In the Milky Way, his soul power was restricted by the fog and could only spread out a small area. Only when the tail was about to reach him did he react. Clang. The flying heaven sword swept horizontally and Yi Qin firmly blocked the tail of the terror beast. However, the tail's power couldn't be removed, and it sent Yi Qin flying backward into the river. This is the water of the heavenly river. It's so cold. The moment he entered the bottom of the heavenly river, Yi Qin's first reaction was cold, and his second reaction was still cold. This kind of cold was not only on his body but also on his soul. It seemed like even his thoughts were frozen. Moreover, as the depth increased, the temperature of the river plummeted. There were even white ice crystals forming on Yi Qin's body. However, what made Yi Qin feel strange was that his vision was not restricted at the bottom of the heavenly river. Although his soul power was slightly restricted, it was not as big as above. He could see the scene tens of thousands of li away. He saw other water beasts. Based on their body shape, they were all low-grade water beasts. They didn't compete with the evil beast above for food. Moreover, at the bottom of the river, these water beasts were very lazy. They swam very slowly and their eyes were very dull. Too cold? When he reached 1,000 meters deep, he started to feel that he couldn't bear the cold anymore. If he continued, he might be frozen and fall into an eternal slumber. Fortunately, the power on his body had disappeared. Yi Qin operated his Zhenyuan and rushed up. The ice crystals on his body also shattered and fell off. Boom. The water column exploded and Yi Qin rushed out. Facing him was still the evil beast's tail. The heavenly river was the territory of the water beasts. They could easily observe their movements but not Yi Qin. Open. A silver light flickered between his eyebrows as Yi Qin opened his soul eyes. Once he opened his soul eyes, the situation became much better. His vision could see more than 1,000 li away. The flying heaven sword clashed with the evil beast's tail. Yi Qin borrowed the force and moved hundreds of li away as if he was weightless. Without any hesitation, Yi Qin performed his strongest sword art at the evil beast, Doomsday Meteor Sword. The flying heaven sword was like a huge fire god sword as it slashed out. The huge sword light was many times bigger than the evil beast's body. The evil beast couldn't dodge at all, and was directly hit by the meteor-like sword light. Swoosh. Black blood burst out. The center of the evil beast's body was cut open. Its internal organs were black like the blood. Only that huge inner dan was white, as pure as the heavenly river's water. However, the evil beast didn't die after receiving this attack. Its body sank and it was about to sink into the water. Where are you going? How could Yi Qin let go of this opportunity? The Doomsday Meteor Sword had used up 1/3 of his sword energy. If he didn't get anything out of it, it would be a waste. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin performed the Doomsday Meteor Sword again. The sword energy in his body was instantly reduced by half. With a rumbling sound, the heavenly river's water was cut open, and the evil beast's body was cut into 4 pieces. The violent Doomsday Sword Chi wreaked havoc, killing the evil beast's vitality. After struggling for a while, the evil beast finally died completely. It floated on the river's surface, and its black blood dyed the water black. With a gentle push, Yi Qin landed on the evil beast's body. With a wave of his hand, a white inner Dan the size of a small mountain flew over. By the time it reached his hand, it had shrunk to the size of a bowl. Waves of white light surged around it and essence surged. The inner Dan of a mid-ranked water monster was worth 1 billion essence stones. It was more or less enough to replenish Yi Qin's sword energy thrice. Of course, Yi Qin himself had lost 2/3 of his sword energy. When he left, Yi Qin discovered dozens of low-ranked water monsters rushing over, fighting over the evil beast's corpse. The black blood seemed to be nourishing to them and they fought over it crazily. In just a short while, the evil beast's mountain-sized body was snatched clean. The river's surface also recovered its white color, without a trace of impurities. Revealing a pensive expression, Yi Qin didn't go and kill them. The fog here was too thick. If he didn't leave now, he would sink deeper and deeper. Moreover, he could faintly sense a horrifying aura attacking him. Yi Qin, what happened to the evil beast? Seeing that Yi Qin had returned to the Scarlet Wind, the Scarlet Wind Emperor asked. Dad. Yi Qin took out the evil beast's inner Dan. Mid-ranked inner Dan. It's indeed dead. Impressive. You've just entered the 7th layer of life and death realm, and you already have the strength to contend against high-ranked emperors. Perhaps in a few years, when you enter the 8th layer, you'll be an invincible existence under supremes. The Scarlet Wind Emperor raised his thumb. Although he was at the 8th layer of life and death realm, his strength was far inferior to Yi Qin's. He was only equivalent to an ordinary emperor. A while after the Scarlet Wind ship left, an even bigger head appeared. This head's eyes were much bigger than the evil beast's, and its body was completely hidden in the river. Time flowed like the water of the heavenly river. Unknowingly, 2 years had passed. During this year, the group didn't find any heavenly river islands. They were extremely rare and not that easy to find. However, they did obtain a lot of low-ranked inner dawn and mid-ranked inner dawn, which were better than nothing. On this day, the 5 of them observed an island far away from where they were. It's an island. Fire Sparrow Emperor and Snow Air Emperor were pleasantly surprised. A joyful expression flickered on Stone Emperor's face as he smiled bitterly. That's a modified island for trading. There's no harm in going there. Who knows, we might be able to trade for something good. Chapter 1226. There were many experts roaming in the Milky Way. It could be said that the Milky Way was the largest secret realm in the universe. Even Supremes would come here to search for treasures. After a long time, someone came up with an idea to build trading points on some of the islands that had already been mined. After all, there were some things that you didn't need but others did. You could exchange things you didn't need for things you needed. That way everyone would be happy. Of course, there weren't always people at the trading points. The Milky Way was too big and there were many trading points. The experts who came here might not appear at the same time. Therefore, if you were unlucky, there might be no one at the trading point. Apart from that, there was another kind of situation. That was greed. Every year, there would be a large number of experts who didn't die in the hands of the water monsters, but died in the hands of other experts. This kind of thing was not uncommon. However, everyone was already used to it. In the universe, the strong preyed on the weak. It wasn't just the Milky Way, other places weren't safe either. The only thing that could make one safe was strength, cautiousness, and some luck. No one. Yi Qin's group of 5 didn't have good luck. The island was empty. The hall that was originally used for trading was covered in dust. It seemed like no one had been here for a long time. After a casual observation, Yi Qin frowned slightly. He had vaguely sensed a trace of the power of a formation. With a trace of vigilance, Yi Qin opened his eye of the soul and began to investigate seriously. Leave quickly. This is a trap. Suddenly Yi Qin waved his hand. Boundless sword energy swept out and wrapped around the 4 of them as they soared into the sky. Haha, where are you going? Stay here. Colorful light shields lit up in all directions. These light shields were densely packed and stacked on top of each other, forming a hemispherical light shield that covered the entire island. At the same time, colorful dark clouds started to appear above everyone's heads. In the dark clouds, 5-colored lightning condensed and produced earth-splitting noises. Small 5-elemental lightning formation. What a good move. The Scarlet Wind Emperor had a grave expression. The small 5-elemental thunder light array was a combination of attack and sealing. The higher the strength of the person who set it up, the more powerful the array would be. Although it was a small 5-elemental thunder light array, it was divided into 3 stages. The primary stage small 5-elemental thunder light array required 480 million primal stones to set up and could completely seal several primary stage Emperor Realm experts. The intermediate stage small 5-elemental thunder light array required 1.28 billion primal stones to set up and could seal several intermediate stage Emperor Realm experts. This kind of magic array was classified as a top-secret magic array. The number of people who knew how to set it could be counted on one hand. Although the human race had magic arrays that were not weaker or even stronger than this one, they did not have the small 5 elements lightning array. The master of this magic array was the 3 ultimate supremes of the demons. The supremes of the 3 absolutes had 3 absolutes, and formations were one of them. The stone puppet emperor stared at the 5 colored clouds above him and said, "The minor 5 elemental lightning formation's lightning is endless. If we cannot break the formation, we will die sooner or later." That's right. Since it dares to call itself the 5 elements to a certain extent, it is already an independent world. The Snow Air Emperor said worriedly, "Watch as I burn it." The Fire Sparrow Emperor opened his mouth, and a fire dragon whizzed out, rushing towards the 5-colored clouds. Crack. Following the flow of energy, a 5-colored lightning struck down, landing on the fire dragon. The fire dragon was like a living thing turning into ashes. Doesn't seem easy to deal with. Yi Chen's soul, I saw clearly that the 5-colored lightning had directly destroyed the fire dragon. Normally, fire dragons were made of energy so they could not be destroyed. At most they would just disperse. From the name of the magic array, this lightning should have been infused with the profound meaning of the 5 elements. It was the 5 elements lightning. Crack. The 5-colored clouds became denser and denser, turning chaotic. The 5-colored lightning was like a group of snakes, gathering in the depths of the clouds. All of a sudden, a hole appeared in the clouds and a waist-thick 5-colored lightning struck down. Along the way, the 5-colored lightning turned into a 5-colored dragon, roaring. Break. The Scarlet Wind Emperor waved the iron fan in his hand, and a tricolored light shot out, colliding with the 5-colored divine dragon. With a rumble, a mushroom cloud spread out, and the 5-colored divine dragon and the tricolored light perished together. Such power. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was slightly shocked. A 5-colored lightning could actually cancel out his secret art. If there were 10 or 20 of them, he would not be able to block them at all. Fortunately, they had Yi Chen here, or else they would definitely die. I will look for the flaws of the magic array. The Snow Air Emperor was quite knowledgeable about magic arrays. Even if she found the flaws of the magic array, she would not be able to break it with her strength. Unfortunately, the person who set up the magic array did not know that Yi Chen's strength could not be judged by cultivation. The small 5 elements lightning light magic array could trap several intermediate emperor warriors, but Yi Chen was much stronger than several intermediate emperor warriors. Crack, crack. This time, 3 5-colored lightning struck down, turning into 3 divine dragons. Let me. Yi Chen pulled out the flying heaven sword and performed moment of glory. Puchi. The 3 divine dragons were instantly shattered, and the sword chi's remaining power did not dissipate. It pierced into the clouds, and with a crackling sound, a big hole appeared in the 5-colored clouds as if the sky had been pierced through. Ah! In the magic array, a person exclaimed in surprise. Someone next to him said, "This person's combat ability is very high. He can actually pierce through the 5 elemental clouds. This is not something an ordinary intermediate emperor warrior can do. Only a high-level emperor warrior can have such attack power." No worries. If it was just a magic array, it should not be able to do anything to him. But with us in charge, he will not be able to escape even if he grows wings. A person in the middle was full of confidence. Was a young man. He was the last disciple of the 3 absolutes of the demons, the Demon Array Emperor. He had inherited the 3 absolutes array Dao. Among the young emperor warriors, he could be considered an influential figure. This small 5 elements lightning light magic array was one of the magic arrays he was most proficient in. As a disciple of the 3 absolutes, he was not a person who just copied everything. After learning the essence of the small 5 elements lightning light magic array, he used his imagination and used 5 people to set up the magic array. Everyone had to be proficient in one of the 5 elements, and it would be better if 2 or more of them were proficient. This way the magic array would have more flaws, but its power would be stronger and more terrifying. Kill the enemy quickly, metal attack. The Demon Array Emperor shouted and waved his hand. The next moment, a five-colored lightning with golden light blasted at Yi Qin. Wood attack. Water attack. Fire attack. Earth attack. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the five elements combine into one chaos thunder. Five types of lightning with the same color but different texture struck at Yi Qin. Then the five types of lightning started to fuse, turning into huge thunderballs. These thunderballs were completely chaotic in color. Even before they struck down, it gave people the illusion that they were going to split the sky and earth, exploding everything. It was as if these were thunder that came from chaos. If they were perfectly fused, I would naturally not be his opponent. But this kind of lightning cannot do anything to me. The true chaos thunder was a supreme martial art, a supreme thunder art. Even 100 Yi Chens would be annihilated. However, that was the method of a supreme being. Break. If chaos thunder was the thunder that split the sky and earth, then the doomsday meteor sword was the sword art of the end of the world. Once the sword was unleashed, everything would perish and decay. Chapter 12:27. The lightning ball and the meteor sword light clashed. In the next moment, a faint crack appeared. This was a spatial crack. Normally, only a battle between peak emperors could tear the space apart. Yi Qin was still some distance away from peak emperors. However, the doomsday meteor sword and primal chaos lightning ball had a special nature, so it wasn't hard to understand why they would create spatial cracks. The appearance of the spatial crack caused the entire space to shake. The yuan qi of the heaven and earth turned chaotic, showing signs of going berserk. Found it. Emperor Shui Kong formed hand seals, searching for the weak point of the minor 5 elemental thunder light array. It had to be said that the minor 5 elemental thunder light array was practically flawless. Even if it had a weak point, it was not something that a titled monarch like Emperor Shui Kong, who had yet to become an emperor, could detect. Even if Emperor Shui Kong had done some research on arrays, the appearance of the spatial crack, no, to be exact, it was Yi Chen's attack on the Great Array that had caused the Great Array's operation to pause for a moment. It was precisely this slight pause that Emperor Shui Kong caught. He hurriedly took out a small array flag from his storage ring, and with a flick of his hand, inserted it into the weak point of the Great Array. This array flag was no ordinary item, but a formation-breaking flag. Its value was no less than a low-grade Emperor-grade weapon. With the existence of the array flag, the minor 5 elemental thunder light array's operation would have to pass through the array flag. In other words, the array flag had already fused with the minor 5 elemental thunder light array, becoming a part of it. It could be described as a tumor. Finding the weak point would make breaking the formation much easier. Of course, if they relied on Yi Qin to forcefully break the formation, their attacking power wouldn't be enough. Not good. Demon Array Emperor's face turned ashen. Originally, he had the confidence to exhaust Yi Chen's group of 5 to death by relying on the formation. However, with the Snow Air Emperor's existence, this plan was ruined. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Demon Array Emperor took the lead and left the Great Formation, rapidly flying away from the island. He still had self-awareness and knew that he wasn't Yi Chen's opponent. Once the latter broke out of the formation, the 5 of them wouldn't be able to stop him. With a huge bang, the formation collapsed. As for the 5, they had long since left the place. They're lucky they ran fast. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was extremely depressed. They had been trapped in the formation for no reason at all. If not for Yi Qin, they would have died without even their ashes remaining. His heart was extremely sullen. Taking out an elementary inner core, Yi Qin replenished his lost sword energy. He glanced at the direction that the Demon Formation Emperor and the others fled to. If he was alone, he wouldn't mind chasing after them. However, this was the Heavenly River. It was inconvenient to communicate with each other and it would be easy to get separated. The Heavenly River had no year, moon, or day, but it had endless flowing water. The river flowed at an extremely fast speed, and it possessed the property of spatial fluctuations. Often, it would travel hundreds or even thousands of light years without anyone noticing. Of course, spatial fluctuations didn't happen all the time. There was a pattern to it. The time of the tide was the peak of spatial fluctuations, and it was very difficult to encounter it during normal times. On this day, as the tide rose, the scenery around the Scarlet Wind immediately became blurry. The next moment, the world spun and the Scarlet Wind arrived at an archipelago. An archipelago? The Flamingo Emperor cried out in alarm. In the Celestial River domain, encountering an island was already a fortunate thing, but encountering an archipelago was a sign of great luck. It was possible that one would never encounter an archipelago in their entire lives. It is indeed an archipelago. The Stone Man Emperor revealed a smile and let out a sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye, they had drifted on the heavenly river for almost 2 years. If they still couldn't find the Imperial Spirit route, he had the thought of returning home. After all, he couldn't let Yi Chen and the others keep drifting on the heavenly river with him. Maybe we can find the Imperial Spirit route this time. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the Snow Air Emperor smiled. Although it was called an archipelago, the number of islands was actually limited. There were 8 in total. The 2 larger islands were the closest to each other, while the other 6 guarded the 2 larger islands. Among the 8 islands, 7 of them were lush and full of life. The last island was a volcanic island, and the smell of sulfur spread far and wide. However, what disappointed the 5 was that this archipelago seemed to have been visited before. There weren't many precious primordial spirit herbs, and even if there were some, their age was very young. It seemed that they had only grown in the last 1,000 years and weren't very useful. Let's go to the volcanic island and have a look. Soon, the 5 of them had searched the 7 lush islands and decided to search the last one, the volcanic island. The 5 didn't know the growing environment of the Imperial Spirit route. Perhaps the volcanic island still had a glimmer of hope. Arriving at the volcanic island, the Snow Air Emperor couldn't help but cough a few times. The smell of sulfur here was too dense and different from ordinary sulfur. The sulfur on the volcanic island carried an intense fire poison that could instantly kill any king under the 6th layer of life and death realm. Although it couldn't kill the 5, it wouldn't feel good either. Only the Fire Sparrow Emperor wasn't affected. She was a fire attribute demonic beast, the descendant of the phoenix. She naturally liked places with fire. After searching for a while, the 5 still didn't find anything. Eventually, their gazes landed on the active volcano at the center of the island. "We can only enter the volcano," the Snow Air Emperor said. "I'll lead the way." The Fire Sparrow Emperor soared into the sky and turned into a line of fire, shooting toward the active volcano. Yi Chen and the others followed behind her. The active volcano was huge, tens of thousands of meters tall, and immeasurably deep. The fiery mouth at the top was like a fiery abyss, making one's heart tremble with fear. Waves of heat rose up, bringing up thousands of meters of pale red chi flow. Yi Chen gave it a try. Merely the pale red chi flow could melt a heavenly king-grade artifact. Yi Chen wondered if the emperor-grade artifact would also be melted if he went deeper. This place naturally contained extreme fire profound, poison profound, yang profound, and earth profound. Along with the pale red chi flow, a red figure suddenly shot out and attacked the Fire Sparrow Emperor. Courting death. The Fire Sparrow Emperor spat out a fire dragon, using fire to fight fire. The phoenix flames were the strongest flames in the world. The red figure was clearly a fire monster, but it was unable to block the phoenix flames. It cried out miserably as it was burned. The 5 of them looked carefully and saw that it was a fire monster that looked like a crow. Puchi. The flame extinguished and the fire monster was burned to ashes, leaving behind a red crystal. Holding it in his hand, the Fire Sparrow Emperor said, "This is also a beast Dan." The beast Dan of a fire monster wasn't very big. It couldn't compare to the beast Dan of a low-level water monster, and its effect was much weaker. But different from the water monster Dan, the fire monster Dan had an element, so it wasn't suitable for people who didn't cultivate fire element arts. With the Fire Sparrow Emperor leading the way, the 5 went deeper and deeper. Along the way, more and more fire monsters appeared. At first, there were fire monsters that looked like crows, and they had the strength of 3-star generals. Later, 3-headed firebirds appeared. 3-legged firebirds had the strength of 5-star generals. Continuing down, human-faced bird monsters suddenly appeared. These human-faced bird monsters were no weaker than low-tier water monsters, and they had the strength of low-tier emperors. Although the Fire Sparrow Emperor was a descendant of the phoenix and could naturally suppress fire element beasts, the difference was still the difference. Therefore, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and Yi Chen had to take the lead. Chapter 12:28. The volcano was 30,000 meters high, and Yi Chen's group gradually went deeper. Due to the powerful updraft, their speed was not fast. After half a cup of tea's time, they had only reached 6,000 meters from the bottom. The color has changed. The updraft turned from light red to dark red. 3,000 meters from the bottom, the color changed again, turning scarlet. At 3,000 meters, the scarlet color turned black. When they reached the bottom of the volcano, the color of the airflow had turned black, and the origin of the airflow was the black magma at the bottom of the volcano. Although it was called magma, the strange thing was that the temperature around the magma was very low. The ground was covered in black ice, and when one stepped on it, the bone-chilling cold immediately drilled in like little snakes. Strange, there is actually bone-chilling magma, so why is the updraft hot? Snow Air Emperor could not figure it out. She cultivated an ice attribute art, and although she still felt a little uncomfortable, it was not a big deal. Stone Emperor bent down and touched the black ice. Gotcha. It seemed that he did not use Jin Yuan to protect himself, and his palm immediately turned into a black ice sculpture. When Stone Emperor circulated his Jin Yuan to expel it, his palm instantly shattered. This black ice was extremely tyrannical, and once frozen, it would be impossible to expel the cold chi. Stone Emperor circulated his undying body, and his palm recovered. He sighed and said, "If I guessed correctly, this is the legendary 9 nether cold ice, which can freeze everything in the world. Moreover, it is divided into 9 grades. If it was high-grade 9 nether cold ice, we would have been frozen and shattered the moment we landed." 9 nether cold ice? It was Yi Chen's first time hearing about such a strange thing, and from Stone Emperor's tone, it seemed to be very frightening. Stone Emperor explained, "I'm afraid you all do not know this, but in the ancient era, this Sky River was not only called Sky River, but also 9 nether yellow spring which connects to Hell. Legend has it that Hell has ice and fire. The ice is the 9 nether cold ice and the fire is the Hell fire. Being sealed by the 9 nether cold ice, even the soul would be frozen and turned into powder. This is not possible, right? Is there really a Hell?" The Scarlet Wind Emperor had a look of disbelief. The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at the Scarlet Wind Emperor with disdain and said, "Although I haven't seen any information about Hell, my Phoenix clan has heard of Hell since ancient times. It is said that one of my Phoenix clan's primogenitors entered Hell, but there was no news of them afterwards. However, another primogenitor said that the primogenitor who entered Hell had already fallen. Hell was a synonym for mystery and terror in every race. It was just that no one had ever entered Hell before. Perhaps some people had entered Hell before, just like the ancestors of the Phoenix race, but none of them had ever come out. Naturally, there was a lack of evidence. Then why is there 9 Hells frozen ice here? 9 Hells frozen ice should only appear in Hell." Snow Air Emperor asked. Yi Chen guessed, "Perhaps this is an entrance to Hell." Entrance? Hearing Yi Chen's words, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others couldn't help but take a step back. They didn't want to enter Hell. Not to mention anything else, just the black lava alone was unbearable. Stone Emperor said, "There are many entrances to Hell. Every living world has a blood-weeping ghost region. It's said that it's a small projection of Hell, and those with great abilities can find the entrance. As for the depths of Heavenly River, there is a barrier that can only be seen after reaching a certain depth. If you want to enter, it'll be much more difficult. You'll have to break the barrier in order to enter, and that's Yellow Spring. Yellow Spring and Heavenly River are 2 sides of the same coin." Yi Chen faintly nodded. Elysium indeed had a blood-weeping ghost region, and Yi Chen had entered it once. However, it was very desolate and there wasn't anything that Yi Chen needed. Therefore Yi Chen hadn't entered again. For some reason, Yi Chen thought of the blood-severing ghost finger he had obtained in Dragon God's Celestial Palace. This thing was very strange. Once cultivated to greater completion, a ghostly shadow would appear behind one's back. Moreover, this ghostly shadow didn't seem to be illusory, and seemed to have its own thoughts. Yi Chen had once seen this ghostly shadow reveal an eerie smile. A long time ago, Yi Chen had stopped using the blood-severing ghost finger. Apart from discovering the flaws of the technique, the ghostly shadow was also too strange. Although the 5 had determined this was the entrance to Hell, they didn't intend to return empty-handed. They began to search the surroundings for treasures. This seems to be the 9 Hells frozen ice pearl. Soon, the Snow Air Emperor found the first treasure. Yi Chen looked over and saw that the Snow Air Emperor was holding a dark green pearl in his hand. The cold chi inside the pearl was restrained, but the aura emitted from it still caused ice to form on the Snow Air Emperor's palm. Fortunately, the Snow Air Emperor had already circulated his Zhen Yuan, and the cold chi was isolated outside of his Zhen Yuan. Therefore his hand wasn't injured. 9 Hells frozen ice pearl was a treasure on the same level as the Darkness God crystal. After pouring Zhen Yuan into it and throwing it out, it could create a cold chi whirlpool. Under Emperor Realm, almost no one could escape from it. Soon Yi Chen also found a 9 Hells frozen ice pearl. 9 Hells frozen ice pearl was the essence of 9 Hells frozen ice. Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless, so he circulated his sword Yuan and picked it up. This thing was useless to him, but he could give it to the people around him. The more the better. The volcanic area was tens of thousands of meters wide. 9 Hells frozen ice pearls were usually hidden in the 9 Hells frozen ice. It was hard to scan with soul power, so one could only search with their eyes. After half a day, Yi Qin had collected a total of 10 Hell's frozen ice pearls. No more. Let's leave. After searching for a while, the Stone Emperor suggested. All right. Everyone nodded. This place was too cold. Even with the protection of Zhen Yuan, it wouldn't feel good after a long time. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Qin suddenly saw a black human figure in the black lava. This black human figure climbed out of the black lava and stuck close to the ground, silently shooting towards the Snow Air Emperor who was the closest to it. Watch out. Yi Qin instantly pulled out his flying sword and threw out a beam of sword chi. Swoosh. The black shadow was split into two. However, not only did the two halves of the shadow not die, they even dashed towards Emperor Shui Kong at an even faster speed. Emperor Shui Kong's figure suddenly stopped, and soon after his eyes began to turn black, and the whites of his eyes disappeared. In Yi Qin's previous life, he had always heard people talk about being possessed by ghosts. Now it was his first time seeing it for himself. Shui, are you okay? The Scarlet Wind Emperor hurried to the Snow Air Emperor's side and grabbed her shoulders. The Snow Air Emperor smiled weirdly. His eyes turned into two black whirlpools as he stared at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor only felt a wave of coldness pouring down from the top of his head. In the next second, his expression became sluggish. Don't get close to them. Let me do it. Yi Qin warned the Stone Emperor and the Fire Sparrow Emperor as he carefully walked over. As he approached, the Snow Air Emperor suddenly turned his head and stared at Yi Qin with his black eyes. Destroy. Yi Qin roared as his destruction sword intent burst out of his body. Whoosh. A cold wind spread out and the surrounding temperature dropped even more. Chapter 12:29. The Immortal Sword Intent was invulnerable to all evils, while the Destruction Sword Intent was even more tyrannical, able to destroy any form of existence. According to Yi Qin's understanding, ghosts were a special kind of soul, and the Destruction Sword Intent could definitely harm or even destroy them. Pop. Behind the Snow Air Emperor, half of a black shadow's body was blown out, with green smoke rising from its body. However, this shadow was very tenacious. After the Destruction Sword Intent dispersed, it once again entered the Snow Air Emperor's body. Unfortunately, Yi Qin would not give it the chance to control the Snow Air Emperor's body again. Yi Qin's right hand reached out like lightning, pressing on the Snow Air Emperor's shoulder. In the next second, the Immortal Sword Intent, which was different from the Destruction Sword Intent, poured into the Snow Air Emperor's body. He did not dare to use the Destruction Sword Intent because while it would kill the shadow, it would also cause unimaginable damage to the Snow Air Emperor. The shadow tasted pain this time. Although the Immortal Sword Intent was not as tyrannical as the Destruction Sword Intent, it still had the effect of suppressing ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the Immortal Sword Intent filled the Snow Air Emperor's body, forcing the shadow out. The holy white light ignited the shadow's body. Die. His left hand turned into a claw, and Yi Qin reached into the shadow's body, bursting out the Destruction Sword Intent. Buzz. The sharp black ripple spread out, and the shadow suddenly became blurry, almost disappearing. As the shadow tried to escape, Yi Qin's right hand followed, also reaching into the shadow's body. Under the attack of the two Destruction Sword Intents, the shadow let out a silent howl before disappearing completely. What happened? The Snow Air Emperor and the Scarlet Wind Emperor woke up at the same time. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was only confused for a second, not as badly as the Snow Air Emperor. The Stone Man Emperor let out a breath of relief. Just now, hearing the Stone Man Emperor's explanation, the Snow Air Emperor and the Stone Man Emperor both had cold sweat. They did not think that they would encounter such a strange thing here. Now, the Scarlet Wind Emperor was starting to believe that there were ghosts in hell in this world. I can't stay here for long. I should leave first. Yi Qin had a new understanding of ghosts. In the world he was in, there was no proof of the existence of ghosts. But even if ghosts did exist, they would not be this powerful. One had to know that the Snow Air Emperor and the Scarlet Wind Emperor were not ordinary people. Their bodies contained a powerful aura, and these kinds of evil ghosts could not even get close to them. However, this black shadow was able to invade the Snow Air Emperor's body in an instant and control his mind. Then it confused the Scarlet Wind Emperor the moment their eyes met. If not for Yi Qin having the Destruction Sword Intent and the Immortal Sword Intent, he might not have been able to save the two of them. Following the flow of air, the five of them flew toward the crater. Along the way, Yi Qin vaguely felt that his body had passed through something. A seal? Yi Qin speculated. Only a seal could explain why there was a bone-chilling cold below and a scorching heat above. Only a seal could explain why there were no ghosts in the outside world, but only this place. Of course, all of this was still uncertain. The heavenly river was boundless, and there might be ghosts that left this place and wandered around. Not long after Yi Chen and the others left, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the black magma. This black shadow slowly floated above the black magma, and a black substance slid off its body. Not long after, a lifeless face was revealed. Its eyes had no pupils and were deathly pale, which was horrifying. The scarlet wind ship rode the wind and waves, shuttling above the heavenly river. Unknowingly, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the intersection of a 5th-grade tributary and a 4th-grade tributary. At the center of the intersection, the waves were towering. If one were to get closer, they would discover that there was a huge whirlpool there. This whirlpool was unimaginably huge, and there were layers upon layers of it. It was even bigger than a galaxy. Anyone below the Supreme Being level would face life-threatening danger if they tried to pass through here. There's an island there. What surprised the 5 of them was that there was actually a small island at the edge of the intersection point. This island was not very far from the whirlpool, but it was not very close either. The island was surrounded by reefs and it was very tall. The monstrous waves could only hit the sides of the island, and were unable to completely submerge this isolated island. The edge of the intersection is still relatively safe. Let's go and take a look. The Stone Emperor suggested. Yi Chen and the others had no objections. They had finally found an island, but they would definitely regret it if they went and took a look. The island seemed very close, but time and space were unpredictable above the heavenly river. Sometimes it seemed close, but it was actually very far. Sometimes it seemed very far, but it could be reached with a single step. After a full day and night, the Scarlet Wind ship finally reached the shore. What a terrifying Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. When they arrived at the island, the 5 were shocked by the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. The density of the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi here was beyond imagination. There were layers of clouds in the sky, which were condensed from the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. The rain of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi nourished the flowers and trees on the island. As far as the eye could see, there were spirit grasses everywhere. Even the most common weeds were superior grade. Of course, the 5 of them had high standards. They wouldn't be interested in ordinary spirit grasses. Only monarch spirit grasses and above could enter their eyes. Extreme young wood. Profoundine grass. 7-colored divine fruit. 5 elements flower. Leaving aside the monarch spirit grasses, there were many monarch spirit grasses on the island. After a short while, Yi Chen found 4 stalks of monarch spirit grasses. Extreme young wood and profoundine grass were mid-grade monarch spirit grasses. With the 2 of them, one's yin yang qi would be more harmonious, which was quite useful in improving the spirit body. Yi Chen's current spirit body was at the early stage of the 7th rank. With the extreme young wood and profoundine grass, along with some other materials, he had a certain degree of confidence in breaking through to the mid-stage of the 7th rank. One had to know that the higher one's spirit body was, the harder it was to improve. Except for body refinement monarchs, after reaching the 7th rank, every step forward would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, requiring the assistance of extremely precious treasures. However, treasures weren't cabbages that could be easily obtained. Moreover, he had used the extreme young wood and profoundine grass this time. The next time he used these 2, it wouldn't have any effect and he would have to use more precious treasures. As for the 7-colored divine fruit and the 5 elements flower, one was a high-grade monarch spirit grass, while the other was a supreme-grade monarch spirit grass. The 7-colored divine fruit was a rare treasure that could strengthen one's yuan spirit. As for how much it could strengthen, it depended on the age of the 7-colored divine fruit. This 7-colored divine fruit grew on the ground, and it was at least 100,000 years old. It could make Yi Chen's yuan spirit more condensed, and once the yuan spirit grew stronger, his talent in martial arts would also improve. The 5 elements flower contained the profound of the 5 elements. Observing the 5 elements flower might allow one to comprehend a supreme martial art that integrated the profound of the 5 elements, which was equivalent to ascending to the heavens in a single step. Unknowingly, the 5 of them arrived at the center of the island. At this moment, the 5 of them stopped. There was a glacier in the center of the island, which looked rather strange and out of place with the environment of the island. Yi Chen was about to activate his soul eye to see through the glacier. Crack. Cracks spread out on the glacier and the cracks grew larger and larger, spreading in all directions. Eventually, the entire glacier shattered, and there was an icy white ball of light in the center. Let's go. Yi Chen had a bad feeling. He could clearly see a figure sitting in the icy white ball of light. This figure's aura was restrained, but the pressure he emitted was much stronger than that of the Golden Spear Marshal. He was at least a peak martial emperor or even a quasi-venerable. It was best to run as far as possible when encountering such an expert on the heavenly river. Even if he was from the human race, he couldn't be careless. Where are you going? The icy white ball of light shrank and merged into the body of an old man with a cold expression. He reached out his right hand and made a grabbing motion. The time and space started to shrink, and Yi Qin and the other four who had flown far away were like small fish swimming against the current. They were instantly caught in the old man's palm. It was as if his right hand was a world of its own, an ancient mountain, and the five of them couldn't move at all. This was not something a peak martial emperor could do. This was definitely a quasi-venerable. Chapter 1230. This is a quasi-sovereign? Yi Chen's strength was at the peak among high-grade emperors, but compared to peak emperors he was several times weaker. Compared to a quasi-sovereign, the gap was immeasurable. However, he didn't expect the gap to be this huge. The opponent could easily grab the five of them with a single hand. It was like the Buddha's five-finger mountain. Sword Domain and Sword Yuan erupted at the same time. Yi Qin shouted and tried to break free from the opponent's grasp. The old man was slightly surprised. The power Yi Qin released was incomparably sharp. It was even stronger than high-grade emperors. Hee, do you still want to run after falling into this old man's hands? The palm exerted a bit of force and Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan and Sword Domain collapsed. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Yi Qin, don't be rash. If he wanted to kill us, he could have killed us all just now. Don't anger him. Stone Emperor hastily transmitted his voice to Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded slightly. Just as Stone Emperor had said, with the opponent's methods, they wouldn't be able to kill them even if they had 100 lives. Even peak emperors wouldn't be able to contend against a quasi-sovereign's methods. You're smart. Indeed, I won't kill you. As long as you do me a favor, I can let you go. The old man's voice transmitted over. Stone Emperor's face paled. The opponent could actually hear his soul transmission. It was too frightening. Senior, you're a quasi-sovereign. If even you can't do anything, I'm afraid we'll be even more helpless. Stone Emperor smiled bitterly. The old man shook his head and sneered, there's nothing absolute in this world. Otherwise there wouldn't be any accidents. This old man can't do it alone. With you guys there's a bit more hope. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. The Stone Puppet Emperor knew that if they didn't agree, they would only suffer more. The other party might kill one of them out of anger, and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. At this moment they had no choice but to lower their heads. Even if the other party wanted them to die, they wouldn't be able to resist. At the same time, the Stone Puppet Emperor blamed himself. Yi Qin and the others had come to the Heavenly River mainly to find the Sovereign Path spiritual route for him. If it wasn't for him, even if Yi Qin and the others wanted to come, they wouldn't have come now. At the very least, they would only be able to travel the Heavenly River after a long period of time. With Yi Chen's talent, even if he couldn't defeat a quasi-venerable at that time, he would at least be able to protect himself. I don't know which race this old man is from, but he shouldn't be from the demons, yakshas, or evil spirits. It's also unlikely that he's from the Green Man tribe. He should be from another race. That technique just now contained the profound of the five elements, forming a world of its own. However, even I could see some flaws in it. It's probably just superficial. It can't be considered a real supreme martial art. Supreme martial arts contain several kinds of profound that reinforced and restrained each other, and the profound of the five elements was one of them. The old man's degree of integration of the five elements was not high. Otherwise, Yi Qin wouldn't have chosen to struggle because he had no way to do so. Of course, even if it was just a superficial supreme martial art, it was still thousands of times stronger than Yi Chen's Doomsday Meteor Sword. Still sitting cross-legged on the ground, the old man stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion. With a pop, a dazzling five-colored ball of light appeared before him. Very quickly, the old man threw Yi Chen's group of five into the five-colored ball of light. Then he closed his eyes as if he was healing. The five-colored ball of light was only the size of a palm, but Yi Chen's group of five didn't think so. Yi Chen's soul force spread out and immediately discovered that the diameter of the five-colored ball of light had reached an astonishing 5 million miles. Although it couldn't be considered a world or a plane and could only be considered a subspace, it was still very terrifying. What should we do now? The Scarlet Wind Emperor frowned. If he had known that there was a quasi-venerable of a foreign race on this island, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. Yi Qin said, since we're already here, let's just take things as they come. I believe we'll be safe for a while. The Stone Statue Emperor said, if I'm not wrong, this old man should be a quasi-venerable of the spirit race. His name is Old Ancestor Wuling. It is said that he has lived for almost 100,000 years and is reaching the end of his lifespan. The spirit race was a race born from the heavens. Although there weren't many members, each of them was extremely powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in terms of average battle strength, whether it was the demons or the Wuxia race, they were worlds apart. Of course, in terms of overall strength, the spirit race was far behind the demons or the human race. The spirit race had a total of 5 supremes, which wasn't too many or too few. They lived in a star field called the Spirit Zone, which was very far from the 4 major star fields in the Demon Zone. They were a neutral race. In the near future, the neutral races wouldn't necessarily continue to live in peace. However, for now, any neutral race would be the target of the demons and the human race. Even if they couldn't win them over, they wouldn't offend them, lest they join the enemy's alliance out of anger. Not good. This old man is reaching the end of his lifespan. He must have come to the heavenly river to find some heaven-defying treasure that can increase his lifespan. The environment of such a treasure is extremely dangerous. No wonder he got injured. The Fire Sparrow Emperor's brows creased. The lifespan of a life and death king was 100,000 years. Normally this was the limit. However, the heavens would always leave a way out. Some heaven-defying treasures could indeed increase one's lifespan. For example, back in Elysium, Dragon King had lived for 1,000 years, creating a miracle. Hearing these words, the stone statue emperor's expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Snow Air Emperor asked. The stone statue emperor sucked in a deep breath and said bitterly, "This is indeed bad. Do you know that old ancestor Wuling specializes in a secret art called the sky-seizing puppet secret art?" Sky-seizing puppet secret art? Yi Chen looked at the stone statue emperor. The stone statue emperor explained, "The sky-seizing puppet secret art is an ancient secret art. It's useless to the user himself, but it can turn others into puppets and give them 50% of the user's battle power. You're saying that he wants to turn us into puppets to open a path for him?" Yi Chen's heart shook as he said. "Most likely." The stone statue emperor's expression was bitter. Soon after, he raised his head and said to Yi Chen and the others, "It's all because of me that you guys ended up like this. In my next life, I, the stone statue emperor, am willing to do anything for you guys." Although the Scarlet Wind Emperor wasn't in a good mood, he still tried to persuade the stone being emperor, "It's still unknown whether or not we will be refined into puppets. Let's not worry too much. Perhaps the situation will be much better than this." "I hope so." The stone statue emperor nodded. Yi Chen's mood was also very heavy. However, he had experienced countless adversity and would never give up. This time was no exception. Getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Yi Chen tried to find a flaw in the 5-colored space, hoping to find a way out. The premise was that old ancestor Wuling hadn't put away the 5-colored light ball. Suddenly Yi Chen's face flashed with joy. The space inside the 5-colored light ball wasn't as stable as the outside world. It would occasionally emit clear spatial fluctuations. When his soul force scanned these spatial fluctuations, Yi Chen's space profundity seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. If I can comprehend the space profundity to perfection, I might have a chance to escape. With that thought, Yi Chen sat down and spread his soul force to comprehend the space profundity. Chapter 1231. Time flew by and no one knew how much time had passed. Inside the 5-colored space, Yi Chen's space ultimacy was gradually increasing, and it had reached the critical point. Space ultimacy's great completion and space ultimacy's completion seemed to be a step away, but without the right opportunity, it was normal for one to not be able to comprehend it even after tens of thousands of years. After all, space ultimacy was not an ordinary ultimacy. It was an existence just below the power ultimacy and time ultimacy. Once it was completely comprehended, there would be a chance to comprehend time ultimacy. Originally, it was impossible for Yi Chen to have a chance to improve space ultimacy to completion in a short period of time. However, the world was strange. Wuling old ancestor catching them was a disaster, but putting them in the 5-colored space was a blessing for Yi Chen. As for why it was a blessing, it was mainly because the 5-colored space was composed of the 5 kinds of Yuan Qi and ultimacy: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, because Wuling old ancestor's 5 elements ultimacy wasn't integrated to a high degree, the spatial fluctuations were very obvious, giving Yi Chen a chance. Misfortune and blessing came hand in hand. Until the end, no one knew what the result would be. Space, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements reinforce and subdue each other. Yi Chen was completely immersed in comprehension. In the past, he had only comprehended space ultimacy and didn't think about anything else. But now he found that comprehending space ultimacy wasn't that simple. If he could use the 5 elements ultimacy and space ultimacy to complement each other, he could comprehend space ultimacy even faster. This was because the 5 elements ultimacy contained everything including time. Wisps and wisps. Yi Chen's soul sea became more and more transparent, and a kind of enlightenment came straight to his heart. Creak. In his heart there seemed to be a huge door opening. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and a strange light spread out, as if he could see through space and time. Is this space ultimacy at completion? Yi Chen felt that he could teleport. Buzz. A faint spatial fluctuation spread out, and Yi Chen instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the multicolored space. The spatial barrier there was multicolored like a thick layer of multicolored crystals. This 5-colored space no longer has any secrets in my eyes. However, this spatial barrier is extremely profound. It contains many layers of space. Once I enter it, I'm afraid that I will need to spend a great amount of effort to escape. At that time, Ancestor Wuling will definitely stop me. Other than that, I will not be able to bring anyone away. Yi Chen frowned slightly. The 5-colored space was connected to Patriarch Wuling's mind. Yi Chen didn't think that Patriarch Wuling wouldn't know that he had broken through the spatial barrier. Rather than taking the risk, he might as well wait for the right opportunity. Strolling leisurely, Yi Chen teleported to the center of the colorful space. At this time, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other 3 were cultivating in seclusion. Over the past few years, everyone had gathered quite a lot of good things and some of them could be used now. The space ultimacy has reached completion. Now it's time to improve my spirit body. Taking out the extreme young wood and the profound Yin grass, Yi Chen rubbed his hands together. The 2 items immediately turned into 2 streams of air that were absorbed into Yi Chen's body. These 2 streams of air were extremely pure yin-yang energy. Ordinary yin-yang energy naturally couldn't improve Yi Chen's spirit body, but the yin-yang energy contained in these 2 was incomparably strong and didn't have too many impurities. They were actually nourished by the yin-yang energy. The yin-yang energy formed a yin-yang diagram in Yi Chen's body, harmonizing the yin-yang and 5 elements in his body. At this time, using treasures to improve his spirit body would be twice the result with half the effort and wouldn't be a waste. Immediately after, Yi Chen took out a large number of treasures. There was the purple electric spirit liquid, form refining flower, and fairy lady grass. Of course, these were all supplementary materials and wouldn't have any effect on a rank 7 spirit body. The last item Yi Chen took out was a human-shaped fruit. This human-shaped fruit was called the human spirit fruit. It had the effect of nourishing a rank 7 spirit body. If there were 2 human spirit fruits, it could directly improve the spirit body from rank 7 initial stage to rank 7 middle stage. However, now that Yi Chen had the extreme yang wood and the profound yin grass, he shouldn't need 2 to succeed. Everything was ready and he was only missing the right thing. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen jumped into a jade bucket that was half the height of a person. The liquid inside was the purple electric spirit liquid, form refining flower, and fairy lady grass. Soaking inside, Yi Chen swallowed the human spirit fruit, closed his eyes and put his palms together. In fact, Yi Chen had underestimated the effects of the extreme yang wood and profound yin grass. After consuming a small portion of the medicinal energy, Yi Chen's spirit body successfully broke through to the rank 7 mid-stage. The yin-yang diagram formed from the extreme yang wood and profound yin grass was like a transfer station that could increase the medicinal energy by 4 to 8 times. Originally, Yi Chen thought that 2 times would be the limit. Compared to the rank 7 mid-stage spirit body, the rank 7 mid-stage spirit body was several times stronger, and the inextinguishable energy within it was also several times stronger. Why don't I go all out and break through to the rank 7 mid-stage? Compared to the rank 7 mid-stage, the rank 7 late-stage was several times stronger. Putting his thoughts into action, Yi Chen focused all his attention on the yin-yang diagram in his body. 3 days later, Yi Chen opened his eyes and a bright light burst out. Just a little bit more and I can reach the rank 7 late stage. I still have the yin-yang qi but I don't have the materials to break through. At this time, the liquid inside the jade bucket had turned transparent, no different from water. All the energy inside was absorbed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I still have some here. Suddenly, 10 purplish-red crystals were thrown into the jade bucket. They were the Stone Emperor. He had stopped his seclusion a few days ago, and when he discovered that Yi Chen was breaking through, he stood by the side to protect him. These purplish-red crystals were called purple spirit crystals, and they were extremely rare. The Stone Emperor was originally preparing them for his own breakthrough, but he gave them to Yi Chen without any hesitation. After all, he still didn't know whether he would live or die this time, and he felt extremely guilty. Many thanks. Yi Qin nodded his head slightly. The moment the purple spirit crystals fell into the water, a drastic change occurred. Waves of purplish-red energy spread out, changing the color of the water completely, and a bubbling sound could be heard. Not daring to delay, Yi Qin absorbed the energy of the purple spirit crystals with all his might. With the addition of new energy, Yi Qin's stagnant spirit body continued to improve. Crack! The jade bucket shattered and water splashed everywhere. With a blue flash, a set of blue clothes appeared on Yi Qin's body. A late-stage 7th-rank spirit body was formed. A late-stage 7th-rank spirit body, and the inextinguishable energy had begun to take shape. If the inextinguishable energy in the past was described as a very limited pool of water, then now it had transformed into a meandering stream. Not only did it increase in quantity, but its recovery speed was much faster than before as well. Congratulations. The Stone Emperor smiled. It's all thanks to your purple spirit crystals, Yi Qin said. The Stone Emperor shook his head. What I owe you isn't even enough for 100 purple spirit crystals. This time. Yi Qin interrupted him. You and I are friends. How can the friendship between friends be valued by external objects? Don't say such things again. All right. The Stone Emperor nodded vigorously. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Qin and the others even thought that Ancestor Wuling had completely forgotten about them. On this day, Ancestor Wuling woke up from his healing. Now that I've fully recovered, I will definitely obtain the abyssal fruit. Swish. With a flash of white light, Ancestor Wuling instantly left the island. Chapter 1232. Above the heavenly river, there was a vast expanse of whiteness. A multicolored ship quickly sailed over. A person was sitting cross-legged in the cabin of the ship. It was old Ancestor Wuling. This multicolored ship was his most precious treasure. It was an advanced Emperor-level warship. When a warship reached the Emperor level, its value would increase tenfold or even 100-fold with every minor grade. Even with his quasi-venerate strength and close to 100,000 years of accumulation, he only had one advanced Emperor-level warship. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have the financial resources to buy it, but that he had nowhere to buy it. Otherwise, he was confident that he could even buy a top Emperor-level warship. He opened his right hand and a spot of light slowly lit up in his palm. Soon, a multicolored ball of light flew out and floated in front of old Ancestor Wuling. I didn't have the time to control them while I was treating my injuries. Now it's time to use the Heaven-Seizing Puppet Secret Technique. The Heaven-Seizing Puppet Secret Technique was a mysterious ancient secret technique. It was a priceless treasure that old Ancestor Wuling had obtained from an ancient secret realm. The world only knew that the Heaven-Seizing Puppet Secret Technique could refine a puppet with 50% of the original strength, but they didn't know that 50% was not the limit. Generally speaking, ordinary martial emperors could only be refined into puppets with 50% of the original strength. As for titled monarchs, they could only be refined into yellow-grade puppets with 10 or 20% of the original strength. However, old Ancestor Wuling had seen records in the secret technique that some rare peerless geniuses could be refined into earth-grade puppets with 70% of the original strength. The strength of the puppet was related to the puppet's own cultivation, but it wasn't an absolute relationship. Geniuses who could challenge those of a higher cultivation level had a mysterious substance in their bodies. It was this substance that determined the strength of the puppet. The reason why old Ancestor Wuling had captured Yi Chen's group of 5 was that there was not only a low-level martial emperor among Yi Chen's group of 5, but there was also a peerless genius among them. This peerless genius was naturally Yi Chen. With the earth-grade puppet, ordinary quasi-venerates are no match for me. Even if I encounter a powerful quasi-venerate, I can easily escape. Old Ancestor Wuling was currently in a very good mood. The gloominess from losing a quasi-earth-grade puppet decades ago had been swept away. Thinking of that quasi-earth rank puppet, Wuling Patriarch could not help but think to himself, Emperor in green clothes, this old man will take revenge sooner or later. The materials for quasi-earth step puppets were also rare geniuses that could only be chanced upon. After all, there were some truly powerful geniuses that Wuling Old Ancestor didn't dare to touch, nor could he touch. If he provoked the supremes behind them, even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Hence, to Wuling Old Ancestor, quasi-earth step puppets were extremely precious, and the more the better. As for earth step puppets, he didn't even think about them. He didn't believe that a peerless genius with no background would appear in the starry skies of the universe. Yi Chen's appearance made him wild with joy. According to the information, There was absolutely no supreme being behind Yi Qin. This was practically a pie that fell from the sky. Let's start with the lad with the worst aptitude. Old Ancestor Wuling grabbed the Stone Man Emperor first. In his eyes, the Stone Man Emperor had the worst talent. The other four were younger and had great potential, especially Yi Qin. The moment the Stone Man Emperor was grabbed, he fell into a coma and was at Old Ancestor Wuling's mercy. Within the five-colored space, Yi Qin and the other three had ugly expressions. A five-colored palm had reached in and grabbed the Stone Man Emperor. They didn't even have time to react. Bastard. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was anxious. Let me see if I can break through the spatial barrier and escape. Yi Qin didn't plan to wait for death. Old Ancestor Wuling capturing the Stone Man Emperor was definitely not a good thing. Then what about Old Shi? The Fire Sparrow Emperor asked hesitantly. Yi Qin was silent. Old Ancestor Wuling was a quasi-venerable, and they couldn't save the Stone Man Emperor. It was unknown whether he could escape or not. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's eyes were red as he said, "If we stay, everyone will die. If we can escape, there will be a chance to take revenge for Old Shi in the future." His relationship with the Stone Man Emperor was indescribable, but things had to be prioritized. If he could save the Stone Man Emperor, the Scarlet Wind Emperor wouldn't hesitate. But if he stayed, he would still die. Lang Feng is right. The Snow Air Emperor was in a bad mood. She had never thought that such a thing would happen. Let's go. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin flew toward the edge of the five-colored space. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other two followed behind. Arriving in front of the spatial barrier, Yi Qin opened the soul eye between his eyebrows. After his space profound reached perfection, Yi Qin's gaze had the spatial attribute. He could see through the void within his sensing range. With the help of the soul eye, this range would be expanded by 100 times. Within his line of sight, there was a three-dimensional square frame with countless dotted lines. These dotted lines were the trajectories of the spatial fluctuations. The trajectories of the spatial fluctuations in the outside world were more subtle, but the trajectories of the spatial fluctuations in the five-colored space were much more obvious. Of course, it would be very difficult to bring the three of them away, so he could only try. Open. After a long time, Yi Qin suddenly pulled out the Flying Heaven Sword and slashed at the void. Whoosh! A crack appeared in the void. Go in. Yi Qin's figure entered. This opening was where the trajectories of the spatial fluctuations overlapped. If one attacked from here, it would be easier to tear space apart and enter a mezzanine in the spatial barrier. As for the spatial barrier, it was like a 1,000-layer cake. There were many interlayers. One space mezzanine, 2, 3. In a short period of time, Yi Qin's group of four passed through 323 interlayers. If Wuling Forefather was healing, Yi Qin's actions would definitely be known by Wuling Forefather. This was because the five-colored space was hidden in Wuling Forefather's palm. Once there was a ripple, his mind would immediately sense it. Now, because Wuling Forefather was refining the Stone Puppet Emperor into a yellow rank puppet, his mind's perception was much weaker. Adding on the fact that the five-colored space was placed outside, his mind's perception was weakened again. 455th. 468th. Vaguely, Yi Qin could already see the outside world. Finally, Yi Qin's group of four arrived at the outermost interlayer. Turning around, Yi Qin said solemnly, "Next, we need to rush out in an instant and fly straight out of the battleship. At that time, I can only take care of myself. I hope you can understand." Scarlet Wind Emperor patted Yi Qin's shoulder. "It's good that one of us can escape. If you can escape, take revenge for me in the future. In turn, I will take revenge for you." Lang Feng is right. You have already done what you should do. Snow Air Emperor nodded sadly. Everyone get ready. Yi Qin had no distracting thoughts. Life or death depended on this. After 3 breaths, Yi Qin slashed open a crack with his sword. His entire body flew out like a beam of light. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The place where the four appeared was the cabin of the five-colored battleship. The cabin door wasn't closed, which saved a lot of time. Yi Qin arrived at the door in an instant. Along the way he turned around and saw Stone Emperor. Stone Emperor's entire body was covered in five-colored light, and his eyes were dull. On Wuling Old Ancestor's body, rays of five-colored light merged into Stone Emperor's body. Suddenly, Wuling Old Ancestor opened his eyes. "Good lad, you can actually completely comprehend the space profound and escape from my five-elemental space." Wuling Old Ancestor wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. With a wave of his hand, the cabin door immediately closed. However, Yi Qin was faster than he imagined. At the critical moment, he flew out through the gap of the cabin door. As for Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other two, they were a step slower and were trapped inside. Chapter 1233. Yi Qin, you must escape. Scarlet Wind Emperor roared. Humph, if you want to escape you'll have to ask if I'm willing. Willing old ancestor's expression darkened. He gave up on refining the Stone Emperor and spread his consciousness across the entire multicolored ship. Under normal circumstances, the puppet warship could only be exited and not entered. However, if the owner of the puppet warship was willing, it was completely possible for the puppet warship to be in an alert state. Arriving on the deck, Yi Qin raised his speed to the limit and flew out of the protective cover. As long as he left the protective cover with his teleportation ability and the special environment of the Celestial River, it would be very difficult for Wuling Old Ancestor to catch him. One day he would find Wuling Old Ancestor for revenge, not only for himself but also for the 4 Scarlet Wind Emperor. Seeing that Yi Qin was about to break through the protective cover, the color of the protective cover suddenly changed from 5 colors to a chaotic color. With a bang, Yi Qin was bounced back. Not good. Yi Qin's expression changed greatly. Without thinking, the flying heaven sword in his hand slashed at the protective cover. Gotcha. The multicolored ship was a high-level puppet warship that could withstand many attacks from high-level Monarch Realm experts. Yi Qin's attack was not inferior to that of ordinary high-level Monarch Realm experts. With one slash, a crack immediately appeared on the protective cover. Although the crack quickly healed, it at least gave Yi Qin hope. Circulating his sword energy to the limit, Yi Qin used his strongest sword art, Doomsday Meteor Sword. Suddenly, a lava sword light that could destroy the world burst out and slashed at the protective cover. The protective cover twisted crazily, and with a boom, a wide sword mark appeared. The crack was healing at an astonishing speed. Yi Qin could not pass through it in time. One more time. Yi Qin took a deep breath and was about to continue his attack. Can you escape? Unknowingly, Wuling Ancestor was standing on the deck, looking at Yi Qin coldly. Yi Qin's strength was beyond his imagination, but as long as he was within his attack range, the opponent could not escape. With a grab, Yi Qin once again landed in Patriarch Wuling's hand. This is probably fate. For the first time, Yi Qin felt a trace of despair. Old Ancestor Wuling was too strong, thousands of times stronger than him. There was no way he could contend against him. Although he had experienced countless adversities in the past, and escaping from desperate situations was like eating and drinking to him, it was different this time. When the difference was large to a certain extent, any effort would be useless. The stronger you are, the happier I'll be. Be a good boy and be my puppet. You'll be much stronger than you. You'll be an Earth-grade puppet at the very least, and will have 70% of my power. Patriarch Wuling turned around and walked into the cabin. The moment they saw Yi Qin, the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others fell into despair. If even Yi Qin couldn't escape, who else would avenge them? Yi Qin. It was unknown what method Patriarch Wuling used on the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the others. The 3 could speak but they couldn't move. At this moment, the Scarlet Wind Emperor looked at Yi Qin bitterly. Yi Qin's eyes had regained their calmness, and an unyielding light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Don't be delusional. My heaven-seizing puppet secret art has never failed. Once you become my puppets, you'll be my puppets for the rest of your lives. There will be no accidents. Patriarch Wuling seemed to know what Yi Qin was thinking and said indifferently. After releasing Yi Qin, Patriarch Wuling pointed at his glabella. In the next moment, Yi Qin's chi, blood, and sword energy all stopped circulating. His entire body seemed to have entered a state of rest, and only his thoughts were still operating. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Patriarch Wuling continued to refine the Stone Emperor. Because he couldn't even use his soul force, Yi Qin could only use his eyes to see. He saw runes appear on the Stone Emperor's body. These runes seemed to have a life of their own as they drilled in and out of the Stone Emperor's body. When a huge human rune appeared and imprinted on the Stone Emperor's body, the Stone Emperor's aura instantly changed and became very unfamiliar. Purely using soul force to sense it, Yi Qin couldn't guess that this was the Stone Emperor. At this moment, the Stone Emperor's eyes were dull and lifeless, but his aura was unimaginably strong. Compared to himself, it was hundreds or thousands of times stronger. It was probably comparable to a peak emperor. His aptitude really isn't good. He only has 10% of my strength. Adding on the puppet's lack of intelligence, it would be good if he could use half of his strength in battle. Patriarch Wuling wasn't satisfied with the yellow stare puppet in front of him. To him it was dispensable and just cannon fodder. It's your turn. Patriarch Wuling made a grabbing motion, and the Snow Air Emperor floated over. The Snow Air Emperor's aptitude was second from the bottom, only a bit better than the Stone Emperor. Soft skin and tender flesh. If I were 10,000 years younger, I might refine you into a pleasure puppet. Nearing the end of his lifespan, Patriarch Wuling didn't have the mood to enjoy himself. An hour later, the Snow Air Emperor had also become a yellow stare puppet. Then it was the Scarlet Wind Emperor's turn. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's aptitude was third from the top, and also third from the bottom. However, he was an 8th layer Life and Death Realm Heavenly Emperor, and could easily be refined into a profound grade puppet. This time it took a lot longer. 12 hours passed before the refinement was completed. The moment the refinement was completed, the Scarlet Wind Emperor's aura expanded endlessly, and only slowed down when it approached the quasi-sovereign level. Patriarch Wuling roughly estimated that the Scarlet Wind Emperor's strength was a bit more than 50% of his own. Of course, whether or not the Scarlet Wind Emperor could bring out 50% of his strength was still unknown. It would depend on whether the Scarlet Wind Emperor's puppet consciousness was high enough, and the puppet's consciousness depended on the user's battle consciousness. This little girl is from the Phoenix clan. Her physique is very powerful and she is a good material. Patriarch Wuling glanced at the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor said in a panic, "If you refine me into a puppet, my Phoenix clan's elders will not let you go. You're just a junior. Do you think the Phoenix clan will incur enmity with my Spirit clan for you?" The reason why Patriarch Wuling was so unscrupulous was because of the Spirit clan's status. The Spirit clan was neither big nor small, and was also a medium-sized clan. There were 5 supremes in the clan. Regardless of whether it was the Demons Alliance or the Human Race Alliance, if they could obtain the Spirit clan's support, their strength would immediately increase by a lot, and they would be able to suppress the other party in a head-on battle. If it was during peaceful times, Patriarch Wuling would really hesitate and think about whether it was worth it. In the end, the Phoenix Emperor could not escape this calamity and was refined into a profound grade puppet. Compared to the Scarlet Wind Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor's aura was slightly inferior. However, the Phoenix Emperor's puppet consciousness was slightly higher than the Scarlet Wind Emperor's. This was due to their aptitude. According to Patriarch Wuling's experience, if they were to fight, the Phoenix Emperor should be slightly better. Even with Patriarch Wuling's quasi-sovereign cultivation, it was a bit difficult to refine 4 puppets at once. However, he could not wait any longer. In his eyes, Yi Qin was simply a priceless treasure. He really wanted to see how strong Yi Qin would be after being refined into a puppet. "It's your turn, He." Patriarch Wuling waved his hand, and Yi Qin involuntarily floated over. Chapter 1234. Taking a deep breath, old ancestor Wuling's eyes shone brightly. Immediately after, a dazzling 5-colored light burst out from his body. This 5-colored light first expanded before suddenly shrinking and entering old ancestor Wuling's body. When it came out again, it had turned into many 5-colored threads. If one were to look at these 5-colored threads, they would discover that they were made up of groups of tiny runes. They were like gene chains, and these 5-colored threads also contained old ancestor Wuling's will. Without a sound, countless 5-colored threads drilled into Yi Chen's body and began to take over Yi Chen's body and soul. 2 hours passed and Yi Chen's eyes started to become dull. He would only wake up once every 10 breaths. "Good lad, your soul consciousness is actually so strong." Old ancestor Wuling was both shocked and delighted. Previously, when he was refining the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the Fire Sparrow Emperor, it only took him 5 minutes to refine their consciousnesses into puppet consciousnesses. Now that 2 hours had passed, Yi Chen's soul consciousness still hadn't turned into puppet consciousnesses and was still resisting. "I want to see how long you can resist for. I hope you won't disappoint me." Gradually 1.5 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Yi Chen's eyes would only wake up once every 10 minutes. Moreover, they seemed to be awake, but they weren't. They were in a chaotic state. At this moment, if someone used their soul consciousness to observe the interior of Yi Chen's body, they would discover that all the tissues in Yi Chen's body were entrenched with 5-colored threads. It was as if Yi Chen's body was originally scattered, but now it was strung together by the 5-colored threads. Of course, the 5-colored threads had already touched the most basic flesh particles. 6 hours passed and Yi Chen's eyes were no longer in a dull state. Instead, they turned into 5-colored gems that shone brightly like 2 5-colored gems. "It really is an Earth-rank puppet." Old ancestor Wuling laughed loudly. The symbol of an Earth-rank puppet was that its eyes would emit 5-colored light. The quasi-Earth-rank puppet that was killed by Green-Robed Emperor had a trace of this characteristic. He has become an Earth-rank puppet before he has finished refining. This lad is terrifying. I've gotten lucky. Patriarch Wuling suppressed his joy and continued refining. Wuling Forefather no longer poured the 5-colored strands into Yi Chen's body. He began to condense 5-colored runes and imbue them into Yi Chen's body. He imbued a total of 588 runes into the Stone Man Emperor's body, 622 runes into the Snow Air Emperor's body. The Scarlet Wind Emperor and the Fire Sparrow Emperor's body were about the same. One had 1,444 runes while the other had 1,500 runes. As for Yi Chen, he had already imbued 3,888 runes. Not enough. This old man wants to refine the strongest Earth-grade puppet. I need at least 4,200 runes. 4,000. 4,100. 4,200. The refinement was not over yet. 4,300. 4,500. In the end, 3 days and 3 nights passed. Patriarch Wuling had imbued a total of 4,800 runes. When the last human-shaped rune was imprinted on Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen's aura expanded at the speed of a planet exploding. The aura of an ordinary peak-level emperor, a mid-level peak-level emperor, a top-level peak-level emperor, and a quasi-supreme. Yi Chen's aura only stabilized when the quasi-supreme aura appeared. 70%, no, it's 79% battle prowess. It's infinitely close to 80%. Looking at Yi Chen, Patriarch Wuling felt as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. A puppet with 80% of the original body strength was equivalent to a super-powerful clone. In the past, he could completely suppress those who were slightly stronger than him. Heaven is helping this old man. Standing up, Patriarch Wuling was in high spirits. His dying body exuded a disdainful aura. From today onwards, you will be called D.E. Patriarch Wuling gave the name D.E. to Yi Chen. Yes. Yi Chen gave off a very strange feeling. He didn't have the slightest sluggishness and was very obedient. If one observed carefully, one could vaguely distinguish him from a normal life form. After all, there were still some differences between a puppet and a life form, even if this puppet was very perfect. Go and kill him. Suddenly, Patriarch Wuling pointed at the Scarlet Wind Emperor and ordered. Yes. Yi Chen looked at the Scarlet Wind Emperor and pulled out the Flying Heaven Sword. Patriarch Wuling had a playful expression and a hint of scrutiny. He was very confident in other puppets, but he was still a little worried about Yi Chen. Yi Chen's soul consciousness was too tenacious, and he couldn't guarantee that Yi Chen's soul consciousness had completely transformed into a puppet's consciousness. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he put in some effort, any hidden dangers would be eliminated sooner or later. Holding the Flying Heaven Sword with both hands, Yi Chen slashed at the Scarlet Wind Emperor with all his strength. Clang. This strike didn't kill the Scarlet Wind Emperor. Unknowingly, a 5-colored light appeared on the surface of the Scarlet Wind Emperor's body. This 5-colored light didn't come from the Scarlet Wind Emperor. With the Scarlet Wind Emperor's strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this strike. The source of the 5-colored light came from Patriarch Wuling. Of course, he didn't want Yi Chen to really kill the Scarlet Wind Emperor. He was just probing. All right. Patriarch Wuling waved his hand. The Flying Heaven Sword was sheathed. Yi Chen took 3 steps back and stood to the side. It's really perfect. If I wasn't at the end of my life, I could use you as my cauldron and possess you. Patriarch Wuling was very satisfied with Yi Chen's performance. There wouldn't be any problems for the time being. I'm tired. Guard the door. With that said, Patriarch Wuling waved his hand and the door to the room next door opened. He slowly walked in. Yi Chen took a few steps forward and stood guard outside the door. A moment passed. Yi Chen stood there motionless. His eyes didn't change and he couldn't sense anything strange. Even his mind didn't fluctuate. He was like a statue with a life aura. After observing with his soul power for a while, Patriarch Wuling retracted his attention. He had refined 5 puppets in a row, especially the last supreme-grade Earth-grade puppet. It had exhausted his mind and spirit energy. He hadn't felt this way in tens of thousands of years. He couldn't help but sigh. With the end of his life approaching, his energy was weakening. Closing his eyes, Patriarch Wuling entered an ethereal state. Yi Chen did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it had been 3 days or perhaps 5. Suddenly, his eyes, which had not blinked at all, blinked once and a trace of intelligence appeared. However, this intelligence was mixed with confusion as if he was deep in thought. This state didn't last long. After 100 breaths, the intelligence disappeared and he returned to his original state. As for the Scarlet Wind Emperor and the other 3, they were like wax figures as they stood there in a daze. On this day, the 5-colored ship arrived at the periphery of an archipelago. If Yi Chen and company were in a sober state, they would definitely discover that this archipelago was the archipelago that they had passed through previously. On the volcanic island, the smell of sulfur filled the air. If they knew that they would experience such a calamity after leaving the volcanic island, they would probably choose to live in the volcano for several years to guard against ghostly attacks rather than become a puppet. Chapter 1235. Have we arrived? Patriarch Wuling opened his eyes, and 2 beams of 5-colored light shot out, disappearing along the way. This time I have to acquire the abyssal fruit. A single abyssal fruit could increase one's lifespan by 5,000 years. Ancestor Wuling was confident that he could become a sovereign within 5,000 years. At that time he would have a chance to change his fate. The door to the room opened and Patriarch Wuling waved his hand. Yi Qin and the other 4 turned into 5 beams of light and entered the 5-colored space in Patriarch Wuling's palm. Putting away the multicolored ship, Wuling Patriarch looked at the volcanic island. His figure flashed and he instantly arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Frowning slightly, old Ancestor Wuling hesitated. Every time he entered he would hesitate for a while. This was not a good place. Even with his strength as a quasi-venerable, he had to be on tenterhooks. If not for the fact that his lifespan was almost up, he would not enter even if he was beaten to death. Forget it. This is the last time. If I don't succeed this time, I can only choose other methods to increase my lifespan. The hesitation on old Ancestor Wuling's face disappeared, and an astonishing light burst forth from his eyes. With a whoosh, his body turned into a 5-colored light and flew down the volcano. After a while, Patriarch Wuling arrived at the mouth of the volcano. To old Ancestor Wuling, the cold air created by the 9 nether cold ice was just the cold air of winter. Even if he didn't circulate his spiritual source, it wouldn't be a big problem. What he was afraid of was the nether ghost guarding the entrance. In hell, not to mention ordinary ghosts, there were powerful ghosts such as the Yellow Springs ghosts, the nether ghosts, the impermanence ghosts, and the monarch-like ghost kings. Ordinary people didn't know about these things. Even quasi-venerables didn't know much about them. Only Supremes knew some information about them. As for Wuling Old Ancestor, he had once obtained a tattered ghost book, so he more or less knew about the levels of ghosts. The strength of ghosts couldn't be judged by the strength of the universe because they didn't have a physical body. Unless it was a supreme martial art, normal attacks would be ineffective against them. This was also why ghosts were so difficult to deal with. Their martial arts were almost useless. Stepping on the 9 nether frozen ice, Ancestor Wuling walked toward the black lava step by step. Glug glug glug. The black magma made a bubbling sound, but what came out was bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed towards Ancestor Wuling. We have fought so many times. Why don't you know your place? Old Ancestor Wuling waved his hand and a 5-colored light spread out, turning into a barrier that blocked the black shadow. Bang! The black shadow bounced back, but a layer of ice formed on the multicolored barrier, showing signs of collapsing. The black shadow floated above the black magma, and the blackness on its body gradually faded, revealing a face without any signs of life. This face was very strange, as if it was wearing a mask. Its eyes had no pupils, only sclera. No matter from which angle you looked at it, you would feel that it was looking at you. That kind of cold and vicious gaze was like maggots in the tarsal bone, impossible to get rid of. Old Ancestor Wuling frowned. With his lethality against ghosts, it was really difficult for him to eliminate the other party. Moreover, it was a little irrational to fight to the death with a nether ghost. Form the formation. Wuling Old Ancestor opened his right hand, and Yi Qin, Scarlet Wind Emperor, and Fire Sparrow Emperor rushed out. The 3 of them formed a square formation with Wuling Old Ancestor, surrounding the nether ghost in the center. In the next moment, a 5-colored light surged out from the 4 of them, forming a 5-colored cube that sealed the nether ghost. Come back. After putting away Yi Qin and the other 2, Wuling Old Ancestor dove into the black magma. This 4 symbols barrier couldn't seal the nether ghost for long, so he had to enter hell in a short time. In the black magma, it was bone-chilling. Wuling Old Ancestor circulated his spiritual source and formed a spiritual source barrier outside his body. Even so, traces of cold aura still passed through the barrier and reached Wuling Old Ancestor's body. Gradually, 2 specks of dim light appeared below. That was the entrance to hell. When the dim lights were right in front of him, he discovered that it was an illusory door. The door had 2 plates and there were 2 torches on it. The torches were burning with ghostly flames. Crick. Wuling Old Ancestor took a deep breath and pushed the door open. His figure flashed and he flew in. Above the black magma, the 5-colored cube collapsed. The nether ghost looked around, and when he saw that there was no one, he slowly sank into the black magma. In hell there was no sunlight and there were no bright plants. Although the entire environment wasn't pitch black, it was very dark, like dusk on a human planet. Dead silence, bleak and gloomy. This was hell and there were no signs of life. If a normal person stayed here for a period of time, they would go crazy if they weren't killed by the ghosts. This is the 5th time I've come to hell. I hope my luck is better. Wuling Old Ancestor was already used to the environment here, so he didn't make a fuss. After all, in most people's imagination, hell should be like this. After looking around, Wuling Old Ancestor suddenly teleported toward the east. After about 3 days, Wuling Old Ancestor saw a terrifying mountain that was 500,000 feet tall. This mountain was filled with cold aura, and it wasn't as open as the mountains in the human world. Of course it was grand. In hell, mountain peaks were also called Een Mountains, and they were treasured lands that powerful ghosts fought over. Those who successfully seized a Een Mountain would have the title of Mountain Ghost, which was equivalent to the lord of a city. Many ghosts who weren't strong enough would fight to join them and become one of their subordinates. According to the size of the Een Mountain, one could tell how powerful the power of the Een Mountain's master, Mountain Ghost, was. The smallest Een Mountain was 300,000 feet tall, followed by 300,000 feet, 500,000 feet and 10 million feet. The Een Mountain, which was 100,000 feet tall, had the smallest power. 300,000 feet tall was already a small scale. The 500,000 feet tall Een Mountain was considered a powerful power. After all, there were differences in strength among mountain ghosts. The weakest was a grade 1 mountain ghost, and the 500,000 feet tall Een Mountain ghost was a grade 3 mountain ghost. As for the nether ghosts that guarded the entrance to hell, they weren't even mountain ghosts. Otherwise they wouldn't be used to guard the entrance to hell. If this 500,000 feet tall Een Mountain had a grade 3 mountain ghost, Wuling Old Ancestor definitely wouldn't have come. He was confident that he could handle a grade 1 mountain ghost, but he wouldn't be able to handle a grade 2 mountain ghost. A grade 3 mountain ghost could completely devour him, unless a few powerful quasi-venerables like the azure-robed emperor came. This Een Mountain was discovered by Wuling Old Ancestor the 2nd time he came. What surprised him even more was that this Een Mountain was actually sealed. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, there were a total of 49 seals. Each seal corresponded to a layer. In other words, there were a total of 49 layers. When Wuling Old Ancestor came the 2nd time, he didn't rashly charge in. On his 3rd time, he was nearing the end of his lifespan, so he took the risk and fought his way to the 34th layer. On his 4th time, he fought his way to the 38th layer. This was his 5th time. According to the Tattered Ghost Book, every Een Mountain had a chance of growing a nether tree. The nether tree would bear a fruit every 10,000 years. This fruit was the nether fruit that could increase one's lifespan. Wuling Old Ancestor didn't see the nether tree on the 38th layer. He pinned his hopes on the 40th layer and above.